Here's some more fringy people coming. By the way, heroes, welcome to my life getting hit with flags. There's lots of people driving by honking, showing their support. All right, so I am going to maintain the live for the most part, as long as I can, and I do have battery, so I can continue. Good day, good day.
Oh, we're all good today.
All good today?
Yeah, we are. We're here for freedom.
We're here for freedom.
Live in Shelburne, Ontario.
Yeah, live in Shelburne.
Shelburne came to Ottawa, now Ottawa's coming to Shelburne. Yeah, that's a fucking sweet sign. That is awesome.
Yeah. And there's lots of cars coming by honking as well.
Yeah, so yeah, it's good.
Get these people out here, then they'll get all excited.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a quick look at the comments. Hello, in Canada. Welcome to Shelburne. Caesar. Awesome. So I'm being broadcast on Ashcan 2 as well. Yeah. We got multiple lives going. Being shared off Ashcan 2 as well, so we're getting a little more exposure. Anybody else, if you want to piggyback my stream, you are more than welcome. So feel free to share it out there as well. Don't forget to hit the like. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, if you come here. I won't be checking the comments too often, but I will check in every once in a while. I'm going to take a little interlude here, and I'm going to play a song.
People you are after are the people you depend on. We cook your meals. We haul your trash. We connect your calls. We drive your ambulances. We guard you while you sleep. Do not fuck with us. Talking all that bullshit.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
I'm a moonshine, sipper straight, slipping in the darkness. Far from heartless, I'm more like the sharpest tool in the shed. No, I've never been the smartest. But make no mistake, I hit the fucking hardest. Devil with
The way through this pandemic is by getting everyone vaccinated.
Like this, kiss my ass and you can suck a dick sideways, my way or the highway. Listen up, ain't nothing changed here. I still don't give a fuck. So what the fuck's up with all the backlash? You snowflakes, here's a newsflash.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
Must be Canadian week. Your country's in revolt. Do you know about this? Show this video.
Here's a situation. A nation of pussies is our next generation. And these minions.
Some insane amount of people, like 50,000 trucks, that are headed to Ottawa. Because apparently they're all being mandated that they have to get vaccinated. And they're like, hey, we don't even contact anybody. We're in our truck.
You get a clue, accrue your fake news and views. It all get the bottom of my motherfucking shoe. I'm the last of a few, still screaming, fuck you.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live. Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live. I'm gonna soar like an eagle. My
understanding that they have been operating throughout this pandemic, even at the most trying times. We saw some incredibly large case numbers in the early days of COVID south of the border. It was our truckers that crossed that border.
People who on the way to Ottawa who are holding unacceptable views.
Tell me shit, you'll never flip my script because I'm more outrageous than the Vegas Strip. You're like Mayberry. I'm hard and crisp, high risk, hillbilly, but I'm filthy rich. You're like really vanilla, kinda silly as shit. I'm like shotgun Billy, smoking Phillies and shit. I'm like Reverend Ron or David Lee Roth, like Springsteen, bitch. I'm the motherfucking boss. James Dean shit, I'm more than Brad Pitt. A little less pretty, but I slang more dick. I twang more riffs, I slide through drafts. I rip more lines than a 10-pound bass. Pass the mic, I'm like slow gin fizz. It ain't nobody, ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
Really didn't know him very well, but it's been quite a journey since then. 18 days of pretty well weather and all of the things we had. It's not a wonderful time, but probably that has changed my life more than being down there in Ottawa with those talkers people. So the rural nobodies, right? The people who elites do not pay attention to. Truckers, farmers, everyday ordinary people. But you know what? That began a movement in Main Street all over the world. It's a wonderful reflection of God's grace. We're not going away. We're not going away. So I will talk a little bit about my campaign, but it's really just a protest campaign. I'm not anticipating winning, although I cannot tell you how many positive conversations I've had and the volunteers have had. One young man distributed all of his door hangers and they went to our pastor and said, Ann is going to win. Everyone's agreeing with her. Wow, we've come a long way, folks. We've come a long way. So, anyways, my main has always been of research is gender and sexuality. So I've been on this trajectory for many years. I've written several books. So that's why when COVID struck, I was in Africa. I was speaking on this whole issue of parental attachment and trauma and gender and sexuality. And my husband said, "You gotta come home." And I'm like, "Why? I have 3 more countries to go to." "No, you've got to come home because Trudeau's closing the borders because of COVID." And I'm like, I've been researching long enough, not in the medical research like David here, but a different form of research. But I've been researching long enough to know propaganda out there because everything I researched was LGBTQ. And so I did end up flying home. I won't go into that. That was quite an exciting journey home. Got to the airport. Got to the airport, and there was nothing. You would think everything was just fine. No temperature. They weren't doing anything. They were handing out leaflets. You would never know anything was going on. They were closing. So I knew things weren't quite what they said they were. So Bob and I talked, and when I talked, we just said, "No, back to
Just moving around a little bit different, by the way, people don't worry.
And what a good decision that was. That doesn't mean that those people who got a vaccination are alien to us. You're part of who we are. People just didn't know. and people listen to our government.
All right, I'm
But
gonna
you
walk
know,
around
people
so I
have
can
stopped
closer.
listening
This lady
to-
on the front side. Hello, hello.
And, you know, that's
George walking around the side here. As you can see, we get lots of fringy people here.
Yeah, you're awful fringy, it's right.
Fringe. No, we're not no minority anymore.
No?
We're a majority.
Yeah, hopefully.
We got a lovely lady here. She's spray painting. 1% bet on 99 of us on board the
On their board
on their
game,
on their board game.
their tabletop event, event simulation.
Oh yeah,
The tabletop simulation
yeah.
201.
Mhm.
October 19th, they released it. That Bob Hopkins, like every world leaders, they all got together 2 months before there was the pandemic,
Yeah,
and then it was just a matter of
planning it and then saying
and then they're like,
and
we'll bet.
well, you know
Two
the
rich
thing is
families decided to bet.
the thing is though, you look at it though, the biggest thing to make a population under your control is fear itself.
Exactly. So they bet 99% of us would be scared to go take experimental jabs and not believe in God.
But you know what? There's also the other side. There's the 1% of us that believe that the opposite side that believes that the 99 will wake up, and we're proving that every day. Take care, my sister. Peace, love, and freedom.
Hi.
middle of winter, snap questions. Well, that's another question. But I want you to know that Doug Ford lied to us, to every parent in Ontario. He lied. He promised to repeal this radical sex ed that Kathleen Wynne had put in. And he betrayed our friend Tanya Brennan Allen. He betrayed her. Kicked her out of his cabinet because of some comment she said 20 years ago, 20 some years ago about a homosexual. This is ridiculous. You couldn't have any freedom of thought or speech. Anyways, but he lied to us. Not only did he keep Kathleen Wynne's radical sex education, he has expanded it according to the UNESCO guidelines. And most parents have no clue. Do you know the parents I've talked to don't know that they're teaching children that they can be in the wrong body in kindergarten? They don't understand what's going on. So for me, this campaign isn't about winning. It's about getting people educated and getting information into the hands of parents in our riding. So, and I do want to make a statement to Doug Ford. I hope that I get lots of votes because I want to challenge the local leaders, all of them, all of them, because most of them don't have a clue. And in the debates, it's very obvious. Like the Liberal leader said, what's wrong with DEI? Well, it's divisive, it's exclusionary, and it is absolutely hateful. It's hateful. It teaches children actually to hate each other. What we need is to go back to the golden rule and just take some simple things, not ideologies. So anyways, I'll talk more maybe at the restaurant if you want more information on gender and sexuality and what's happening in that whole realm. I can talk more about that there. But I know that you're cold. And I think Dr. Spiker is going to talk next, maybe, or no. Who's next? Dr. Shoemaker. Hey, well, the doctors are in the house. Yeah, the doctors are in the house. How's that? Anyways, thank you for coming. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for supporting it. If you live in Bruce Gray, Owen Sound, grab one of my door hangers and vote for Ann Gillies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ann. I think we hopefully can get a round of applause for Dr. Ann Gillies.
I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely the gloves off for the new sex ed curriculum, but it's hard to take the gloves off in this kind of cold. So
Thank you, Caesar.
Kind of that's why you got the gloves on, though. But yeah, thanks very much for everything you do, Ann. And I think everybody heard, but anybody who wants to get Dr. Ann's book, the Jelly Bean and Jelly Cafe up the road, has some copies, I think, still. So if you want to get over there and get more information, it's Closing the Floodgates by Dr. Angelis, if you're looking for the book title. Okay, so next, I think we're going to introduce our beloved, our very own, well, not Shelburne's very own, but I mean, you're number one in our hearts, Dr. Chris Shoemaker. Thank you so much for coming.
We're here for our health, everybody.
Absolutely. Nobody's done more for everyone's health, and I think you have, doctors. So, yeah, I'd like to I'd just like to say it's an honor, and I'd like to turn this over to you. Do you need an assist here? Or do you think you got it? Okay. Okay. I can't wait to hear it. All right, Dr. Shoemaker, everyone.
Hi, everybody. It's Chris. Dr. Chris. Most of my patients called me Dr. Chris when I took care of them and their children. I didn't have a pediatric practice per se, but I had a generalist practice in which I was taking care of children with autism, children with ADHD, things like that. So I had a lot of parents, had a lot of children over the years. However, I just want to orient myself a little bit, kind of remember. Is that related to my microphone or not? Okay. Anyway, my dear friend Angel Godso isn't quite here yet. She's working her way over from the Kawartha Lakes area. And but thanks to Mike, who's photographing and videoing this, it'll mean she can watch it someday in the future. And I hope many people see this someday in the future of how wonderful people from the rural parts of Ontario, semi-rural, and the beautiful town of Shelburne have continuously spoken up to try and deed to save Canada.
I haven't revoked anybody.
And we're
take a
doing
look
it
later,
again.
though.
This is the 80th meeting, the 80th weekend meeting that Shelburne has had to try to let people know that there is an alternative view to what has been foisted on us since 2019. And we sure needed an alternative view, didn't we? Because liars only know one thing. They know how to lie. And they know how to lie to win their point, to make things one directional. And so the thing I was reflecting on as I drove up with Charlie today, Charlie was with me when I was with one of the great Canadian heroes. He walked Newfoundland with me for 3 straight days with James Topp. I went to Newfoundland to support James Topp in the second version of his march across Canada. He'd done the first one when he'd come from west to Ottawa, but by the late summer in 2022, he was in New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island and Newfoundland, and I couldn't resist going and being with James because he was a complete hero of mine, and he should be a complete hero of every Canadian. Because while the truckers were coming across in their vehicles, James was walking across Canada. Is there a small chance that dog could move a bit away from here, please? No, I'm gonna keep. I mean, hey, Charlie was with me with James Topp. James walked 35 to 40 kilometers every day. Charlie and I only walked 20. We walked half the distance that that wonderful man did to try to point out the ridiculousness of everything. But Charlie went with me, and we were with James. And we had all learned from a different James, James O'Keefe. We learned in January of 2022, the same time the truckers learned it, that the vaccine was actually loaded with genetic crap that humans had designed. Humans had designed this thing to create COVID, and humans had designed the vaccine at the same time. And the vaccine is more toxic than the disease. The vaccine is and has been and will sadly in many people's arms and heart and ovaries and livers and kidneys be damaged by hyperimmune attack against your own body. The vaccines were never vaccines. They didn't prevent you from getting the disease. They were essentially the worst part, the spike protein generated by mRNA. Spike protein generated by mRNA put 40 trillion spikes into your body with every shot. 40 trillion. You only get 80 to keep you safe from polio. That's what a real vaccine is. You put the least amount, the smallest amount, and it's a non-toxic that does proper vaccination. This has nothing to do with the vaccination. It's a military measure meant to create toxicity in us. You can kill people a lot of ways. You can shoot them with a bullet. You can run them over with a truck. You can have a battle. You can have a sword. You can fight. But one of the easiest ways to quietly kill people so that they don't quite even barely notice is to poison them. These jabs have an element of a poisonous quality to them. Any serious scientist knows this. And we have been opposing this because we want people to live. That's my need as a doctor, to help people to live. You can't always succeed. People are going to die at 40 and 60 and 70 and 90, and sometimes at 17 because they're a dear little boy like Sean Hartman, who's coerced by society into putting a jab that he doesn't really want, but the dear little boy just wants to play hockey, and he won't be allowed to play hockey in Canada unless he puts a poisonous jab in his arm. And I basically died inside when I heard his story the very first time on the stage, on the speaker's stage in Ottawa, because I was a doctor from the West End of Ottawa. And I went down with a sign that said MDs for truckers. And I knew why we should be MDs for truckers. These people were concerned for their own health. They were concerned for their own children. They'd read more papers than goddamn Tam ever read. She read nothing. She cared about nothing. She just went along with the WEF demand that we put these hyperimmune toxic jabs in our arms. And she was as big a liar as there is in all of Canada. And we are suffering because of the lies of Dr. Tam. And we are suffering because of the coercion and the alienation created within society by Justin Trudeau. He created alienation which was not necessary. If he'd read the real science, he would have known that vaccines against the COVID can never work, will never work, and will make the COVID infection more likely to be problematic. And that's exactly what we've seen. We've seen people getting COVID more because they took the COVID jabs. We've seen them getting respiratory syncytial virus more because they took the COVID jab. And this is so damning toxic. It has to stop. There's 3 or 4 things that should happen, but the biggest thing that should happen is what we have already wisely made ourselves all do. Don't take another friggin' damaging, poisoning jab ever. If it has mRNA on the label, don't take it ever.
Right.
And that is my medical advice and information for us all. There are other important points to this. Excellent scientist, Dr. Speaker, who will be right after me, have shown us, and I learned from him and Kevin McKernan in the summer of 2023, I learned that there wasn't just 40 trillion RNAs put into us. It's actually a third of that volume was DNA product. DNA product. 13 trillion bits within plasmids of deoxyribonucleic acid. That is material that can go in and change your genetic code. That is material that can make you infertile when it goes to the ovary. So DNA mixed with RNA, that's good for you? Not a chance. I don't care whether you're in Brussels right now watching me, in Australia, in Russia, in Brazil, in Moncton, New Brunswick, in British Columbia, near Smithers. I don't care where you're from. Don't put DNA, RNA products into you. It is a complete lie being foisted on us by society. I'm a doctor. I've studied the material. I know what I'm saying. And David Speaker, fairly soon now, will be telling you much more about how toxic it is to have DNA plasmids in your body. And that's what the bastards at Pfizer and that's what the bastards at Moderna did allow. They lied about it. They lied about it to Health Canada. And then even when Health Canada learned and had to admit, my goodness, you lied to us and you put SV40 along with everything else and DNA into these products?
Yep.
Oh, well, I guess we'll just say that's good for us. It's too bad you lied to us. But wait a minute, who are we going to go get the advice as to whether it's going to hurt us or not? Oh, well, let's go to Pfizer and listen to their advice as to whether it's going to hurt us or not. We won't use our own brains at Health Canada. We won't use our own brains at the Public Health Agency of Canada. We'll just depend on Pfizer to tell us if they put, even though they put a cancer-causing element called SV40, we'll just believe them that it's safe. It's not safe. The liars say it's safe. They are lying. It's unsafe. It has hurt and shortened the lives of so many of us. And with great thanks to the wonderful people who understood from the beginning and knew that it was dangerous, I say thank you. And my last personal note is to say, I'm from these parts in a way. My paternal family came from Paisley and Owen Sound area. So, not too far from you good folks here in Shelburne. Paisley and Owen Sound was where my father grew up and grandfather grew up. And there was migration to Toronto over time, as happens for so many families, and migration up to Ottawa at a point when my father started his career in agricultural science. So I'm among friends. I love you all. Be brave and be proud of what you've done for Canada. Here in Shelburne, Ontario, this is the 80th meeting in 3.5 years here in Shelburne. Congratulations. And I'm Dr. Chris Allen Shoemaker, and I'm one with these people. Let's help save Canada. Thank you.
Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say thank you very much, Dr. Shoemaker. It's always a pleasure to have you, and it's always a pleasure to have you guys, you doctors, you guys with the credentials. I mean, like some people, they have like an instinct about things. They kind of know when it's the right time to take a medical intervention. But I mean, it's always nice to have the brain trust of the brave doctors and nurses that have stepped up and actually voiced their opinions and told people that this wasn't a good thing. This wasn't good for people's health. And we're very grateful to you guys for that. Really quickly, I just want to introduce one quick speaker here before we get to Dr. David's speaker. Sal Govai is a Canadian veteran. He was also fundamental in James Topp's movement. I wonder if we could just welcome him really quickly for a quick speech before Dr. David. So, Sal, welcome, man.
So I'd like to thank everybody. Just first of all, make a minor correction. I wasn't fundamental. I was simply advised before his departure. We served together. In 1999, I ran 1,000 kilometers from Petawawa to Windsor for cancer research. The template of which I applied was a model that Jim expanded on, and with great success. And we're all grateful for that. So why I'm here is I'm from the same region as Dr. Shoemaker, and I'm going to speak to an annex and a minor add to what he's talking about in a different channel. Does everybody notice how hot identity's been lately? Right? Here's an interesting truth. In March 2021, I was sent to for a firearms application hearing because the nuclear power plant was afraid of me. They had a thought that my capacity and training was somewhat of a concern to them. I was going to present myself in a capacity which is enshrined within our Constitution and our law. And if anybody's recording this, come back to this. Section 8.1 of the Interpretation Act of Canada around property rights, where it speaks about the common law and civil process will have equal authority in property rights in Canada. In very brief summary. I'd also like to direct you to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is always spoken about. To say the same thing twice is redundant. Rights and freedoms are different dimensions, and you can only be in one at one time in any matter. I serve in the infantry with my life, ready to bleed out on the ground for all of you to have that. What is freedom? It is that choice in a matter that is summary in nature. Your words will be used against you, recognizing the supremacy of God and rule of law. When a police officer walks up to you, or anybody in state, any politician here only wants to speak to you in title, Mr., Sir, last name basis, and a plethora of other tacit consents. How do I know this for certain? I was a reconnaissance soldier and I worked on an adversary team for Canada where I attacked nuclear infrastructure, and I would then give them a debrief of all of their conduct, from officer all the way up to dynamic. I know arrests. I know how they're supposed to take place. The very first thing an officer has to do is establish your capacity before he can walk onto you. Excuse me, sir, I want to talk to you. Yes. Job 3221, let no flattering title be put upon man's person. That's an individual capacity and possession. It doesn't say the possession of men. You have an individual right. I don't care who you love, how you love. I really don't give a shit how you fucking practice it. What I care is how you address and identify. Back to the legislation for a quick second. The National Flag Act of Canada, drafted in 2012 with foresight. If you read the summary of that, I don't have it available, but if you read the summary, that is actually everything that that flag represents. Your court is a theater of representation. If the representation isn't present in the position of honor, it does not bind the judge. What's in the court is the corporate equity shield. I don't want to argue with people thinking that the Canadian flag is a corporate representation. It is in a way, and it is absolutely not. It represents your Constitution, which has your inherent common rights enshrined within it. What is a moral standard? It's a moral standard, and it's found in one thing, and that's the Constitution. It's written under the King James Version Bible. Irregardless of what spiritual faith you have, you can practice it. I'm not offended. But what I need you to know is how to speak to the state when it walks up to you. All of those poisons that we heard Dr. Shoemaker take, that everybody, you all consented to it, even when you were resisting. Because your words will be used against you to express your will. What is your will? It's, if you were to Google the human nervous system, you would see this stringy entity sitting on a screen. That is your lube. And your acts and decisions are the fruit of it. And they play you like a fucking harp. Now, I've spent 4 years standing in a courtroom in Walkerton Court, Ontario, before Judge Kevin Sherwood of the Ontario Superior Court. And he's told me there's only one process of law. He told me there's no God to refer to in the court. That's on record. I have it. And he was right when he said it at the time. In 2015, after Liberals were all elected, they removed your presumption of innocence. The minute you walk into a courtroom, you consent to search. That is a public servant in front of you. And you should say to them, first of all, wait. Lawyer walks through, they blaze right on through. You follow on the back pocket. Special constable's going to try to stop you. Hey, what are you doing? Well, they're an agent of the court. Well, for all your care right now, so am I. I can be self-representing for all you know. I can be self-representing. Okay? He can't presume your capacity. What is an act? Legally, look it up. Legal terms for the word act when they apply it, and words matter. Rizzo v. Rizzo shoes. That's a citation that talks about how lethal those words are. An act requires a voluntary movement, and it establishes mens rea acts rea. And it completes half the puzzle they need to convict you. Summarily. You didn't shape your tongue. The state did. And there's a whole bunch of words that you apply thinking you're doing it correct. Trans, for example, let's use the word trans. Literally and legally, trans means outside of, across of, beyond of, opposing. Okay? You cannot claim that you're in any capacity in association with the word trans. It's fictional nonsense. Trans Canada Corporation. My real name's Jason Charles Slesser Walker. The Salgovite Pick is a Facebook handle. You can find me there, add me up. I do videos. I'm invited on talks all the time. I appreciate your time. I appreciate the short notice. I hope you find this information powerful and engaging. God bless you all. Fuck. This is real, boys and girls. It's real. Start learning your capacity and stand it in grace. Amen.
Thank you very much, Sal. Yeah, we love our veterans here in Shelburne, that's for sure. I think we'll have Wild Bill on later for anyone who's going to be following us over to Duffy's here. That's the building just to the east of us. And now I think our next speaker up is Dr. David Speaker, actually. I don't know if he's been on a warm-up session, actually. The wind's a little brisk out here. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so without further ado, Dr. David Speaker, everyone. Welcome to Shelburne, my friend.
Wow, it is nice to be here. My first time in Shelburne ever, so it's good, and I'm so thankful that that talk first, because I got a phone call from a Dr. Byram Bridle, who also says the hi, and then in 2 weeks, him and I are in Calgary for an injection of truth. The whole world has been told 2 things: follow the science, and these vaccines are safe and effective. If you follow the science, these things contain high levels of DNA and SV40 sequences. Before the convoy, our first event, September of 2020, a bunch of us met in Orangeville in a chicken barn in the lockdowns, because you can't gather, you can't question the science, and if you do, you are of the fringe minority. The doctors are being canceled. Scientists like me.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second.
What's wrong?
Stand here with me and just to say thank you for mentioning that you and I will both be in Calgary and Edmonton in the next week.
We are.
They're separate events. We're speaking both in Calgary and Edmonton of the real truth, and so that we can move forward. But David, you're the wonderful scientist that you are. It's back to you. You're my great friend. Blessings.
Thank you. And see, I am so thankful for the convoy. Us scientists and doctors, since the beginning of the pandemic, we're speaking up, following the science, sharing the science, and the public at large did not wake up until the convoy went across our nation and went into Ottawa. And then on stage, the people began to listen and see what was going on to all of the good doctors like Dr. Shoemaker and scientists like me, who have been silenced and lost 5 jobs in the pandemic for speaking what is right, showing the science. And early mid 23, Kevin McKernan and Maria Gucci asked me as a PCR lab expert to test the vaccine vials and confirm Kevin's findings. I have so far tested myself 44 vials, 32 in Ontario, 3 from California, 3 from Australia, and 6 from Ireland. And I can tell you that JM1 boosters had to have the same amount of DNA in there and the SDV40 sequences as all of the other ones. So the new booster is not cleaned up. It's not safe. That it is very effective at causing people harm.
That's what it's effective to talk. Yeah, Dave.
I know so many vaccine injured people, and those who are claimed to have long COVID, and the vaccine injury looks the same. And two, a lot of folk have said, well, I've had 6 shots and I feel fine. There's so much underlying health harm, like heart inflammation, and it's just like a loose lug nut on your tire. I'm driving fine. There's no problem. I don't check. And then in time, your wheel is about to fall off your car. As soon as the wheel falls off your car, there's no going back. As soon as you have a heart attack, the damage is done and there's no going back. And I think too, a lot of the harms caused, we won't know in our lifetime. Hang on 1 second. I'm speaking too much. It's okay.
You're doing great, brother. We love you. Love you, dude.
So a lot of people have said COVID is done. It's over. Why should I care?
Good question.
It's the same thing with avian influenza. They are in the States have approved a mRNA avian flu vaccine to be used on birds. And what is going on right now in BC? A whole fight between CFIA and an ostrich farm, okay, to save 400 healthy ostriches, because at end of December there were 2 dead ostriches on the farm, which are PCR positive for avian flu. And what bugs me is all of those other ostriches have not been tested, do not have symptoms. They will not test them to see are they healthy, and I'm sure most of them are recovered. They have a immune system. So it's just like if one liberal MP tests positive, and if you wipe out the whole caucus, it's insane. So I am fighting. And last week Sunday, Australia, based on the DNA contamination in the nation and the SV40 in the vials, have launched the website. It's called the David Declaration, based on my work and the whole David and Goliath fight. I am just in this doing my role. Without a team of people, without powerful and helpful MPs, scientists, doctors, none of this would be possible. And two, I am sad to see so many vaccine injured people out there, and therefore I am running as a PPC candidate in Hamilton to stand up for those who are vaccine injured. So our own government forces on people. Evidence-based medicine wasn't followed. We need a return to evidence-based medical science. We need care and support for all of those who are vaccine injured. And so I am in this with you. Follow the science, support the science, and let's get this work done as a team. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all the doctors who are speaking up. I'm a roofer, and I had this in the back of my head. This wasn't right. You know, I started following the narrative when CP24 was, the death rates were doubling every day, telling us to stay separated, and I was following the narrative until they brought out this vaccination really fast, and there was no side effects with it. I watch a commercial for a blood thinner or a heart medication. They tell you all the great things about this medication. Then they give you a whole list of the horrible things that you may have, suicidal tendencies or anal bleeding, and all the rest of it goes with it. But for some reason, the vaccination, they didn't bring out one single side effect with it. And that's when the bells went off in my head and said, wait a minute, there's no informed consent here. They're not telling us what's in it. They're not telling us that what can happen to us from this. They're just telling you about all the good, wonderful things about it, but none of the negative. That's when my alarms went off. And now there's doctors like Dr. Shoemaker, Dr. Spencer, I guess it is, and all these other doctors that are standing up and speaking up and confirming what I thought to begin with. And it makes me realize I'm not crazy. So it means a lot to me when doctors come out to these rallies and speak. It really does. And it also means a lot to me when politicians, regardless of what party they're representing, have the guts to come out and join us and stand with us and speak. And that is why I would like to introduce our next speaker. It's Stephen Mack, I believe. He is the PPC representative for our area. And I really appreciate you being here. And I'll tell you, you do have my vote, and I'm glad to actually get to meet you in person.
Hello, over here? Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. Yeah, hi. Yeah, I'll clarify that. So I'm Stephen Mack. I'm the Ontario representative for the PPC. So I'm not your local one, and that's Tipna Caroline over there. I'll let her introduce herself in a little while. My job's more behind the scenes. I work with Max. And I'd like to, on behalf of Maxime Bernier, who really wanted to be here today, but he couldn't because he had a prior engagement in Perth, Wellington. So unfortunately, sorry, you don't get Max. I'm your booby prize, but I'm happy to talk to you. And this is an anniversary of a very interesting Canadian event. That's the Freedom Convoy 3 years ago. So I'm just curious, who here was part of that convoy 3 years ago? Show your hands. Okay, awesome, awesome. Are there any actual truckers among us here? Any truck drivers? Okay, well, maybe a couple.
Where's Brian? Brian.
Okay, thank you.
Never left.
So I'm glad the spirit's still alive. And that was basically an expression of Canadian will. This is the most beautiful grassroots expression of disappointment in the system. Yes, it was about certain specific laws about crossing the border with vaccine mandates and not, but really it was a statement that our government has gone too far. It just happened to be a specific thing. And as the years went on and on, our government, our system, our bureaucracies kept doing stuff to us. So I'm not going to talk about too much about the past today, but I want to give you maybe a call to action to think about the future. We know what they've done in the past. Let's keep our ears and eyes open to see what might be coming down. Who here was in Ottawa in February at the protest? Great, good to see. I was there as well. Me and another bunch of rather large candidates. We were Maxime Bernier's informal security detail. I have to say, I took one for the chief. Somebody threw a snowball, and I let it hit me rather than spoil Max. And so I keep doing that. And I guess that's what I'm doing here today a little bit. So why truckers? Why were they the ones that woke up first? And I have a theory about that. Truckers are people who have a lot of time to themselves in that cab, driving through our beautiful country. They see the beauty of Canada and they have time to think. Not like all the other people watching TV all the time, whose brains are being manipulated. Please don't watch TV. But the truckers are kind of our philosophers. They don't go drive through the fancy neighborhoods. They go do deliveries. They see the grittier side of the world. They see the parts of towns where people have to hustle to get ahead. And I think that is part of what inspired them to be our leaders. You know, when I was a little boy at a family gathering, when I was maybe 6, 7 years old, they asked, "What do you want to be when you grow up, Stephen?" And I said, maybe a rocket scientist or a truck driver. And my mom said, no, you got to be a scientist. Well, I am an engineer. But you know, what isn't there to like? Trucks, they're powerful, they're loud, they get things done, and they're peaceful. And I think that was another thing about the Freedom Convoy, was it was totally peaceful. It was totally a uprising of the people. I mean, some of my leftist friends think that this was a beautiful proletarian uprising against the commissars. I mean, the government, the the direction of power has gone the wrong way. The way it was intended was for the people's voice to drive the leadership of the government to do what we want. But it's flipped over. And we saw during the pandemic and since, the government is trying to tell us how to live. The government's trying to say, what does it mean to be a good Canadian? That's not their job. There's 40 million ways to be a good Canadian, and each one of you knows what that way is for you. So we don't need moralizing. We don't need in and out. So one thought I would like to impart on all of you is, how about we stop thinking we're a fringe? Let's stop thinking that we're somehow outsiders. I think that's where they want us to be. What we are is the mainstream of the future. Look at what's happening in the world like right now. Look what's happening in the States. Look what Trump is doing. And his team, which isn't all Republicans, they're mostly former Democrats. It's very diverse in a way. Look what's happening in Germany, France, reform in England, which is likely to form the next government. Let's make sure Canada isn't the last straggler that keeps DEI and all this woke BS and state authoritarianism in place. Please, let's not Canada be that place. But I'm a little bit worried because we have an election coming. We're in the midst of the slowest, most dragged out resignation of a politician I've ever seen. So yeah, Trudeau's on his way out. We've been cheering for that. And yeah, he's kind of gone. But do you feel better? No. And you know, every politician, every leader is trying to come across as the next savior. They have new, quick slogans. So do you think Poilievre is going to change anything? No. Because they're two wings of the same bird, different color socks, different ties. I mean, if you think that voting for that guy is going to change anything, it's not going to change the system. We can take some inspiration from the USA. What's happening there is amazing. And by the way, Maxime Bernier did announce back 3 years ago that Canada needed a Department of Government Streamlining and Efficiency. We didn't call it Doge, but we were already on that. And you know, the PPC's been on it from day one. We are going to be in power. It's inevitable. I don't know when, but it's going to take you to convince your neighbors. And you don't need to convince the neighbors who already believe. You're going to have to open your hearts. You're going to have to be the cheerful, confident ones, and you're going to have to convert your neighbors. You're our CBC. Citizen by citizen, we're going to get the message out. If you talk to 10 people, they talk to 10 people, we can make things happen. I'm just curious, how many of you are PPC supporters out there? I see quite a lot. That's awesome. We got to make it more, because we're not taking the easy route. We have values, we have principles, we know we're right, and we just have to convince people better. And the difficulty is the skills you need to get elected don't really overlap with the skills you require to govern effectively. So there's a lot of good salesmen out there, but the product sucks. We know that. For the last 50, 60 years, it's the same product. I don't care if it's Harper or Trudeau Senior or Trudeau Junior or Pearson or Clark. It's all the same thing. It is time to do something different, to choose something different, because they're streaming data down at you through the media, through all different means, all the time. And you get to send a message back once every 5 years or so. So when you do send that message back, I hope that message is to have a future, to have a free future where Canadians can be the agents of their own prosperity in a free country. And the PPC promises to push government back to make room for you to move forward. But here's the thing, for that to work, we need a citizenry who has self-confidence, especially young people right now. People are losing confidence in themselves and are being tricked into having faith and confidence in a government that is exactly the thing that we want to fight. So please find your confidence. You're Canadians. Canadians are self-reliant. Canadians are confident in the future. Think of our ancestors who came into this wild place and turned it into a civilized place. We've gone adrift, and yes, certain influences from above, from far away, and within have gotten us on the wrong path. But we can get on the right path if we have confidence in ourselves. So please, remember, without freedom of speech, we can't talk to each other. So we need to exercise our freedoms, because they're like a muscle. If you don't exercise it, it withers away. So be proud, wave your flags, be an American flag. You know, America isn't our enemy. Americans are friends. They're family. Let's not have a trade war with America. Let's not fall into that trap. Maxime Bernier is the only political leader in Canada who understands how Trump's thinking, and we're not falling for his troll. This is a test, and it's showing how out of touch our leadership is. We don't need to fight America. They're our friends. Our neighbors are telling us that our house is a mess and we need to clean it up. You know what Trump did? He took a figurative gun and put it to Trudeau's head and says, implement the PPC platform, please. And he's almost convinced Trudeau to do a whole bunch of things that PPC's been saying we got to do from day one. Remember 2019? We were saying mass immigration's a disaster. It's going to wreck the country. What were we called? We're called racists, idiots, and worse. Where are we now? We are the only party that represents the majority opinion of Canadians. 70% of Canadians think immigration's out of control. Thank you. I told you so. We were right. They were all wrong. But we only got, a few percent that time. And then with the pandemic, we've already spoken about the vaccines and the science, but what did Maxime say? Yeah, handing out CERB checks and CEWS printing money to hand out to idle people is going to create an inflation hangover when this is over, like nobody's ever seen before. I told you so. We were right. We knew where it was going. And right now we're saying what's happening with the U.S. and Canada trade. I'd love to sit down with Trump and negotiate with Max. Okay, you don't want tariffs? He says reciprocal tariffs? Great. How about we get rid of our tariffs, our 300% tariffs on cheese or poultry and eggs and stuff? He's got a point. Okay, dude, Donald, you don't want tariffs? Take them all down. Let's deal. Let's make a deal, my friend. That's what he wants to do. And it seems none of our other leaders have read his book. Max has read his book. Max knows what Trump's doing. He's not trying to hurt us. He's trying to help us. An American president is doing more to change the Canadian political garbage than our own useless leaders. So let's not be angry and let's not fall for this crap of, oh, let's all team up together to defend what? To defend our bureaucracy. Is that worth defending? No, it's not. We're here to get rid of it. I'd love to be the Doge guy for a PPC government. That's my dream job.
That's my job.
Okay, well, join the team. It's a team. I'll take the big snowball. You take the little snowball. So let's be cheerful and confident. And we're not here to defend our bureaucracy because that's the thing that got us in trouble in the first place. You can change the 338 or 343 bums that are elected. It doesn't matter because the stuff that's wrong is below them. And nobody's drilling down to fix that. The bureaucracy writes the bill. Some patsy MP puts the bill forward, gets it voted in. What's the bill say? Typically, give the bureaucracy more power, be it the RCMP doing guns or CRTC controlling your speech or some regulatory body dealing with your herbal remedies. It's the same story. You get a bill to give the bureaucrats more ability to set rules, fines. It's not the way it was intended. We want to break that cycle. So I know I've been rambling a bit, and I'd like to say again, Maxime Bernier sends his greetings to all of you. And the last thing I'd like to say is a vote for the PPC is a vote for yourself. So take charge, be confident, be cheerful. You held on this long. We're winning. Okay? So take the attitude of a winner. Our world is coming. Let's get the word out and let's not be stragglers. Let's show what Canada can do, how prosperous we can be. Less taxes, less regulation. We can make it happen. And hey, enjoy each other's company. Have an amazing afternoon. And I look forward to answering any of your questions afterwards. So that's all I have to say. Back to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Stephen Mack. Boy, that's a tough act to follow. The good news is there is no follower because you're the keynote, so you're going to go last. However, I wonder, would you be against our local PPC rep, Dipna? Just introduce yourself.
Hey, Debna, come on out.
Yeah.
Hey, happy to see you.
So I'm just jumping in, or this is the first time I've met Stephen also, though I know you all. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you very much. I'm just like you. I'm here for the same reason. I really want to appreciate Jeremy and all the Shelburne team for their continued pushback against this tyranny. And, I've been out here with you. The opportunity, I'm just an ordinary person with a full-time job and a full-time family. I'm doing what you're all doing. And I'm just not going to stand by and say nothing while they take away our rights and freedoms. And I will no longer support corrupted government or global communism. And the PPC speaks to my core values. I'd love to represent you and be your voice. I'm looking for some signatures to comply with Elections Canada regulations. So if you live in Dufferin-Caledon, I'd love to have your signature. Feel free to come and introduce yourself. We're looking to build a team and get together to make this pushback more impactful. And That's all I have to say. I just really appreciate your support. Love to be your voice. I'm excited about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimna. She's lucky like me, having a very memorable name. So when you see that ballot, remember Dimna. And if you're from, I see there's some people from Simcoe North. I'm a candidate too, by the way, up in Midland and Aurelia. So I see a couple of friends. I know you're on my side, so pass the word on. And hey, let's look forward to a fun afternoon. Thank you, Stephen, and thank you to all the doctors and politicians that have gone up and spoke. But I want to remind you, you don't have to be a doctor or a politician to speak in Shelburne. Never had to be. All you have to have is a voice. So if anybody else wants the mic, you're more than welcome to come up here. We all have a voice. That includes you, of course, Kay, because I know you look like you're itching there to speak, and that includes you, Dennis, because I'm very happy to have you in here at Canada with us. I might not want to be in 51 state, but I'm very envious to who you have as your president. We need real leadership here in Canada to make real fast change.
Right. Well, I'm going to jump out here for a little bit, everybody, just to move around and get warmed up. Thank you, everyone that came in. I might come back up later with. If there's anything else that I need to come back up, just keep yourselves tuned in. Those are there. Ash, I know you're going live. If you're still live, brother, just keep going. I'll message you and let you know I'm coming back up soon enough. Oh, I see another fellow good loyal media person. Derek, how are you, brother? Freedom. You want to say hi to my live?
Hey everyone, who you got on your live? Anybody else?
No, but well, a couple people from New Brunswick I got here.
Nice.
Some from secret locations, a few from the States.
Oh, beautiful.
So
yeah, we got good turnout.
This is one of our Trudeau Tyrant Hunters. Yeah. And I think in honor of Derek, I'm going to switch off the live for a minute, play you guys a song before I close out, so I can talk with Derek. And just in honor, I'm going to say, let's say, Justin doesn't know.
This one's for my boy JT. Well, he's not my boy, but actually I'll call him JC. Justin doesn't know that his dad is Castro, even though he looks just like him. They tell him it's Pierre, but Justin has hair, and he looks exactly like Fidel Castro. Oh, Justin doesn't know. Oh, he's a little slow. Daddy's Castro. Justin doesn't know. Don't tell Trudeau. Pretend it's a Cuban vacation, but she's with Pierre's pal consummating. Justin doesn't know. Justin doesn't know. Justin doesn't know. He's a little slow. Daddy's Castro. Justin doesn't know. Don't tell Trudeau. Canada's turning into Cuba. I don't like starving, I like food. Just a little baby communist, like his papa, get the gist. But he has some really nice hair, though. Justin doesn't know, Justin doesn't know, Justin doesn't know. Don't tell Justin, cause he's a little slow. Justin doesn't know. So don't tell Justin or he'll put on a show. Dressed like a dictator, don't you know? Justin doesn't know, Justin doesn't know. Canada, why not? Communism's fun when you're on top. Blackface, disgrace, laughing so hard cause Justin doesn't know, Justin doesn't know. She was there 9 months before his birthday. Justin doesn't know, Justin doesn't know. He's a little slow, Daddy's Castro. Justin doesn't know. Justin will know, Justin probably knows. If Justin doesn't know, I'm gonna tell Justin, gonna tell him myself. Justin has to know, Justin's gotta go. Don't tell Trudeau. I can't afford this country. He'll probably ban my melody. Justin doesn't know. Justin doesn't know basic economics. He's a little slow and his daddy's Castro. Justin has to go. Justin's gotta go. He's a little slow. Daddy's Castro. Justin doesn't know. Justin's gotta go. Justin doesn't know.
All right. Well, like I said, I was gonna play that. I'm out for a bit. I'll jump back up if anything else comes interesting. And remember, I am the chat.
And then we'll go.
All right, folks. Well, that was from Shelburne, Ontario. It's the third anniversary of the trucker protests in Ottawa there. And there is a lot of patriotism going on in this country, but nobody seems to actually want to stand up for it. People are saying that, oh, yeah, I don't want this, I don't want that, and all that other crap, but they don't want to stand up. You need to be able to have your voice heard. If you don't have your voice heard, you're not heard, period. It's simple as that. The government doesn't give a fuck. And now there's rumors that this whole time that, and I'm just going by what I have seen so far. Hey, Nude, that Justin Trudeau is actually trying to sell Canada to Donald Trump in the U.S. This was his whole goal all along. We got a rigged federal election for the Liberals where Mark Carney is going to be installed as our new prime minister. The guy was never elected to anything. He refused to join politics. And now all of a sudden he's going to become our prime minister. And now they're trying to put our next election off until next year. This has got to stop. We need to take our country back. If we don't take it back, then, we're all going to become Americans. I got nothing against America at all. Actually, I praise them for what they're doing, especially what Donald Trump is doing right now. This has gotten way out of hand when it comes to Canada becoming the 51st state. Now, the only thing that Trump said and asked for was to secure the border, to reduce the immigration and get rid of the people that are illegally here, and to spend the 2% towards NATO, which is actually part of ours security. Now, when you invest 2% into your military, that's part of the NATO commitment, is that you spend a minimum of 2% for your military so that you can go to different NATO countries to help out. And you have to have that. Now, apparently, we owe about 2.5 billion or 250 million or $250 billion to the states because of this. And it's time, I understand that. I go by the land that I was born on and where my ancestors were born on. My ancestors go back before Canada was formed. We go back to late 1700s as far as I can go back to. We actually have an island named after us in Ship Harbor, Nova Scotia. So yeah, um, I live within these contained walls. Now, just remember, I never asked to be put on this earth. I had two horny young fucking parents that decided to have sex and to have kids. I didn't ask to be here. So yeah, this is the country I was born in and ancestors and that. So yes, this is my country. I'm sorry if that hurts anybody's feelings, but that's just the way it is. When you have horny parents and bringing kids into the world, they're the ones that are doing it. Yes, I know it's symbolism for a corporation. You ever try and leave this country? Like seriously, I can't even get a fucking passport. The last time that I was in the States, I spent 13 days in an INS detention center just to get fucking deported back to a country I didn't even know I left, and then put on a 10-year uh, ban saying that if I enter the States in the next 10 years, that I could get 25 years in jail, and I was also put on a 10-year no-fly list. So yeah, country, corporation, whatever you want to call it, I'm stuck in it. And there's no way out. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Try and get out of Canada. Try and go to another country. Try and tell them that you're being oppressed by this government and try and go to another place so that you can live. You can. Um, sorry, dude. I can't see how you can avoid border patrol if you're going out of this country or out of this corporation or whatever you want to call it. The facts are the facts. If you get caught, you're going to jail. Now, maybe when the Biden government regime was in, you could go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Good luck with that now, and especially in the coming weeks, where they're beefing up the security even more on the Canadian border. Now, I know a border's only a fence for a corporation or whatever, but we're stuck in it. Try leaving and not coming back. Fuck, you guys all seen how hard it was just for me to travel the country. I wasn't allowed to leave. And then when I was allowed to leave, I got fucked over. You know, I tried to get a hold of Nude while I was out there. Couldn't get a hold of him. You know, I spent 5 months on the streets out there looking for help. Nobody would help me. But now when everybody's like 4 or 5 thousand miles away, everybody's, oh yeah, we can help, we can help, we can do this, we can do that, and all this other shit. I finally get out there. I had the camper and everything. It was all paid for. By the time I got out there, it was gone. Simple as that. Like nothing I could do about it. I got dirty family. And I'm stuck inside of these fences. I feel like I'm stuck in a prison. We have no rights whatsoever. You mentioned the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to a cop, and all they can say is, well, that's just a guideline. No, it's not. It's part of our Constitution. It's a fucking law. But, you know, try and ask government for help or for anything. If it doesn't, how is it? If it doesn't um, benefit them, they don't give two fucks about anybody else. And this is the problem. You know, I love what Donald Trump is doing. Yeah, hey, I 100% nude, 100%. You know, um, I know it's a fake nation. Nothing we can do unless we fight. But everybody wants to be a keyboard warrior. Nobody really wants to go out and fight. I don't know how many times I've been arrested for fighting for my rights. You know, I've been doing this for a long fucking time. Since 1985, I've been doing this. I know what it takes. I've been doing everything legally possible and some of it even illegally possible. But I still try because I love the land that I was born on. Now, we do have the problem with, as far as I'm concerned, I hope that Canada becomes a 51st state because then that means that there's no borders. That would mean that would reduce what, about 7 to 10,000 jobs on the Canadian side and about the same on the American side. So there's, you know, 15 to 20,000 jobs gone right there. But at least we'd be able to travel back and forth. We'd be able to go to the States and that we wouldn't have to worry about all this fence or, you know, the longest unprotected border in the world. It's not unprotected at all, you know. It's protected, just that it's protected for certain reasons. You know, when you got a government like the Biden government that was in there for the last 4 years and uh, trucking all these illegal immigrants all over the country and then, you know, sending them to New York, and then Mayor Eric Adams is putting them on a bus and sending them to Roxham Road so that they can fucking invade over to here. And, you know, when the RCMP see them, what do? Well, they go over and they literally pick up their luggage and everything and help them into Canada instead of saying, get the fuck out. You know, we have a huge problem in this country. And that's, you know, I don't want to be governed. I'm tired of it. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the government is nothing but a big fucking Ponzi scheme. You know, with the amount of money that the government has wasted in the just in the last 2 years, the money that they've unveiled would have eliminated homelessness, completely eliminated it. It would have been able to build homes for every homeless person in Canada, every one of them. I have the proof. I have all the what it would take to build and all this other stuff, how to do it. But nobody wants to listen. It's common sense. You know, we have laws in this country, unfortunately, but we do have laws in this country, especially when it comes to drugs. Now, you go back 10 years ago, if you got caught with weed, you went to jail. You had to go to court. You went to jail, everything. There was no cops coming up and saying, oh, well, it's just a little bit. Do you need some rolling papers? Maybe you need a pipe or a bong. You don't see that. Hard drugs are not legal in Canada. They're only decriminalized in BC. But yet the whole rest of Canada has done the same thing as what BC has done. So basically, all of Canada now, you can walk around with up to 2.5 grams of fentanyl, and the only thing a cop's going to do is send you to the closest safe injection site. You know, biggest mistake that Canada has ever made was doing that. uh, uh, yeah, and it's, uh, nude. You're a great guy and everything, and I understand where you're coming from. But until you change that, until you change the fact that we have no government, we have a government. There's nothing you can do about it. And all these people that want to just sit there and talk on a computer and stuff like that and not actually go out and do anything, that's the problem. Right there. That's the problem. Why do you think this flag is upside down? You think I'd ever fly this upside right as long as this tyranny is going on? You know, we got cops that are out there busting people for fucking recording in public, but yet they won't do anything about the drugs on the streets. You know, the rest of Canada, these drugs are illegal, but it doesn't matter. Not according to the government. Not one cop will arrest somebody for having a gram and a half of fentanyl, for instance, or a couple of grams of cocaine, or a couple of grams of crack, or heroin, or speed, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on. You know, this is illegal from the BC Alberta border all the way east and all the way north. It's illegal to do this, but nobody will do anything about it. The cops won't arrest, prosecutors won't prosecute, and jails won't do anything to hold them. So how are we supposed to do anything? Even though it's illegal, but if you go out and you smack a cop, you're going to fucking jail if you don't die. You tell a cop to fuck off these days and they will get you for uh, them being butthurt and say that you threaten them. They'll make up excuses and everything just to throw your ass in jail to get you off the street out of their face because they don't like you. They don't like your free speech. They don't like your Charter of Rights and Freedom Section 2B. They're there for a fucking reason. And until people get this into their fucking head, our country is fucked. Okay, so what people put in their body is their prerogative, but we should not be supporting it. We should not be paying for it. Do you know that the BC government spends almost $400 million a year just on safe injection sites and that? Do you know that the rest of Canada is spending over $700 million a year just to hand out needles and cookers and ties? Where would that money be best suited? $700 million. I can guarantee you I could build enough buildings here in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia to wipe out fucking homelessness. And the fact that they're leaving it all over in parks, on the streets. I can't even walk out my fucking door without fucking seeing cookers and needles and shit like that all over the place. Broken crack pipes and meth pipes all over the place. And there's a fucking daycare just down the street from where I live. What if one of those kids fell on a needle or a fucking crack pipe or something and they died because of it? This is a problem with people just turning blinders on like this and saying, well, it doesn't affect me, so who cares? And that's why we're losing so many of our rights. That's why Justin Trudeau was able to do what he did in the Freedom Convoy and invoking the Emergencies Act and sending in those Toronto cops to stomp all over everybody. If I was there, I would have fucking stabbed a horse. I wouldn't have give a fuck. You come close to me with a fucking horse, try to assault me, I would have fucking stabbed him. Period. Point blank, end of story. Yeah, well, if you drink gasoline, that's on you. That's for sure. But are you leaving it out in a fucking park where kids play? Remember, I spent 5 months out there on the streets in BC, and I seen exactly what it was like. I had to sleep in a fucking park. I know what it's like out there, where people have to go around to different dog parks and that, and before their dogs can go in there, somebody else has got to go in and make sure that there's no broken crack pipes or needles or that in it. When kids go to play in the sandbox, they got to fucking come out with rakes and dig through it and make sure that there's no needles and that in it. And it does happen all the time. The worst thing that ever happened was giving the government control of a needle exchange program. Because now it's not a needle exchange program. It's just free fucking paraphernalia for drug users. And when you can get subsidized or even free drugs from the government, why should anybody do anything, right? Like, people can come up with all the excuses in the world. But when you have over 40, there's been more people killed in the last 2 years from fentanyl, just fentanyl, than all of World War II. That's pretty fucking bad. When we have, in just 2 years, over 50,000 people dead because of drug overdoses in this country on the streets, place after place after place. I can bring up a photo right now and show you a wall where people, right here in the small city of Moncton, New Brunswick, where there's a list of over 100 people that have died just in the last 5 years from drug overdoses and that, leaving behind kids, family, leaving their shit laying out where other people can get it. There was a kid that died a few years ago here because their kid got a hold of their parents' methadone. Like, so people can say all they want. And you know what? That's the problem. How many of these junkies are cleaning up their shit? None of them. How many of these junkies are going and breaking in and stealing shit from stores? Quite a few of them. There's a law in BC where if a person steals something, if they can make it past the threshold and stand out on a sidewalk, security can't even touch them. And yet, these people have to take the loss for it. Why do you think prices are going through the roof? Because they have to pay for insurance, and every time they get fucking shit stolen and that, especially when it comes to $1,000 or more, which happens every fucking hour in BC, every hour. And it happens right across Canada on a minute-to-minute basis. There's somebody being robbed right now. Some store is being robbed for over $1,000 worth of merchandise right now. That jacks up their insurance. That means that in order to cover for that, they got to put in more security, which is more money, which means that their prices have to go up. Which means we, the people, have to pay for other people's fucking mistakes. And how is that right? Don't think. You know, I've seen what drugs do to people. I've had people literally die. My first girlfriend died because of fentanyl. in Hamilton, Ontario. I have other friends in Nova Scotia that died of fentanyl. I have friends in BC that I sat down with side by side and they end up dying. On Christmas Day when I was out there, I literally seen a guy fucking OD and die right in front of me. Like, and allowing shelters for them to do it inside the shelters, that brings more harm on people. When you get a deranged fucking person that's out there on fucking meth and fentanyl and shit like that, and they're all fucking wigging out and everything, you don't know what they're going to do. You don't know if they're going to pick something up and just fucking beat you because you're walking down the street and you might have looked towards them. I've had it happen to me. So, yeah, get these people off the street. We have a huge mental health crisis in this country. I've been saying this for decades, but nobody wanted to listen. Ever since the conservative government decided that as long as these nut jobs are not a danger to themselves or to the public when taking their medication, they kicked everybody out. They literally closed down 1001 Queen Street, the largest mental health facility in Canada. They closed it down, kicked everybody out. I was working at Canada's largest men's shelter at the time. We always had beds. And after that had happened, you could not get a bed. Nobody could get a bed. We had to turn people away because we were taking people from mental health institutions and putting them in. And now we have these shelters that not only are they housing the mental health patients, but all these people that are coming here under false refugee claims and that, and coming here and then filling up the shelters, and they're using shelters as immigration centers. So, you know, get rid of, start enforcing the law that's actually on the books right now, has been for decades and decades and decades, until they change the law saying that hard drugs are legal. Hard drugs are illegal, period. And they're a danger to the public and to the people that are using them. So, you know, if you were to start enforcing the law, open up a center so that these people get the help that they need instead of the help that they think they want. There's a big fucking difference. If you had the chance to do something illegal and the government was going to help you do it, wouldn't you do it? Fucking states did it for 4 years. Look at Joe Biden. We've been doing it for what, now almost 10 years under Justin Trudeau. This is not helping. So you start building these places. You these cities, the city I'm in, we have the highest tax bracket per capita in all of fucking Canada. And then they go around, and if you rent out your house and to anybody, your property taxes automatically double. And then your water bill automatically doubles for the same amount of water. Your bill automatically doubles. Your insurance doubles. People can't afford that. So what they do, they can't afford to fucking fix the buildings. So the city come in and close them down, said that, oh, you owe property taxes for blah, 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 and you owe this and you owe that. And they take the properties, they tear it down, they put up these new buildings, which is literally being built right across the street from where I am. They just brought in the trucks and tractors are digging the fucking hole now for all these new luxury condos, but they won't build anything for the people that they kicked out on the street that can't afford it. So, yeah, there is a huge problem. Start building for the people that actually need it. You know, we shouldn't have to have all these shelters for people in this city when, you know, there was housing here. When I first came here in 2005, you had the House of Nazareth, held about 20, 30 people, never full. And then you had Harvest House, which was, in case you got kicked out of the house in Nazareth, you had a mat to sleep on the floor. That's what it was like back then. I know I helped start Harvest House Shelter. I helped them with the rules and everything on how to start it. Taught them the Privacy Act and everything. Not that they go by it now because they've been sold and that, but still. Well, you tell me what we, the people, should do then. What should we do? Tell me. Allow these people to just keep breaking into people's homes? Because we're not allowed to defend ourselves in Canada. If you do, you go to jail and the other person gets off. Proven fact. Fuck, I was attacked right here in my own fucking house and the cops wouldn't do anything about it. And it was all on video. Cops wouldn't do anything about it. So, yeah. So, what should we, the people, do in order to stop all this crime that's happening around us every day? I'm open to suggestions. I know the best way to do it. Start enforcing the law. Start putting people in fucking forced rehab. And if you get caught with drugs, instead of going to jail, you go to rehab. And you stay there for about anywhere from 3 to 9 months. And then when you get out, there should be housing, supportive housing for a lot of people. And as for all these people that are out on the streets with mental deficiencies that should be in a place, I say open up more supportive housing for them. Start instead, like, we just made a huge fucking place for senior citizens. You could build almost the exact same thing. Make the places a bit smaller so that you can add a bit more to them. You make them into like a rooming house. And then you have a community kitchen and that. They all go down there. And then, once they get their medication, that they can go out for the day. What the hell? And then come back at nighttime. But at least they're off the streets and now they don't have to go out and break into people's cars and break into people's houses or go rob from stores and that in order to pay for their addiction. Because they're already getting the help that they need. Because these people that come out of these mental institutions that are out on the street, okay, Newt, not a problem. As you know, I can get a little animated, and I'm not trying to take it out on anybody, but like, I'm so fucking frustrated. Why do you think, I'm called the ashamed Canadian for a reason. I love my country, but I'm ashamed of our government. I love this country. My whole family, going back generations, have fought for this country. So I might be a little bit different than some people. I may have a conscience. I may have the ability to love supporting this country. But I'm to the point right now where I I just I just might I really hope that the US takes us over. I really do. Because I'd love to be able to go to Florida. I'm not allowed to even have a passport. so that I can leave this country. You need a passport in order to get into the States. You need a passport to go to England, anywheres. To leave this country, you need to have a passport, and the government will not allow me to have a passport because of my criminal record. We become the 51st state. I can walk across the border and I can go to Florida. I'll be able to go to the Daytona 500 again. The last time I went was the year that Dale Earnhardt died. I haven't been to a NASCAR race since. I got caught walking down the beach in White Rock, BC. Didn't know that I even left the country, just walking down the beach. And the next thing you know, I spent 13 days in an INS detention center just to get deported back to Canada. Like, I have more respect for Donald Trump than any politician in this country right now. You know, if all you have to do is fight the fentanyl crisis, tighten up the border, and start spending money on, 1 second, Newt, and start spending money on NATO, on our military, a little bit more. You know, we make $2.17 trillion a year in GDP, and we can't spend $42.5 billion on our fucking national security. Like, what the hell? Hey, Nude, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you hanging, man?
Well, you know, frustrated as fuck, but
I can sense that. I hear that. There's so much.
I see where you're coming from, where you know, a lot of people don't believe that, you know, this is country, that it's corporation. I 100% agree with you that we are a corporation.
There's a lot to that, though. There's a lot more to it. Like, before we can get to actual true solutions, right, which is what I'm all about. That's what I'm here to not only advocate for, talk about, but also share with, and inspire, and show people how we can actually be the true remedy. We have to stop with the dishonesty and identify what the root problem is. Otherwise, we're going to continue. There's a reason why, if you just look at it objectively, okay?
Yeah.
There's a reason why nothing is changing. In fact, it's only perpetually getting worse. There's a reason why. And it's not because we need a change in administrative staff. That's a gaslight that a lot of people, you know, like to continue to believe. It's a dopamine product. You can't have remedy in an authoritarian system when the root of the cancer is the system.
Hey, I'm not disagreeing with you at all, brother. It's just that until we're able to get there, or until we get enough people with enough fucking balls to stand up so that we can get there, we are all stuck within these fences.
Well, hold on. Okay,
that's
so
what I'm saying.
That's leading towards getting to the solutions. Okay, and we'll get there too.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm gonna as well have, you know, my passionate animated sound in my voice too. And forgive me, it's not directed towards you or anybody individually, personally. It's just me expressing to try and reach through past as much as possible without intending to sound condescending either, anything of the sort. But bluntly and boldly, with audacity, the brainwashing.
Absolutely.
Because that's the root of the problem. You got a situation here where you've got literally millions and billions of people who are brainwashed to the core and making excuses for it and blaming scapegoat government instead of recognizing that we, Like you just said it a minute ago, until we have enough people, okay, and we'll get to that again in a second. Really, what is it that enough people need to do? Well, first of all, start being honest and stop at least get to the point where you stop identifying with these fictions and start changing your language to an honest form, and stop identifying with these things that you've been brainwashed to believe in. These things like I'm a Canadian, I'm an American, all these things. If we don't do that, we're just going to keep advocating for the same fabricated divide and conquer bullshit on each other. And it's not even like the difference between a fox and an Alice. You know, we all have red blood. We all piss the same color. Gravity holds us onto this ground. We're beyond entitled to be on it anywhere. It doesn't matter what fucking continent. It doesn't, right? And so why is it we're having a struggle with that? Well, because people are practicing, not the government. They're, if anything, just the administrators of the narrative, taking advantage of we the people who are practicing the exploitation and abuse on each other. We are the oppressors. Okay, so we have to get right with calling each other out on that, and then finding people who are willing to stop making the excuses and willing to go the distance, whatever it takes, to resist the suppression on each other. That's the remedy. And stop making excuses for anybody else who doesn't want to do that. And stop thinking that a government is supposed to be responsible for us and do that as well. They're not. Their job and position as a corporation, if we understand what a corporation is, if we're being honest, which is important, right? We want to be honest. Yeah. Their job and position is to exploit the shit out of anybody who believes otherwise and thinks that they should be a servant to them.
Well, and that's a problem, that these so-called government officials think that we are below them and that we have to go by what they say. And if we don't, and hold on, if we don't, they will send armed men with guns to your door, put you in torture cuffs, and put you in a fucking cage until they think that you're ready to come out. Even though you're doing the right thing. Look at what happened to all these auditors in Canada.
Right.
Like auditing Canada got beat up by fucking security guards on fucking Dundas and Yonge Street. He got pulled off the street and pulled into a building where he was allowed to be to begin with, and they fucking tortured him.
Let's identify the next piece of the equation there. The armed men. Who is that?
The government.
No, it's we the people. Let's be honest. Who do they get that? Who do they recruit from? What pool of people?
I understand that, but as soon as you go and you start going against
it's a LARP
values,
it's a LARP, Ash. That's why they put on a costume called a uniform, to give the personification that there's something other than just a human being, one of us, practicing this abusive thing, being the oppressor. That's why I'm saying we have to start getting real with who's doing the oppression. It's we the people oppressing we the people. And if we don't get real with that, we're not going to get to solutions.
And you know, how do you get those solutions? So
that's the first step. The second step, once we've identified that, is to stop participating and advocating it and empowering it with our participation. And there's many different forms and things that we do when it comes to that. Monetarily, self-govern. It's all back to the honesty thing again. Fending for ourselves, working with the land and with nature in cooperation, which is all the things that we don't do and practice in the corporate world that keeps us in dependency mode, sucking off the tit of the enslavement corporate way and keeping us in an atrophied, unhealthy state. It comes down to us taking responsibility for ourselves. And yes, it's messy. Yes, it's resisting tyranny. Yes, it's resisting war. And there are people who are not going to be happy about that because they have skin in the game. They have a lot of skin in the game, right? And presenting that idea means that, oh shit, I can't just like have my little fucking past paycheck that I get off the abusive system and the enslavement of other people who are naive and gullible. There's millions and millions of people like that. They're not going to be happy about that. Too fucking bad.
Listen, I get what you're saying. The only thing is that those type of people, believe it or not, are the true fringe minority of Canadians.
No, they're actually the majority of the masses abusing each other all over the world. I've traveled far and wide, and I see this everywhere. It's not a minority. It's a majority of people oppressing each other. It's actually the masses, the majority of the masses, who are practicing statism and making the excuses for it because they have this little cookie crumb that they get. They think that their little comforts is what's affording them the illusion of freedom, and they don't want to give that up because it means you have to do the work to be responsible for yourselves. And it also means, yes, there's going to be people who might want to be abusive towards you. And it means, yes, it means you have to learn self-defense. And you can't just call mommy and pop fucking cop, right? That's going to come and you think that they're going to fucking defend you. Yeah, right. What kind of a gaslight is that? A bear is coming to attack you. I'm going to call 911?
Yeah.
Not very fucking logical, right?
And I just learned that the hard way yet again. You know, I was literally assaulted in my kitchen. We have a security camera there that the landlord has. She's the only one that has access to it. It was on camera. The cops seen him do it. And they told me if I want to fucking file charges that I have to go down to the police station and file it. But at the same time, I'm not allowed to record it.
Mm-hmm. And so the justice system was set up to bait you into thinking that this is a path of remedy. It's not. The further you pursue the path of justice, the further away from remedy anybody actually gets.
Hey, I'm looking. You know, now I'm gonna go back about 10 years here in Moncton.
Mm-hmm.
I was renting an apartment. Okay, had a lease, everything in the lease, and I'll bring. Actually, hold on here a second. 1 second. So, when you sign a lease and lease agreement here in New Brunswick,
mm-hmm.
a landlord, no matter what, cannot enter your apartment without at least a 24-hour notice. And if you are on a year-to-year lease, they have to give you 60 days notice to move out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I got into a bit of a fight on my front porch and then left. Came back 5 hours later. There was a note taped on the inside of my glass door saying that I was evicted. Totally illegal. And then the locks were also changed. And then the next morning when I went to my doctor's office right next door to the place because I just had another heart attack. So I go to the doctor's office and ask them for help, and there was students there from the school and that. They went next door with the letter, with me on the phone, with them live and everything talking, and they said, I'm not talking to him. Get the fuck out. He's not getting nothing. That night he took everything after the place closed. He took all the stuff that he didn't want and put out on the street. Now I was robbed for way over $20,000 worth of stuff. I had over 15,000 baseball and hockey cards alone. I had one card was worth over $1,000. One card, and I still have 14,999 others of them. That's not counting all my videos, all my clothes, all my collectibles, all my jewelry, my ID, my fucking furniture, my medication, everything. They refused to give it to me. We called the police, and the police even refused to show up. Now, if they would have showed up, I would have went to jail because there was a warrant out for my arrest for the assault that happened on the front porch the night before. But they still, and to this day, even though the rentalsman here in New Brunswick says that it's a criminal offense, says that I have to contact the police. The police say that no, I have to take him to small claims court. Small claims court says that they can only do up to $12,500. And because it's well over 20,000, closer to 30 that he had stolen from me, that I have to go to the police and have to file charges. To this day, they still will not do that. Now, under Section 347 of the Criminal Code of Canada, break, enter, and theft over 5,000 is an indictable offense, and there's no statute of limitations on it. They still will not do nothing.
As I just said a minute ago, the system is not a path to remedy. It's signed up to gaslight and make people think that. That's what it wants. It's to milk, just like the rest of the state is bullshit, is to milk the naivety and the gullibility of people who want to continue the path of not being honest. And this is the key. It only works on the dishonest.
Right. And that's the problem. Like, how can honest people do anything? And I don't mean to, I'm not trying to, piss anybody off or anything, but like, in this country, we have a certain set of rules that
Rules, key word. Rules, right? And that's the opposite of consent, isn't it?
Hold on. Rules and laws.
Same thing.
That were drafted in our Constitution when we became a country in 1867 on Confederation in Summerside, PEI, or Charlottetown, PEI. That's where the Constitution was signed. Now,
which is an authoritarian document, right?
Which was under the British rule at the time.
Yeah, it's an authoritarian document.
Right. But if we didn't have certain sets of rules and laws, our country would be in chaos.
No.
Look,
that's a gaslight. Yes, your country is in chaos because you comply with the fake laws. That's the problem. It's the opposite. It's dyslexopia. It's advocating for delegating governing outwards instead of taking responsibility for self-governing. See the problem?
I do. The problem is that when you self-govern, you go to jail.
That's if you haven't self-governed in so long that those who want to exploit those who aren't interested in walking that path get free reign to do so, and then breed and breed and breed and breed. And that's why you've got this mass-topia of millions of people who are so fucking atrophied, they don't even know how to defend themselves from a fucking pencil. That's never going to change. If, again, we got to start with the honesty, and then we got to make steps towards actually doing what we needed to do. That really, to solve disease, you have to start doing what you needed to do to prevent yourself from getting that disease. That's how it works.
And not getting jabbed is one of them.
Yeah, prevention is an ounce of cure, of course, right? So it comes down to those things again. Self-governing. What does that mean? Understanding what that really means. What is self-government? Well, that means you take responsibility for it all. Cooperating, how you coexist, being honest, being fluid with things, not participating in things that are abuse, which means you got to have critical thinking mind to be objective and actually do due diligence. There's three main areas of intelligence that the masses fail completely on. Number one, honesty. Number two, failing to learn from mistakes, repeating them over and over again. Number three, due diligence. If you fail at any one of those, you're going to struggle in life completely.
Absolutely.
But the masses fail at all three miserably, and that's the root of the problem. And until you get that right, it comes down to remedy and being the change. It comes down to fixing the self, not a fucking administrative staff or a systematic change. The people are the system.
Okay, so where do these people live?
Which people?
These free patriotic people that don't want to engage with government and that. Where would they live? Because
Anywhere.
You can't, because no
Sure you
matter
can.
where,
I do.
hold it, wherever you live, you're paying property taxes. Doesn't matter if you're renting or owning. You're still paying property taxes, which that property taxes go to the government, which then says
That's an
that,
assumption.
No,
That's based on what you know.
Hold it.
Don't assume that, because
No,
I don't pay any property taxes, and even on the legal forms, I have plenty of properties, not just in this fake nation, but several others as well. There's other different recourses and remedy, and then you can get to the point where, if you really go the distance, the tyranny isn't interested in bothering you anymore because it's too taxing on their own resources. They'd rather stick with the honeypots of the naive, and there's plenty of them. It's called a city, right? Which is a synonym for concentration camp, where they could just go all day long and tax and tax and tax and road pirate and blah, 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 blah. It's more interesting for them.
Yeah.
The true remedy is not making excuses and having the balls. Now, we talked about this, and you were starting to get a little bit on the path, and yes, some things derailed, and there was further more to it as well. Lots, right? But I can only take people in steps. And until you identify again the root of the issue, you can't get to those steps. And you don't fabricate things in your mind like you just did a minute ago. You fabricated just because of based on what you knew that everybody has to pay property tax. That's not correct. Not even close to it. You think Donald Trump pays an ounce of fucking income tax or property tax?
Again, different country.
No, not different country. Same fucking bullshit. It's strategy. It's how you do you think I'll use that against you then. I'll use that against you. Do you think Pierre Trudeau pays an ounce of income tax or property tax?
Of course not.
Okay.
Because he thinks he's better than everybody.
No, it's because they have their own outlets in the legal loophole. This is back to the due diligence part. Okay. Even in the corporate system, people fail to do their if you're going to operate in a system, at least do your due diligence to understand and know the entire scope of the system inside out. If you don't do that, you don't know what the fuck you're participating in.
Well, and like I was trying to say, that no matter what, if you are paying rent for any place, 20% of that, at least here in the Maritimes, 20% of your rent goes towards public service. It's automatic. Now, I ran 162 houses and 2 apartment buildings down here in 2008 till 2010. And if I didn't pay the property taxes, which are double here, more than any place else in Canada, because it's a rental property, even though it's the highest tax bracket in all of Canada per capita, we have the highest property taxes here in Moncton, New Brunswick. Proven fact. Now, 20%, it doesn't matter if you rent or own, 20% of your rent goes towards helping pay for police, roads, sewers, and that
Depends how you
then
structure yourself.
what?
It depends how you structure yourself.
That's the way it's structured here. And if you do not do
No,
it, hold it,
again.
hold it. Again, if you do not do it, the city will come in and take your house from you.
Yeah, it depends on the structure.
This happened to Lyle's gas station in downtown Moncton here. Lyle had his gas station right on the corner of Weldon and High Street, or Weldon and St. George Street. He had a gas station there. Beside it, he had a house that he turned into a rooming house, and behind him on Weldon Street, he had another house that was a business down below and apartments up top and behind. Now, he refused to pay his property taxes because the city was gouging him so much.
Did he breach a contract by doing that?
That's the problem. There's no real contract unless you buy a property, then you're signed into a contract.
No. Contract entails a few different things, right? There has to be consent. That's number one. Number two,
you sign that away.
Yeah, so it needs to be clearly stated somewhere, right? So that's why I'm asking: was there a contract that he signed to where he was breaching his obligation to the contract that he agreed to?
No.
Okay, if that's the case, then you have an act of war and enslavement. Are you sure that there was no contract?
I'm absolutely 100% sure. I knew the guy before he died. And after he lost the building and everything, it was just because he decided that he was going to rent out his house beside him and the house behind him, that they decided that they were going to come in. He said that he wasn't going to pay any taxes until the city did such and such, which was part of the city's contract by having updated water and sewer and updated roads. This was all in their contract, but because they refused to do it, they came in because he refused to pay his taxes until they started doing something. They put a lien on the property, and within 3 months, that gas station was closed down, and a month later, both houses and the gas station were tore down, and now there's a fucking a high-rise building. Well, not really a high-rise, but I think it's about 8-10 stories high. There's a building there now.
So it sounds like
they went and did this to a whole shitload of landlords. It happened to me, like literally. If I can, hold on here. Now, I got plastic on my windows, so don't mind the fuzziness of that. But I don't know if you can see that right across the street there, but that's a construction site. That used to be my house. One of those properties over there was my own personal house. They tore that down so that they could build what they're building now. And all they're doing is putting up all these luxury buildings and not doing anything for the people. And this is a problem. We have, like I was saying in the beginning there, we might have had 35 homeless people here back in 2005 when I first got here. We're way over. We're almost close to 1,000 now. We have one shelter that holds 97 people. We have another shelter that holds about 110. And then we have an emergency shelter called the Hub that holds about 110. And then there's another one over on Mark Avenue now, and that's not counting the women's shelters that had to open up in this city alone. And we still have people literally camping right across the street in that construction site. People have been camped there all fucking winter. They just got run out of there the other day when they started doing that construction site. Right. So what they do, they move 2 doors down to another empty lot. They're just down the street. We have way too many of them now because of the way that this government is
Well, isn't
running the city.
one way too many?
No, it's probably 1 million too many.
No, I'm saying isn't one person who's homeless one too many?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now let me hear the rest of what you're going to say, because I was going to ask you. We kind of digressed from the tax thing, and we'll get back to that again.
Yeah.
The homelessness thing. What's the root of that issue?
Drugs.
Negative.
Drugs and mental health issues, and
Negative.
I can prove it.
Not even close.
Really?
Yes. Irresponsibility. The same three things that I mentioned are the root of it. Irresponsibility, dishonest, and failure to do due diligence in participating in systems that are designed to cause this.
Okay, so we have people that were living in rooming houses and that the city decided to tear down all the rooming houses but 2. I'm in one of them, which is a dump. The place is full of mold. It's full of mice, everything. But that's besides the point. I put up a video on my channel about would you live here?
Right.
That's the name of the video. Would you live here? And I just show some of the stuff of this place. There's only one other one in this whole city. Sorry, 2 more, but one is for exchange students. I know I used to run it over on Archibald Street. But so you have 3 rooming houses. At one point, there was over 30 here, which were able to take the people that are on disability that don't get much on disability here because they can't afford the rents that it costs to live here. The apartments that are being built just down the street from me, a half a block, that and you guys out west may say, well, that's cheap, but when the average,
well, it's relative. It's relative.
Hold it, but the average salary here in New Brunswick is $40,000 a year.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's relative, right?
So you have a 1-bedroom, 564 square feet. You pay $1,600 a month plus $200 maintenance fees plus your hydro and your internet and stuff like that, whatever you got. But you're paying over $1,600 a month just to put a roof over your head. Now you times that by 12 and you're up, $1,600 a month, for a 1-bedroom that small. I'm on a disability pension. I get $1,118 a month. How am I supposed to pay $1,600 for an apartment? And that's a cheap one. So when this mayor decided that she was going to close down all the rooming houses, she didn't realize the consequences that it would do to the people that are out there. So all those people are out on the street. Now they got to hire more people to go out and clean up. They had to start a whole new business called Enviro to go out and clean up just behind the homeless. You got 6 people there. They had to hire more bylaw enforcement officers to walk around like they're fucking king shit and do nothing and fucking threaten people because they're homeless. And they're spending more money there when all they had to do is to be able to put up, I don't know, a city-run rooming house.
Right. And all of this, is this very profitable for the city business? Of course it is.
Yes.
Of course it is. And that's exactly why it's going to continue. It's meant to be profitable because corporations, their number one focus and priority is what?
But they do, yeah, but
what is it? Let's be honest.
If they were to build these
wait, Ash, wait. Before you get there, let's get to the root of what the objective of a corporation is. What is their number one objective?
To make money.
Okay, so
obviously.
Is it to take care of you?
That's what cities are supposed to do.
No, sir. That's your gaslight in your mind telling you that. We just identified what the objective of a corporation is. It's to exploit the shit out of you for thinking so. And you give them that power every time you think so.
So all these people that are on disability and low income, and what are they supposed to do to help remedy their situation?
Do their due diligence.
And which is?
Start by understanding the monetary system and how it's designed, and start learning how to be self-reliant.
Okay, so we have a city with no jobs. We have a city with no housing.
Jobs are for slaves. That's more of the corporate
So,
bullshit.
so how are people supposed to pay their rent?
Learn the monetary system, understand how it works, understand how it's a Ponzi scheme, understand that it's meant to be exploited, exploit it, and get off the dependency of it as soon as fucking possible so that you're not still participating in it and making it worse for yourself and other people.
So break that down for the average person. How are they supposed to do to stop the exploitation? How are these people that are in dire need, that need housing to get off the streets, how are they supposed to
follow the path of the people who have exploited it? You got to learn that and do your diligence. Let's start with the first step. Number one, learn and understand the ins and outs of the monetary system and how that works. It'll take you a day, 2 days at most. Understand how it's a Ponzi scheme. Understand why it's a Ponzi scheme. Understand how quote unquote money, which is a misnomer, is created and used. Understand where it comes from. Understand how it's nothing from something from nothing, and how that happens, and how you can get access to that. How I soaked millions and millions of it and can when I snap my fingers, and anybody else who wants to. It's called lending. So that's the only way that it gets put into existence.
Okay, so
how do you think all these landlords got to where they're at, right? They borrow the fucking money to get into the position, and then they prey on who? The ones that are at the lower, the bottom of the totem pole, who don't understand the game, right? And who get caught up in, huh?
I didn't borrow any money to start my property management company, and I managed, like I said, 162 houses and 2 apartment buildings. I didn't.
Well, how did you bought them all straight out with cash?
The people I worked for did, yes.
Well, where did they get the cash from?
One guy was the head sales rep for Moosehead Brewers. He had
there was no mortgage on them?
Nope, no mortgage whatsoever. All the only things
possibly
the only thing, hold it, the only things we had to pay was property taxes, which are doubled, and water and sewer bills, which are doubled.
Okay, well, possibly different day and age, possibly not, possibly people already had some capital to work with, so it was there. But originally, the money got lended into existence. That's the only way that it can get lended into existence, brought into existence.
And right? Like my house, I had a house down on King Street, and I had the house across the street here from where I'm at now on Waterloo. My house on King Street was 100% paid for.
And again, we're also talking about, solutions for people who are literally stuck, right? I like to talk about solutions for people who are anywhere. Like, I don't care if a person has umpteen trillion fucking fake fiat notes, if you want to call them that, or digital notes. To me, that's just a measurement of insecurity anyway. If you're still dependent on that and you don't know how to function without that, you're still a fucking slave and a peasant. It doesn't matter. Okay, so we're talking about using these as a segue anyways to get out of that, which always at the end of the day, comes into total self-reliance and self-governance. But yes, it's a conundrum. It's a pickle. How do you get there when you're caught in dependency mode and have to learn the ins and outs while you're dependent? And the only solution for that is to exploit the exploit system. The only solution is to do that. That's the only thing you can do when you participation in a system of exploitation. Participation in itself is the exploitation. There's no way around that, Ash. There's no way around that.
And technically, there's no way of getting around not going by the rules that these
That's not correct.
exploiters.
That's not correct.
Well,
there's plenty, but that's
I can pull up probably 1,500 different channels that'll say otherwise.
Well, they might not know the things that I know. It doesn't mean that there isn't ways. Okay, I state things based on things that I practice, not theory. I don't just make things up and guess. Okay, it's from experience. And I get into ins and outs with individuals who want to take the steps and go far. And that becomes a bit of a subjective thing and fluid thing because people's situations are different, where they're at, where they want to get, and how far they want to go. That's why, also I don't want to blow people's heads too fast, right? So trying to just keep it simple and go a little bit fundamental here. That's a fundamental focus and topic. Yeah, and these are valid questions, really, really important. And very appreciative because it's the kind of conversations that need to be had for people to actually take the reins and make the moves, right? But that's really it. That's what I'm saying is kind of a summary blanket sort of to answer your question simply as to how to do that. You have to learn, you have to understand. Here, let me ask you a question. How much fiat currency is in circulation?
Too much.
None. Define fiat currency.
Oh, fiat. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Real. According to the Treasury Department, in order for you to have money, it is based off of your gold reserves.
No, actually, that would be the definition of money. Correct. Sorry.
Yes.
But my question was define fiat currency.
Oh, I'm not sure, brother.
Money that is made by government. So how much fiat currency is in circulation?
Justin Trudeau just printed over $1 trillion. No,
he didn't.
He didn't.
Government doesn't make any money. The bank does. It's a private organization. It's a separate corporation.
The Bank of Canada. Yeah, the Bank of Canada did.
And it's the note that you hold is not even a fiat note. All it is, if you look at it in a statement, it's an unfinished receipt. It's a receipt of a transaction that didn't complete or didn't transpire. It says I forget what it is on Canada. You got any notes on you? I usually do this with American money, but it usually says something to the effect of promise to pay, right?
Let's see what this brings me. The basic monetary unit of the U.S., Canada, Australia, and certain countries in the Pacific, Caribbean, Southern translation. The legal definition of a dollar. A dollar is used in the Constitution is a Spanish milled dollar coin or its equivalent in coin form containing 371.2 0.25 grains of fine silver. The Continental Congress adopted the Spanish milled dollar coin as a standard of value for the several states.
Look up the definition of fiat money. And this is what I mean. It's like people pass around these misnomer terms like water as if they know what they're talking about, and they don't. Due diligence.
FIAT?
FIAT. That's correct. Fiat money. And if you have one on you, I'll show you more elaboration.
Fiat definitions and meanings. An authoritative or arbitrary order, decree, an authoritative determination, dictate, a command or an act of will that creates something without or as if without further effort.
So you're looking at fiat money?
Let me go back here again. Definition of...
That sounded like something different.
Fiat money is a government-issued currency that is not backed by a physical commodity, like gold or silver. Instead, it is backed by the government's creditworthiness and the public's trust in it.
What's the first 5 words in there?
Government issued.
Government issued. Okay. So how much fiat currency is there in circulation?
Well,
none, because none of it is government issued.
The government can control the supply and value of fiat money. Central banks can manage economic variables like interest rates and credit supplies. The value of fiat money is based on supply and demand. That's what it says on Google.
Right. And now here's the kicker. There is none.
Well, it says fiat money is widely used because it is stable and controlled, which helps governments manage inflation and recession. However,
even the writer of that didn't do their due diligence.
However, some economists believe that fiat money is more susceptible to inflation because there is no limits to how much can be printed. The word fiat comes from the Latin word fiducia, which means trust.
Yeah. So, this is what I mean, right? And this is a semantical thing, but I'm just trying to point out.
There you go. The definition of fiat money: inconvertible paper money made legal tender by a government decree.
Right. Okay. So a government has to make it for it to be to fall under that actual definition of fiat money. Okay. So that's why as far as that definition goes, there isn't any in circulation. So then the question is, well, what is it? What is there then? Because everybody's passing around these notes, right? Well, who's done their due diligence on that? Well, I have. And if you have a note and you look at it, you'll see promissory to pay. But what you won't see is promissory to pay what? Because there was no transaction that happened. It's a receipt of an unfinished transaction. They're simply just printing these fake receipts that mean nothing and handing them to you and then saying, now you owe us. It's a fabrication of a debt is what it is.
Well,
that doesn't exist.
Except for
the naive mind just accepts that, right? It just assumes that. Okay, because another naive mind across the street will accept that fiction to trade with. So now the perception of value happens because of the stupidity of the two individuals who are willing to trade a piece of paper for a house. Are you kidding me?
Hey. Listen, I love talking with you, brother. I really do. And I know that sometimes it seems like I get upset in that. It's just that, I have a really hard time dealing with the fact that our so-called representatives in that huge HOA in Ottawa, because that's as far as I'm concerned, Canada's nothing but an HOA.
Brilliant way to put it.
And run by a bunch of Karens and Darrens, and that's all Canada is, as far as I'm concerned.
That's all every nation is.
And we have a couple of Karens and Darrens at the head of the HOA that are deciding that we have to take all of the people's money that they pay taxes into, because we are strong arm tax. Like here in New Brunswick, for instance, if you make $50,000 a year, you're paying 35% of that comes right off your paycheck. And then you have to pay another 15% for almost everything you buy. And then you got another 16% or 16 cents for every liter of fuel that you buy, on top of the 15% that's already added in, and the 4.5% for environmental, so you're paying all those taxes. So in the end, the average person that's making $50,000 a year down here is only bringing home maybe 22.5.
Okay, so
because the government, or whatever these strong arm people with guns are, come to your door and say, if you don't pay, you're going to a fucking cage and you'll lose everything you got, and we'll sell what you got in order to get that money.
The bottom line is because we, the people, do that bottom feeder dirty work. Okay, but so getting right with that is important, but also talking about remedies and solutions is really the key as well. So let me get to a couple of those.
Okay.
First one being more of a temporary stepping stone within the system approach, because it's kind of difficult for someone just to get to my stage where it's like, I'm going to go out in the woods and fucking build something and I don't give a shit. I look at it as, if somebody's going to come and attack me, I don't care what shell they're wearing. I don't care if it's a human shell or a fucking bear. It's the same thing. That's what I have a gun for. Okay, I don't care what costume they put on. If they're going to come and try and attack me, I have to defend myself. And I recognized that a long time ago. So I'm at the point now where not only am I prepared to do that, but I also have allies who are willing to go to the distance with me in quite a variety of different places. So my quote unquote freedom extends a little farther because of that. But I didn't get there overnight, right? I had to work my way up to that. So let's take it down to a little bit something more of a intermediately in the system type of a thing. This taxation thing, who does that apply to? Do we just automatically assume that everybody is obliged to pay all of these taxes? Is that true? Is that factually correct?
Now, factually, no. You have the option to, if you were to become what's called an independent contractor, you have to worry about doing your own taxes, and that you get paid a certain amount, and then you have to worry about doing the taxes yourself if you decide to do it. But 99.9% of all companies out there make you sign a tax form before you're hired. If you do not sign that, you will not get hired, and which means that you have to give them your social insurance number. That's how they're able to take the taxes.
Hold on, Ash. Hold on. No, I'm going to stop you there because that's not correct. Not 99% of companies. Yes, there are some. It depends who you talk to. There's plenty of organizations that will work with you on a contractor basis. How do you know? Because they hire contractors all the time. They outsource their work, right? So it's a matter of talking to the right person. Hang on, let me finish. It's a matter of talking to the right person, and it's also a matter of recognizing that is operating in the capacity of an employee the only way to gain an income for yourself?
Well, I've been trying for a couple of years now, since I got back to New Brunswick here. Actually, before I left, I started, but I I was working on just a small business.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually working on another one right now, but I don't think it'll get through. But hold on one second.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta. So I tried because I'm disabled. It's hard for me to get around and stuff like that.
Certainly.
I was going to start a small little business where I take a 3-wheel bicycle and make my own cart to pull on the back. Put an electric wheel on it so that, turn it into an electric bike, a 3-wheel electric bike, and be able to pull that cart. Now, that cart would have ice cream, bags of chips, bottles of water, cans of pop, individual wrapped snacks. It was called Mickey's Mobile Munchies.
Mhm.
I had the cart 3/4 built last year before the fire. I don't know if you've seen that on this channel, but it's a very first video on this channel where my house burnt down and my camper that was with it burnt down. The very first video on this channel. And it happened last year on April 2nd. I lost everything I owned, all my cameras, my phones, my dog, my cat, all my clothes, everything. It all burnt to the ground. So, including that cart. Now, in order for me to do that, it would cost me $150 a year for a business license. And then after 1 year, I have to file and have to pay GST.
That's if you want to stay legal.
Right. And if
Let's
I
assume
don't,
that you do.
so if I don't, they take my shit.
Well, that's if you are in contractual breach.
If I do not get a permit to sell anything, it's called street vending, they will take your shit. Period. I've seen it. They have buskers down here.
So what's the solution for that? Other than just, of course, kowtowing and getting a permit. I mean, okay. That's not a true remedy, but but that's one avenue, right? Get the fucking permit, whatever. Get it over with. What's the other option?
I can't afford to keep building these things because
Can they take what you don't own?
Yes.
No, they can't.
What do you mean they can't? If you're in possession of it, they can take whatever the fuck they want. They've
So
done
don't
it.
be in possession of it.
How am I supposed to make money doing a mobile munchies if I'm not in possession of it?
Very good question. Very good question.
I have to be there in order to sell the stuff.
Oh, let's define possession. Does that mean physical? Or is that I don't know what the right word is. Entity based.
Physical.
No, it's not. If you're driving my car, right?
Yep.
And you get busted for something to do with street vending, are they going to confiscate the car?
Dude,
no.
if you get caught fucking fishing without a license, they will take your boat, they will take your trailer,
They'll take your
car.
boat, but they won't take it if it's not in your name.
Even if it's not in your name, it gets
No, sir.
impounded. Yes.
When has that ever happened?
It's happened. Oh fuck! Let me see if I can bring it up because it wasn't.
If you put something in an entity, that's why it's called limited liability. That's one entity, right? It shields you from. Right. That's just one example. It shields you from that liability. It disassociates joinder between you and the action.
Yeah.
That's why you know, and it's funny that you said a little bit ago that these elitist individuals who practice these things think that they're better than everybody else. No, they don't. They just did a little bit more due diligence, and they understand how to structure, and so they
And
use the structure.
and that's the thing, that most of them, they don't even do their due diligence. They just go by off of their feelings. And then you have these other government officials, which are ones with guns,
Because
that'll come in and force their feelings on you because they think that it's the right thing to do, because they're the ones that are in
that's the
government and
people
you're
doing
not.
that. That's the people doing that.
People which are government officials.
No. When is
A cop is a government official.
when is no, he's not a government. He's a
Oh,
mercenary. He's a hired mercenary. He's
well,
one of me and you. Come on, let's be real.
technically, yes.
Not
But acco-
technically. It's
but
a
acco-
costume.
but according to the government and according to the law that is
How
so-called
about
written, hold
how
on.
about according to reality? Why do we want to
You
why
can
do we want to
you
give
can
into their
you can
fiction?
quote reality all you want and they'll fucking laugh at you. You can
It's not
quote
about a
reality
we're
to a
not trying
judge.
to are we trying to appeal to their fiction, or are we trying to be right with ourselves first and honest with ourselves? It's got to start with that, right?
Yeah,
Otherwise you keep giving your power over to their bullshit, the fictional world of bullshit, and then you're gonna just keep bending the knee and complying and making it in the giving your power to it and making it a reality instead of, you know.
Do you know there's only one law that over 80% of the people break, that is, so you have to pay taxes on all your income, no matter what. Now, in Canada, if you have a yard sale and you make more than $40, you know that you got to claim that on your income tax.
For all purposes of this discussion,
Why
nothing
taxes, right?
nothing that we're going to get there. Not that I haven't disclosed this already, but before I knew better, my status was formerly Canadian, right? I was born here just like you, and so on and so forth. The last time I ever filed, and I think if I remember correctly, I only ever filed 2 income tax returns, maybe 3. A little foggy now. But the last time I ever filed was around 21, 22. I'm 48. I've made millions of dollars on record. Why am I not in jail? Millions, literally. I also hold lots of property on record legally, as well as not legally. But we're not getting into that here.
Right? We won't get into that part because I've made more than my share of millions illegally too. So,
well, that's the best way, right? I mean, that's the ultimate remedy. And then you get to the point where you just learn how to function without any of that, anyways. Okay, we're talking about an ends to a means here, right?
Yeah.
Because again, getting back to the quest of the people who are still, just starting to learn this and understanding remedy and all the stuff, who are caught in the pit traps of it. So why is it I'm not in jail? Why aren't they hounding me at the door?
Nobody's reported you. That's about it. That's the only reason why, what I can see, that nobody's reported.
I've even gone into the CRA office on several occasions. Actually, it wasn't called the CRA at the time. You remember, it was Revenue Canada, right?
Yeah.
I have an auntie who actually worked for them. Completely, I have no respect for her because of that. But I've sat in there and had coffee with them in discussions and conversations while they look over my file several times. Right there on the spot. Why is it I'm not in cuffs?
But yet they'll come after me. And I know this, at least here. Now, I live in a very, very, very corrupt city, where here in Moncton, New Brunswick. So I used to work for a shelter, and
Mhm.
part-time I work for a company called 1-800-GOT-JUNK. Everybody knows that company.
For sure.
So we used to go around and empty out people's houses and that and junk and
Mhm.
that. You'd find some good stuff. Sometimes, I've even gone and there was a store called Sands, Saans, sort of like a giant tiger or something like that. And they went out of business. So I went in and I bought everything. The last day I bought everything. I'm buying garage golf shirts, brand new with the tags on them for 5 cents. I'm buying all this shit. I bought everything. I spent $1,000. I bought the whole fucking store, greeting cards, everything. I set up um, a yard sale, which was literally right across the street from where I'm at now.
Mhm.
And I would do yard sales every weekend until somebody ratted me out. And then the cops showed up, bylaw showed up, and then I started getting calls from Revenue Canada and everything saying that I have to submit all this and this and this and this, and I have to pay this amount and this amount. And if you
Mhm.
make over $40 on a yard sale, that you have to claim that on your income tax, and
Mhm.
it's classified as an income and everything. And I just told them to go fuck themselves. Now, nothing really happened
Yeah, it's
because of
usually
it,
more bark than bite, usually,
but
unless.
but what they did is they come after my house.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
that's why I lost my house across the street, is because of taxes.
Yeah. So why haven't I?
So what?
Why haven't I? Why haven't I lost any of the possessions that I hold? I mean, millions of dollars, a lot of it on record. And I haven't even filed since I was 22, 23.
They probably just lost track of you. Like they did.
There's definitely
Hey,
part of
listen,
that, right?
our government lost 1 million people in this country. Under one person, he lost 1 million people in this country. So you could be one of those 1 million people that they lost, and why you're not
I
now.
guarantee you that's part of it.
Yeah.
But part is the key word.
Mm.
Part is the key word.
Mm.
There's a couple simple little tricks. Okay. What are they really after?
Money.
Those people. Money. Right. Okay. Just like any other corporation.
Yeah.
So if pursuing you is expensive, not profitable, what interest do they have to go after you?
Other than the money, nothing.
Well, if that's my point, is if pursuing you is not profitable, if it's an expense,
Right. So
if the
it's not worth
expense
it.
outweighs the profit, they have no interest. They don't even give it, they don't want you to file. I'm doing them a favor. You see? Now, in reality, if you were to really divvy up the tally in a fake legit way, according to their books, right? In the capacity of a citizen, which is really just a prisoner of war, a POW, or ward of the state capacity, i.e., franchise, employee of the government, right? Then, of course, in that capacity, you have franchise fees. Yes, that's what the tax is. The tax is fuck all to do with military or whatever those services. That's an extra thing that they do. What you're paying for as a tax is a fee to use the system and call yourself a Canadian. It's a franchise fee. That's all it is. Okay. Under the capacity as an employee. And then for that, you get the little cookie crumb buffers and blah, 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 which aren't actually any residuals of yourself. You actually paid for it. You're actually just getting less of a refund, which you would have been much better off just to take your own fucking money, invest it somewhere, and be very more profitable, right? So, but they don't care. If you're dumb enough to do that, then hey, we're going to exploit you. So I don't operate in the legal world, never have. And this is the fundamental thing to understand. It's so important to understand what I just said, the word capacity. For so many different things in life, the monetary system, the legal system, functioning with different people, understanding capacity, what that means, how it works, and what your obligation is when it comes to capacity. And when you understand that, that's another due diligence thing, you'll have a better grasp of how to not get your ass handed to you head over fist day in and day out in the corporate world and outside of the corporate world. So why is capacity so important? Well, what is capacity? In a nutshell, it's this. Go ahead. If you have the answer, I'll let you answer.
Capacity is the amount of whether it be product or service or people.
That's a different context of capacity, not the one I'm referring to. Capacity in this context is a synonym for position. So, for example, on a hockey team, if you're a left winger, that's your capacity.
Yeah.
You're acting in a capacity on the hockey team as a left wing, right? It's your position in a field or a position on a team. The fundamental thing to understand first and foremost about capacity is it's a role play. It's not your default. Your default, you're in original capacity, which is no capacity. You're just born you. We have no default capacity obligation. That's why contract has to imply entering into, which is where the word jurisdiction comes into. You're entering into a jurisdiction under a certain capacity. Well, a citizen is one capacity, right? A CEO is another capacity. A president is another capacity. It's all commercial and it's all corporate when it comes to these things. So here's the first thing. Are you Canadian is another capacity. So you're not born a fucking Canadian. So don't lie to yourself and say that you are. That's bullshit.
Well,
Canadian is a capacity.
Listen,
Canadian is an assignment.
I was born because I had two horny parents that just got married.
Right, we all were.
And that's it. I didn't ask to come into this world. I didn't ask to sign up for any of this. I was forced.
Well, none of us, I don't know, can recall the thing that transpired for us to happen to get us here. Nonetheless, it happened. We're here. But just because we're here doesn't, by default, obligate to be operating in a role play position of any capacity. Like, you have no obligation to be a left winger on a hockey team, do you?
No.
No. So you also don't have an obligation to be in any other capacity at any other given time. That's a choice that you make.
I have two obligations in life. Two. Stay white and die. Everything else is an option.
Well, I don't know.
I can't change my color. As much as, I'm not Michael Jackson, okay? I can't change my color, so I have to stay white. And the only other thing I have to do is die. Everything else is an option. If I don't want to go take a shit, I'll shit my pants. That's the option.
We'll breathe.
Right? So, like, that's the way I look at it. Because I wasn't asked to be brought here. I was, like I said, two horny parents that just got married.
Right.
They had 6 of us.
Let's also, again, just breaking things down, not just getting right with capacity, but also getting right with how that intertwines with the world of fiction and how things are made up. This thing called Canada, the corporate fiction, or USA, the corporate fiction, is nothing more than that fiction word, Okay, it's no different than McDonald's. That's another corporate fiction. Edmonton Oilers. That's another corporate fiction, right?
Yeah.
Now, what in reality, what it is just a group of people who are working together on a team. That part is real. Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's different positions on that team that you play. Now, that part is real, but that doesn't identify who you are. That's just a capacity. And you have no obligation to participate or play those roles in any capacity for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for your whole entire life. Nobody does. But the brainwashed mind of the average citizen believes otherwise. And that's where the dishonesty happens. You have to get right with yourself and stop identifying with these fictions as if that's where you are. It doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. It doesn't matter what the fucking, some people say it's in my DNA. No, it's not. It's in your imagination. Stop it. That's what people who are in power are counting on you believing so that they can continue to exploit the shit out of you. So capacity is very important. I never operate my affairs in the capacity of something that's not in my best interest. Is operating it as a citizen ever in my best interest? No, never has been. That's a synonym for a prisoner of war, a slave, a feudal serf, a peasant. Why the fuck would I want to do that?
Hey, listen, I'm with you, and like I told you even a couple of years ago, there, I'm willing to live off a grid. I really am,
Mhm.
and that's what I was coming out there for, was to live off a grid.
Yeah. Well, that's
But
that's the ultimate. But again, we're talking
but
about.
when I got there was nobody around. So that
I remember you were tricked or something.
yeah, so I get all the way out there. I paid for the camper. I bought a fifth wheel camper.
Yeah, but
A
the land
30.
wasn't.
No, it wasn't the land. I paid I had a
Oh,
farmer and
that's right.
everything.
Then he said,
My
yeah.
brother, the guy that I bought the the camper from, my brother, my own
Right.
brother.
Right.
I told him beforehand I'm coming out. He said, fine, it's all ready for you. I get all the way out there and I'm at that fucking dickhead fucking Brian place, What's Truth?
Yeah.
And that guy's quite the fucking wingnut. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I got more dirt on that cocksucker than he knows what to do. But anyways, I get all the way out there, and my brother then just says that, oh, by the way, I gave your camper to my ex-wife to make her happy. That's what did it. Because now I had no home. I had the place to move it to and everything. I had somebody that was willing to move the trailer from Merritt to the Okanagan. It was all set up. I had the farm, everything just set up on, so that I'd be able to go out there, set up. I would work for the farmer during the summer months and that, and
Right.
make money. Plus, I'm able to grow my own food and everything. I have my own place. I don't have to worry about nobody. I had my hydro. Everything was there. All
Mhm.
I had to do is shoot him a couple of bucks during the off season, or do some work around the off season to help pay for the hydro and water. That wasn't a problem. It
Good
was the
deal.
fact that by the time I got out there, my brother had told me that the camper's gone. So that
Right.
just screwed everything right there, because now I got no camper, and
Right.
I'm out all that money.
Yeah, that was a pickle. I wish.
So, and I tried getting a hold of people the whole time I was out there.
Did you not remember my email or anything, or maybe you didn't have your computer? Because during
No.
that time, I remember you were MIA according to the rest of us, and I was wondering, hey, I hope he didn't croak or something, on the way out. I was
No,
hoping you were okay.
I'm actually pretty sure that I sent you a couple of emails or tried to talk to you during a live stream on somebody else's live stream. I think it was oh God, who was it then at the time?
I didn't get any emails. The only thing I remember vividly is when you were there. You were taking a walk and you did a short live stream, and I said hi to you. That was in Chilliwack, I think, or
Yep.
something of the sort, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that. And so that's when you were just arriving and about to get set up.
Yeah, and then it was like a day or two later is when you see me walking around with What's Truth or something. We were walking down the
I
street.
think, yeah.
Talking about the parks and how bad the needles and stuff like that are, and yeah, so you know, we were trying to take back at least one park.
Mhm.
You know, and it only starts. You can't just go and say you're going to take back the whole fucking country. You got to start with a small little thing and work your way out and work your way out and build more and more people. You unless you're a multi-billionaire and you have more pull than fucking Jesus Christ himself, nobody can do it all at once. You got to start small and work your way up. It's like climbing a ladder.
Absolutely.
You know, so that's what I was trying to do. And that got all fucking shot out of hell because of one person that What's Truth was fighting with. So, and I thought that, you know, this What's Truth was telling me the so-called truth and everything about what was going on, and got me caught up in a whole bunch of bullshit where I I ended up having to, I left. Like, you know, the guy's got 8 kids and there's one bathroom. There's 8 kids plus 3 adults in a house with one bathroom, and it's hard to fucking take a shower because the kids always coming in and out, running. You know, they're anywhere from fucking. I think one was 8 months old or something at the time, under a year, to age 12. There
Right.
was 8 kids there. So, and they're all running into the bathroom and that. So it's kind of hard to take a shower. So I'd mentioned that to somebody, saying that it's so, I shouldn't have come here because it's so hard. I can't even take a shower until like 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And that got all blown out of proportion. And next thing you know, I'm on my own. I had no help whatsoever, because I had expressed my feelings about what was going on in my life to somebody else, and they decided to make it public to everybody else because I'd sent a text message to one person, and that one person blew everything out of proportion. And at the time, didn't even remember sending her that text until afterwards. And I even told them that. And I even explained everything to, didn't matter. And I said, fine, I'm out of here. First thing in the morning, I'm gone. First thing in the morning, 6 o'clock, I had my bags packed and I was gone. And then that person, What's Truth, decided to fucking do everything he could to fucking damage my name and everything. Now, little did he know that, like, he used to work for the same organization I work for down here. The guy used to be a male prostitute in Halifax on Citadel Hill, and he decided that he was going to hook up with he was living with a pedophile in Sheet Harbor, and he decided that he was going to start dating a 17-year-old at the time, which is now his wife. Whoop-de-doo. I don't really care. Personally, I think that anybody that's under the age of 18 and they're still in school, they shouldn't be dating it, you know, sleeping around with someone that's, you know, 7, 8 years, 9 years older than them. I believe that they deserve to at least try to get some kind of education, whether it's indoctrination or whatever, but like at least know your ABCs and 1, 2, 3s type thing, right? So I didn't really believe in that, but he ended up we reopened the Addiction Recovery Center in Digby, Nova Scotia. It got closed for a couple of months, and then we went back down and we reopened it. I was the main person there. I was running everything. I had a lady that lived just down the street that was doing all the paperwork and that. I went out, made sure that we got all the donations that we needed, the funding, the food, everything that we needed, and made sure that we had proper people there to do the recovery process of it, because it was an addiction recovery center.
Mhm.
I'm the only one that ever worked for Harvest House Ministries that has an addiction counseling certificate and what's called a CSW, Community Support Workers Certificate.
Yeah.
You know, I went to school for these things. So he's down there. I get called back to Moncton because of the Addiction Recovery Center in Moncton, because I helped open that one too. And he decides, him and his buddy Mo that were working there decided that they were going to have all these prostitutes and drug dealers and that come down from Moncton to Digby and use the place as a drug den. And, you know, the RCMP were informed about it. All the churches in the area were notified about it. The board of directors for Harvest House, the owner of Harvest House, everything. Like I'm just waiting to talk with Cal on a live stream to prove this fucker wrong, that him and his buddy were the ones that were bringing in all all these drugs and prostitutes, and that ran the place down to the ground.
Mhm.
Well, because I started exposing him and that, now he's going around sending threatening messages on email and that, saying that he's under a different name. He also goes by the name Proud Canadian, which is opposite of my name, Ashamed Canadian. So he decides that he's going to start one Proud Canadian, saying that I'm going to. I have the message saved, and I'm to the point where I'm about to maybe even file a lawsuit against him for defamation of character.
Mhm.
Like, he's saying that I did things to his daughter. Like, and I have the messages that him saying this, even though the whole fucking time I was there, I was never at his site, because him and I always either sat in his room, auditing Canada in the house.
What's
Good to
up?
see you.
Oh, I see his wave there.
Yeah,
Wave back
but
to you.
Oh shit, where he? You know,
You're
he.
talking about the defame thing. You're
So
considering there.
he's starts sending these messages and that. So I put out on. I went up on Myron's channel actually, and called him out and said that if any of this goes any further, if you continue to do it, I will send lawyers to your door. Because defamation of character, especially something like that, and like him and I, we never, the only time I was not in his presence is when I was sleeping or downstairs in the room that I was staying in with him. That's it. Everything else, like we were sitting there.
Are we
And,
still talking about what's truth, or is this
yes,
another what's
no,
truth?
what's truth? Like, this is, he's going around saying this shit.
Yeah. You know, people, when it comes to shit like that, I don't know. I walk away from life's too fucking short. You know what I'm saying? And you got health issues, right?
Absolutely, and that's why, like, him and his wife Tiffany are the only ones that are blocked on my channel.
Wow.
I do not want them anywhere near me. I'm trying everything I can for them to stay the fuck away from me and to stop spreading bullshit and everything, but they're still doing it.
Just ignore it, bro.
If I see him in the chat, even though he cannot see my stuff, if I
Mhm.
see him in the chat in Myron's, I will literally leave because I don't want to see anything that he's writing because
Good
it's
on you.
all bullshit.
Yeah, good
So
on you.
I just don't
Yeah.
associate with it.
Yeah.
You know, I
That's the
keep
best way to do
checking back with Myron. I got mad respect for Myron. Don't get me wrong. Love the guy to death. But I will not go on there as long as What's Truth or Tiffany
That's the
are.
right thing to do, Ash. Just to, disassociate. That's the true remedy, because it's not your loss, it's the other person's, right? Like when a person is going to devalue their value by doing something unhonorable, they lose out on the value that they could have gained from their association with you. And so that's the remedy in itself. So anything further than that, dude, like, the state wants you to come to them and ask nannies help for a remedy. And of course, that's just advocating for the authoritarianism and blah, blah, blah. That's never an actual remedy. It's just more of your lost time and effort and energy. And even if you get a fucking paycheck at the end of it and, proving a point and all this, it doesn't do shit.
Right.
Justice is a scam, right?
And even if I did sue him, I wouldn't get anything.
Yeah, right. And even if you
Because-
could blood out of a stone, there's that, right?
Well, the guy doesn't work. He says that he's disabled, but he won't go in and get the paperwork so that he can go on a disability or something like that. He'd rather just leech off of his wife getting welfare and the child tax credits that they get for their 8 kids. They make over $4,000 a month just on that.
The best position to get to in life as fast as possible is to the one where any involvement with the corporate world and the monetary system especially looks so piddly that it's just a waste of your time to even think about it for one fucking second, right?
Yeah.
You have yourself covered regardless, and that's what you want to focus on, right? And do away with the bullshit.
I am in the process of doing a lawsuit, but it's not against anybody personally, except for our mayor and the city of Moncton here, and the Kodiak Regional RCMP.
You realize even if you win that, you don't win anything, right?
No, no.
Even if you
And
gain
know what?
monetarily.
The thing of it is that I don't want money from anybody. I don't want their money because
Let's
I
go
know
with
it's
what you do
just,
want.
it's I know that money that they're giving me is just basically everybody else's money.
Yeah.
I
Well,
want them held accountable for their actions and to be able to have to go through the court of law like everybody else that they put through, and hold them accountable and get them either fired or kicked out of their office. That's the
so that
only
they can
thing I
hire
want.
another person who's going to do the same thing.
Well, the thing of it is that if they see that this happens, they're going to be on their tippy toes a little bit more. Not as
No, they're
much.
not. No, they're
But
not.
they're going to walk around saying, "Well, this guy just sued us," and the
They're going to
mayor.
want you to do it more. Why? Because they get paid for it, Ash.
Yeah.
They've got the corners and the gamuts on their own system. It's trying to seek remedy in McDonald's from the shareholders through its CEO is just dumb, right?
Yeah,
what you
they
want to
use
do
our
is you want to
tax
stop
money.
going to McDonald's.
I do. I don't even go to.
That's
Tim Hortons.
metaphoric. I'm talking
Yeah.
about it in this case as the mayor. You're going to McDonald's and saying, "Hey, no, that's not remedy, right?" And you were just about to say if they use our tax, they're not your tax fund. It's their money. It's their monetary system. They made it up, and you're sucking off of it. So keep sucking, then, right? You got to get honest with this.
Yeah, but they use tax
They
dollar
use
monies. Hold it.
they use the
Hold on.
naivety.
They use our money that we pay taxes on everything that we buy that goes into the city in order to, no matter with city, provincial, or federal, They're
Mm-hmm.
using our tax dollars to come after us, and we have to use more of our own money to go out to defend ourselves. And they have unlimited resources because they get to pick from 40 million people's tax money to go after one person.
That's what happens when you participate in a system of exploitation and abuse.
And this is what I've been trying to get out of. But it seems like
You
I
you
keep
can't
hitting
get
a
out
brick
of it
wall.
through the system that's designed to be it. That's the first thing to get straight, right?
I'm willing to walk away from everything here. I did it. I went all the way from one coast to the next to get away from here, to live off grid, to
Mhm.
not to be able to suck on the fucking government's tit.
Mhm.
But it didn't work.
Well, it didn't work, but so what? Just throw in the towel and go back onto the tit?
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm still willing to do it, but I need to be able to have a place to put this thing at nighttime. That's it. As long as I'm warm and I have a place to put this thing, I don't give a shit.
I'm with you, and
Okay?
I'm here to help anybody who wants to
I
get
can
there,
go.
Ash.
I know ways of making money out there, whether it's legal or illegal, but I know
Right.
ways out there to make money so that I can pay for food and stuff like that. That's not the problem. I'm willing to live off grid and grow my own food and work for a farmer so that I have that independence, so
Mhm.
that I'm able to do that.
Mhm.
But every time I do it, uh, these huge roadblocks come up, and then I end up have to retreat back to a place that it's the only real place in Canada where I'm safe. I cannot go to Ontario. I can't go to Quebec because I don't speak French. I
Okay.
don't understand French. I can't go back to Nova Scotia.
Well,
So
let's
where am
learn
I going
from
to go?
mistakes and do a plan. Hey, I'm available, free consultation, free of charge, as I always am. You know me, right? So
I
if you wanna exploit me because it's not exploiting, that's my activism. So if you wanna have more one-on-ones and talk about things and have another plan and get something together, and we made it to a certain degree.
Yep.
And then there was obstacles. Okay, so let's learn from the challenges and mistakes and get further, right? What we don't want to do is we don't want to not only repeat previous mistakes, but get caught up in the distraction world anymore, right? That's just going to keep us from that and advocating for the distractionary world to continue to have our power. That's not going to help, right?
Oh, absolutely.
All it is really, at the end of the day, a temporary vice, like a beer, to pretend that you're getting somewhere to vent outlet of your frustration to escape. I'm going to sue the mayor. It's not going to do nothing. It really isn't, and you know that, right? It's like getting mad at the fucking CEO of a cigarette manufacturing company
Yeah.
because you don't like that your lungs are fucking caked with stuff after smoking for years. I mean, come on, we gotta get real with this shit, right? That's not remedy at all. Okay, and I know that the system is a conundrum from hell to work out of it. Believe me, I had to do it several times, but here I am, right? I was on the streets a few times myself, and people helped me. They really did, right? I did a variety of different things. I used to squeegee, a little bit of panhandling, but not really well. And the kindness of people, they didn't have to, right?
Don't get me wrong. There's some good people out there that'll help people.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that they're few and far between, and a
Yeah.
lot of people think that, oh, if I just give them a couple of bucks, I won't have to worry, and my conscience is better. But yet they don't really look at the root of the problem, of why that person is there to begin with. And that's where these blinders come up. I've been telling people since the 80s, okay, that if you see something say something, record it if you can.
I'm here to say that
The recording part came a little bit later because back in the 80s we didn't really walk around we didn't have cell phones back then with cameras on them. You know, we didn't have it was a big thing to have a fucking movie camera to go out with, you know.
yeah,
But
yeah, I remember.
So I've been telling people this. If you see something, say something. Say it right to them. Say, don't be doing that, or why are you doing that? But instead, people see people getting beat up by, let's just, like my instance, I got beat up by the police really bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
on camera, I think. Well,
Yes.
maybe the beat up wasn't on camera, but
No,
we
no, it
saw the
was.
terror action. Oh, was it? That was.
No, that's another one.
Oh, it's a different incident.
Yes, I'm going back to 2000, back in Toronto. I was
Okay.
pulled out of my job. Now I do I pull it up for you? There's
You got
back
another
in,
incident documented too?
oh yes, it's documented. So I got beat up really bad by the Toronto police. There was 4 cops and a civilian that was dressed as a cop that
Mhm.
was going around robbing bikers and everything. There was a big shootout on the 404, the Don Valley Parkway in Toronto, and these 4 cops and the civilian dressed as a cop were going around raiding after hours nightclubs. And what they would do is they'd put all the guys in handcuffs, zip tied, those zip tie fucking things, and go around and literally take the chains off of women's necks, take the rings off their fingers, bracelets off, empty their wallets, empty the guys' wallets, taking everything. This was
Mhm.
all documented in court. So after that happened, there was about 50 of us there, and we all went to police headquarters down on Carlton Street in Toronto the next day, and we all filed a complaint against it. And these cops didn't realize that there was video surveillance inside this after hours club. Now,
Mhm.
it's not a registered club, so obviously, it's not a legal club, but the video surveillance was used. And because we all did that, and at the time I was still working part-time for the city of Toronto, the one of these dirty cops decided to show up to my job as I was about to get in my truck, grab me, handcuff me, throw me in the back of a cruiser, take me down to Cherry Beach, and met up with another cop, beat the living piss out of me, stripped me down naked, and left me for dead. And it was all caught on a CCTV camera from the scrapyard that was about 450 feet away.
Mhm.
And I ended up having to leave Ontario. Now, at the time, it was Chief Fantino was the chief. David Fantino was the chief of police for the Toronto. They made an out-of-court agreement with me saying that they will give me X amount of money. They will pay for my legal fees, but I have to sign a document saying that I won't talk about it. And in
Yeah.
in the document, an NDA.
Yep.
So, and this was all off the
Remedy
book.
for them.
This was all off the books, but
Of course.
and it was the lawyer that fucked up. But they ended up having to go close down the meeting one day, show back up the next day, and had to put $35,000 cash on the table. It had to be cash. I was not taking a check. I was not taking those certified banknotes or anything. It
Mhm.
had to be in cash.
Mhm. Mhm.
And when they gave me that money, and they said that they were paying my lawyer fees and for the private security that I had to have at the hospital, they put in there, and almost word for word, it said that it's in the best interest that you leave the province of Ontario due to retaliation.
Right.
Now, who's going to retaliate? It was only the cops that I went after, that and that one guy. And the only reason why they knew who it was to begin with, that one guy, is because I used to work. When this first happened to my arm, when I went through the plate glass window, I still had a brace on when all this happened. I had to go have more surgery on my hand after this because of what they did to me. So the guy that was a civilian was the son of the guy that I work for, which is a guy by the name of Mike Waslin. He owns a company called Mike the Ticket Host in Toronto. His two sons, Sonny and Mike Jr., own another company that is North American wide, anyways, that you go to any sporting event and you'll hear about it. It's called StubHub. It's even in Vancouver. StubHub is in Vancouver. They had tickets for the Daytona 500 this year, everything. They're still in business. But because I knew who it was and I told them exactly who it was, is the reason why they made me sign saying that for retaliation, that I should leave the province of Ontario. Now, since then, my granddaughter's been born. I've seen her once or twice over the internet. I sent her money. I gave her grandmother, my ex, gift cards to go pay for her driving instructions. I had $1,500 in Visa gift cards given to me, and that I'd saved up and stuff like that, and I had it all together. So I gave it to her for her 16th birthday so she'd go get her driver's license and that. It's the only time I got to see. I can't go try and reconcile with. I have two boys. You know, my youngest son will be 35 this year. My oldest will be 37, and my granddaughter will be 19 this year. And I don't get to see them because I'm not allowed in Ontario. Every time I go there, I get chased out. Even the last time when I was coming through, I got jacked up at Union Station because one of the Waslin brothers seen me, called their friends at the police. They sent one of their buddies over, grabbed a hold of me, threw me in the fucking washroom at Union Station, put a gun in my mouth, and told me that if I don't leave and get on a fucking train or a bus right now, that they'll find me floating in the fucking Lake Ontario in the morning. So what'd I do? Got on a bus and fucking left.
Yeah.
You know? So,
Yeah.
like, this is the type of shit that I have to go through, and I'm missing out on all the years of my son's life, all the years of my fucking granddaughter's life. I don't get to see them. I don't get to, I talk every once in a while. I'm not even on Facebook anymore. I refuse to use Facebook.
Yeah.
So I'm not on Facebook anymore. I'm on YouTube, X, Rumble, and that's it. When I go out and people ask me what I'm filming for, they ask me, where's it going? I tell them, it could be Tinder, it could be OnlyFans, it could be, YouPorn or Pornhub, or, I make up all these different fucking porn sites, right? And tell them that that's where it's going.
Right.
So, and that's my new thing now. Like, that's what I'm telling people. Yeah, it's going to be up on Pornhub by the end of the night. So like, I really just don't know what else to do. Like, it's so funny that, we have the God-given right, not even the right as a Canadian or a North American. We have the God-given right to be able to, if you have a camera, if you're in a public place, if you can see it, you can take a picture of it. Plain and simple. Doesn't matter where on earth you go.
What you
Except for
have is the
maybe,
ability to.
right.
Anything other than that is an opinion, and they can fuck off.
Yeah. And, but you have the God-given right to be free from oppression, from anything. You have that God-given right.
This is where you got to be careful, because in reality, what you truly have is abilities and responsibilities. That's what it comes down to. And so if somebody is oppressing you, you have a responsibility to respond to that oppression, but you can only go as far as whatever you're able to. That's
Right.
reality, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we're dealing with, and that's what, if we can identify the root, most people buck when it comes to the ability part. They say, well, I'm just one person, what can I do? Well, there's a lot you
Right.
can do. There's a lot you can do if you also find other people and band together with, just like the fucking mercenary organization that's oppressing you. Why are they successful at doing that? Because they're more organized.
Listen,
So how do we combat then? Well, we can maybe get a little more organized and have some balls, and you know.
In 1990, we got organized. I was part of an organization called OCAP, Ontario Coalition Against Poverty. We ended up, we were fighting for the Privacy Act and the Human Rights Act in Canada. And
we got to make sure that our pursuit, though, when we organize, is not one of falling for another bait scam, non-remedy based avenue, though.
yeah, right. And don't get me wrong, like we had this problem way back when, where you could call up a drop-in center, an addiction recovery center, a shelter, anything, and say, is so and so there?
Mm-hmm.
And they'll say either yes or no. Well, now that's against the law. And that's what we were fighting for. I was working at a church in downtown Toronto at Shelburne, Dundas, All Saints Church at the back part called the Friendship Center. We were a drop-in center.
Mm-hmm.
And it was supposed to be a safe place for people to come so that they could get help to get into a shelter or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So we had this lady show up because her husband was beating her. He showed up to the church, or she showed up to the church. Now, why she was there, he was calling around different places. And when he called our place, one of the people answered the phone and said, is so and so there? 1 minute, and yelled out her name. And as she was coming up, he hung up. Well, we kept her in the office, and we had a cab coming to take her to a battered women's shelter. Well, as we were walking out, and this is where I get a good part of my PTSD from. As we were walking her out, this guy comes right up, walks right up halfway up the stairs, and there's only 4 stairs, or 4 or 5 steps. He took 1 or 2 steps up, pulled out a gun, and shot her right in the face. I was so close, I was wiping the blood off my face.
Nasty.
Like, everybody jumped him, and that he ended up going to jail, whatever. But that was one of the reasons why we did what we did in that protest, where Ontario Coalition Against Poverty, we all got together. We'd all shared this story, and then we went to Parliament Hill, and over 150 of us chained ourselves to Parliament Hill to get
Mm-hmm.
these changes made. It's now called the Revised Edition 1991 of the Privacy Act and the Human Rights Act.
Yeah, I remember you told me.
People were literally freezing on the streets back then.
Right.
Because shelters wouldn't let them in because they didn't like them, because that person had a bad attitude or something like that, so they wouldn't let them in. That's all against the law now. And, so I understand what it takes to get some people together to help make change. But if it's not something that they see that they want to get involved with, nobody cares.
Not only that, even if it is, again, I want to try and see if I can help get more of your awareness to the attention of this. There's a whole avenue of the system and the programming of the system itself that wants to bait you into thinking, not only to seek remedy through it, but also that there's recourse by either changing the system, changing the laws, changing the administrative staff, and all of that is a bait scam set up to keep you distracted from true remedy. All of it. Because it's not identifying the true root cause. It's ignoring the root cause. And what is the root cause? The root cause is that the system itself is authoritarian. So changing any about it doesn't matter. It doesn't change that it's still authoritarian, right? So you're only replacing a band-aid for another at best. That's not true remedy.
And like, to get back to that for a second, like, we had those laws changed, and it's mandatory for any shelter or drop-in center, hospital, jail, detox center, anything like that, that they are not allowed to give out that information.
Yeah.
But so that law is there, but yet, because it's happened in 1991 and the law was changed in 1991, and now we're in, I'm going to go back to last year, 2024, because this is when I noticed it happening here. We have shelters and drop-in centers that are breaking those rules on an hourly basis, which is again against the law to do this. Now, in 2022, the winter of 2022, 2023, 2022, right at Christmas time, there was a women's shelter in Toronto that refused to let a woman come in on Christmas Eve. And she was at the door the whole time. That lady froze to death on the streets outside of that shelter. And because those women that were working there, those two women that were working there, refused to let her in, they're now up on involuntary manslaughter charges.
Well, I'll
That's
tell you
how
what.
serious it can be when you violate the Privacy Act and the Human Rights Act.
Yeah, but it still
yet,
doesn't change that she froze to death.
Right. But now they're doing it here
And
in
let me,
Moncton. And even though I went through, like I said, I helped write the rules and everything for Harvest House Ministries here in Moncton, New Brunswick. But when it got sold to this new organization, and it's still called Harvest House Ministries, but this is a Harvest House Atlantic down here, and they're connected with Harvest House in St. Catharines and Ottawa, Ontario, and there's a few others that they have. But now it's a big organization, and now they think that they don't have to go by the law, that they can write their own rules. And
that was always the way. That was always the way, Ash.
And this is what I've been trying to.
And they can, because it's their corporation.
But I've been trying to make awareness of this here, and I'm not even allowed to speak at a city hall meeting. Do you know that?
That's because that's like you're under the illusion that City Hall is a public venue. It's not. It's like going into McDonald's and saying, "Hey, I have freedom of speech in here. We need to start selling Whopper Juniors." No, you're going to get told to get out.
So you are allowed to. There's what's called the citizens time to speak.
There's that capacity again, right? Permission.
Right. But anyways, just listen to me for a minute. We got this ability to be able to go up and redress our government at City Hall. And I am not I'm blocked from their website, which is illegal because what's his name? Ryan Garrett or Stephen Guilbeault, the environment minister, did it to Rebel News, and Rebel News sued them and got 20 grand. It's illegal to do this, but yet Moncton is doing it. My phone number is blocked from every city hall extension, which is illegal. I'm not allowed to redress my government, which is a violation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms under Section 2B. But yet I have no recourse.
Of course not, because you're operating in the capacity of a citizen in an authoritarian environment, and you think that you're the one who is in charge, and you're not, and you never will be. It's their corporation, and you shouldn't want to be, and you shouldn't want to fall for that because it's authoritarian. If you were the one in charge, then you're just, another authoritarian dictator. Big deal. Doesn't change it. It's the system itself that's corrupt. It doesn't matter what position you're in. That's why you want to secede out of it. That's how you disempower it, take back your own power, and have some true remedy. Is everybody going to do that? No.
And the only way that I know how to do that is to, like I said, I have to
seek
live
off
out of
grid and go towards that direction, and cooperate with others who want to be in a self-reliance mode. And yes, this is the other option in life. That's a path.
I'm willing and able. I want to do it, but I just don't know where to go.
Well, here is the start. You tried and you had some issues, but so what? You're still alive and breathing, and there's still opportunity.
I'm not giving up on this dream because as far as I'm concerned, it's a dream. Until it becomes reality, it's just a dream.
Sure.
And it's a dream that I want.
Sure.
To be able to live peacefully without any government official coming down my fucking back and telling me I have to do this and I have
that
to
I can't promise you, but what I can promise you is to be in a position where you have a much better resistance way of functioning in life, and if you, depending on how far you're willing to go, be in a position where pursuing you is so much of a liability, it doesn't make any sense for them. It's a waste of their time.
Now, there is one way that I know around getting around a lot of this, and that is to be, and just hear me out. I know that you may have some different opinion on this or that, but
maybe, but I'm not close-minded.
But the only way that I know of right now in any city that you can do this in, or any town or county or wherever, anywhere in the country, if you start a charity and you put a church, doesn't matter what denomination church, but if you start a charity and you have a church on the property, you do not have to worry about a whole shitload of taxes and a whole shitload of...
I'm not unaligned with that idea at all. I do exactly what you just said. That's one of the strategies that I do.
So, and that's the only way that I can think of doing. The problem is
there's some others too, but that's one of them.
But the problem with me is right now to be able to start up that charity is I don't have the money, for one. I can't afford the $150 filing fee to sue these people. It's the only reason why they're not getting sued, because there's no lawyer that'll take this case, so I have to do it on my own. I checked every lawyer from Quebec to Newfoundland.
Are we talking about different people you want to sue now, or which people are you referring to?
The city of Moncton and the mayor and the Kodiak RCMP for violation of human rights and under the color of law. You know, look at when I got pulled out of my fucking bedroom for breach of peace and held for 8 hours on a
Yeah,
live
yeah.
stream, right?
Mhm.
That there's a clear violation of my Charter of Rights and Freedom, Section 2B. Clear
Who
violation,
cares? Who
right?
cares?
But you know, why do all that when if I had the money to be able to start up a charity, I know for a fact that to get the property, you know, it would have to start off small, whether it's some piece of farmland
Let's
somewhere.
do it, Ash.
You know, I'm willing to do it.
Let's do it.
100%.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'll preach every fucking weekend.
I'll go
if
all the
that's
way
what
with
it
you.
takes.
I'll go and I'll show you other different structures as well that are like that. And here's another one, okay? Just to throw out a thing. In certain jurisdictions, if you classify your residence as a graveyard and you quote unquote have a burial in there, it's non-taxable.
Right.
Right. Okay. So there's all kinds of different ways if you want to go the legal route, right? Which is, you know, not necessarily a bad thing when it comes to just mitigating the threat of violence over you. If it's not going to be so burdensome that it takes more of your time of the fucking day just to do paperwork, just to be obedient, right? So, you know, sometimes it's intellectually fine. So, you know, we can go these routes and then, you know, here's some other little things. I've got a 12-acre property that's legally plotted, but I've also got 17,000 acres surrounding it that are designated crown land. Do you think I don't access that free real estate to oceans? Of course I do. Right?
Absolutely. It's crown
Of
land.
course
You're
I
allowed
fucking do. And I don't give a shit about what anybody says. I'm just another fox in the wind.
Right.
Okay.
And
So
that's where I want to live.
mindset is the key. Yes, but getting there is the first step. And of course, the city wants to be the barrier to entry it, and that's why I don't preach this to the whole fucking planet universe, because we also don't want irresponsible minded individuals coming out and taking the corporate ways and plastering it more in the outskirts where it's pristine, just like the fucking corporate industry does. Like the fucking petrol fracking mines. It's been exploited enough, right? So we got to be careful about that too. But this is the way of life, and it's possible for anybody who wants it. And the more that we go into that and learn how to also work with the abundance of the land, the less dependent we are on the corporate world. Like, for example, if there was no food in the grocery store tomorrow, I don't give a shit. I haven't gone shopping there in 14 fucking years. I haven't touched any of that shit, right? All the food that I eat grows out in the nature, and also with my allies where we grow our own food. There's no chemicals used. I know what's in it, blah, blah, blah. And I also know how to forage, and I'm learning more on how to forage in these oceans of free real estate out here that I talk about, where there's just massive amounts of food available almost all year round, especially out west here in BC, right?
Yes.
And while I'm out there foraging, everywhere I go, I'm planting something, and I'm logging where the plant is. So I've got little mini plots of things growing all over the place. Does anybody else know that that's there? No. Do I care? No. Do I want them to? No. But if somebody came across that and had a harvest, do I think that I own any of that? No. I'm just sharing it freely and accessing and utilizing it. And would I care if I landed my feet on the ground and somebody else who called the continent China and not do the same thing? Of course I would. Of course I do the same thing. My abilities go with me wherever I want, or wherever I choose, sorry. Has nothing to do with rights. Rights is just a synonym for privilege. I don't ask permission for anything in life. Why would I? I'm a fucking grown adult. They tried to teach me to raise my hand when I had to go to the fucking bathroom for 18 years. Are you kidding me? To go to the fucking bathroom and relieve myself, I got to ask permission? Get real. I'm an adult. I don't fucking ask for permission for nothing. Okay. And anybody who wants to try and corner me into a position where I need to ask permission, I'm at the point now where I treat them no differently than a fucking bear who's coming to attack me. I have no problems responding accordingly. And that's self-defense. And that's the mindset that individuals who want to pursue the path of having true remedy and making true change have to be willing to go down. You have to have courage. You have to get over the atrophied mentality of bending the knee. Oh, I can't do this because they're going to come and impress me and they got a fucking army. Fuck off with that shit. Okay? Stop defeating yourself with your own mindset. Okay? If they can band together, well, so can you. So get off your ass, stand up and do it. Find some people, talk with them, work with them, and do what you need to do. I'm not aiming this at you. I'm breathing this into the ether for anybody who, is intelligent enough to catch wind of the wisdom here. Because I'm speaking from walking the path, having gone down that road. I can tell you from experience that, you got to get the seed in your mind. Like you said, right now, it's kind of theoretical for you, Ash, right? It's a little bit of a dream, right? But you know that it's not a pipe dream. There's something there that's telling you that, hey, listen, we have examples all around us, right in front of us. Human being is the only species, the only one, correct me if I'm wrong, show me another one, that forces each other to pay to live. Rest of the fucking animals don't, right?
No.
And not only that, but forces each other to ask permission to set their feet from one place on the ground to another. Do the foxes consider themselves illegal if they cross a man-made fucking border?
No.
So what the fuck's wrong with the human being then? What am I, some fucking worse, lower class than a pebble? Give me a break. Border bullshit. Okay? It's all a scam.
Yeah, and like I was saying before, like I really hope that in a way that the way that it's going right now. Now, I have my ways that I'd like to see. I would love to be able to just live off grid like we were talking about. 100%. But in the immediate future right now, the only thing that I can see that would do any real good is if Canada just got rid of their border with the states and we just became the 51st state. I know it's not the solution, but it's a better option than what we have right
just
now.
basic math. The least amount of authoritarianism around is better, of course, right? I'm in an advocation of any of that. What I'm not an advocation of is thinking that it's good that you said no, this is not an actual remedy, but yeah, for sure, the less the better for all of us, right?
Yeah,
it's only in the mind that it's there to begin with, right? There's a few people at these borders, as you said earlier, I think before I came up. It's mostly unmanned. Well, what do you think I've been taking advantage of for so long? That's just one, right? I visited over 22 quote unquote nations, that you want to call them that, over 22 globally, and not once have I entered through the legal channels with a passport. Not one. Over 2 decades.
I used to go to the States all the time. Me and my ex back in '89, and that we stayed in Niagara Falls for 2 months, and we used to walk across the border every day.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing that we needed was a birth certificate showing that we're Canadian citizens and 25 cents each to walk across the border. That was it. Now you need your last born, you need your
that's how it
arm.
That's how it works to implement authoritarian rule.
Because
you have to.
It's because of the false flags that were happening that these corrupt governments were doing. Like we never needed any of that until 9/11.
Ash.
Now what happened?
We're getting away from roots again. let's use that word, false flag. A nation is a false flag.
Right.
So is a government. Okay.
Yeah.
So
But
it's a
the
slow,
false, but the
slow
false
drip
flag,
method.
but the false flag of them saying that it was actual terrorists and that it came from a
Yeah,
different
yeah, yeah.
country and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And them saying this, that's all been debunked now. And
Yeah, of course.
And the 9/11
But what has it
files are
changed?
coming out.
Yeah.
What does it change? It changed our country from being peaceful to being militarized.
No. I mean the debunking part. So people have a little bit more awareness now. You know, that they were wool was pulled over their eyes. Nothing new, right? I mean, that's just tip of the iceberg. But what has it changed?
It was a planned attack, and the government knew about
Yes.
it the whole time.
Yes, but what has it changed in this day and age as far as anything else? I'm not talking about what it actually did at that time, right? We know that was a strategy divide. What do you call that? Problem, reaction, solution. They do it over and over again. It's a slow drip method, right? To implement authoritarianism control. You got to start light, right? And condition the masses to accept it and suck on it to the point where they're so addicted and dependent, they don't know how to fucking function otherwise. That's just the way that works. So we're at this point now where there's people are so dependent, right? And so used to it, that even when you come out straight and tell them, hey, look, here's the facts. Here's what happened. You got fucked over. And what does it change?
Nothing.
Nothing. Why?
Is it the only thing it did is gave the so-called government more control over
Right. Exactly.
the people.
Why? Why?
Because they need to make money.
No, because people are the root of the corruption. Because people don't practice due diligence, honesty, and learning from their mistakes. Those three fucking things, Ash. So here's the true remedy. We need to do that anyways, and not make excuses just because other people aren't. The whole go along to get along thing, right? Just because other people are identifying with state and practicing this bullshit and pretending that it's all fucking, you know, look, I'm a fucking Canadian. Oh my God. You just told me you're like a four-year-old putting on a fucking cape and a crown. Look at me. I'm a LARPA hole. Right? That's the way I see it. I just like, fuck, are you ever going to become an adult and be your own individual and grow out of this fucking shit? Or are you just going to continue to be more perpetuation of the mind enslavement gaslight and teach that again to your kids, so another 20 fucking generations can continue the same systems of abuse on each other and corruption, and pretend that it's the government's fault when you're the one that's fucking practicing it and imparting it to your fucking children, right?
Yeah.
This is why I'm saying we got to get right. So we got to do with this conversation, right, is bringing the awareness, that, and then walking the walk. No matter how many people don't do it anyways, that's not the point, right? Because most people aren't. We got to get right with it. So when you become solid in your own mind with that, and I know it's tough at first because it's hard. You really got to swallow that. Holy fuck, I'm surrounded by a sea of idiots, and I was one too. And I got to eat a lot of crow, and ketchup isn't going to make it taste any better. So be it. Eat it, get it over with, and life is fucking short, right? And most of the masses are on a path to self-implosion, and they don't want to change that. That's being honest. And they don't have to change that if they don't want to. If somebody wants to walk off the deep end, jump head over first into a fucking tsunami, and they didn't even learn how to swim, never mind that there's wading things to put on your arms, well, I'm probably going to show them where the fucking diving board is. Right? You know, I mean, isn't that really, you get to this point where you get real objective about, I'm not a part of this collectivist idea where, you know, in nature, there is a bit of natural selection, that it has wisdom and intelligence, you know, and I'm not going to participate in anything that's manipulating and abusive. But at the same token, if somebody really wants to do themselves in, that's why I'm saying with the drug thing that you were talking about before.
Yeah.
We're all fucking guilty of self-destruction to some degree, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So just some people go to more extremes with that than others, and you get to in this thing. And whose right is it from one person to another to stop another person? If a person wants to do that, they get to, right? Doesn't mean you don't try and help them though. But if they don't want to help, right? Not to confuse the narrative though, if they're causing harm to others, that's a different narrative. Then we have a responsibility to do something about that. As far as I'm concerned, we have our remedy with just if you're doing something at all that causes harm to somebody else, like even just so much as smoking a cigarette, I'm in advocacy that somebody who's forced to breathe that in out in public, you're harming them. You shouldn't do that, right? I wouldn't do that. I don't need to be told not to do that, though. I don't need a fucking government, to tell me that, hey, I'm fucking disrespecting the people around me. Why should they have to suffer from my lunacy on myself, and I'm sucking the life oxygen out of my own lungs for my own stupidity, right?
It's like what gets me is like we have and with smoking in public, and I can kind of see that too.
Same thing as smoking crack, right? I mean, you have your remedy right there. If it's harming somebody else, then do it away from them.
Hold on. I smoke weed,
Mhm.
but I will not walk down the street and smoke a joint. I'll go around the corner or something like that into a parking lot, into a back alley or something like that. If I really need to smoke one, I'll smoke it, away from everybody where it's not getting into other people.
Right.
I do have that common sense in that, especially because there's so many kids that walk up and down the streets all the
Right.
time, and that I don't
Right.
believe in, giving anybody under the age of 21, even though the legal age is 19. I don't believe that anybody under 21.
Fuck that shit. My first hit of a pot was 11 years old.
Mine was too.
Fuck that shit.
It was 10 years old, and I got caught with my hand in my uncle's baggie of weed when I was 10. Like I understand that, but
as far as I'm concerned, a cookie is more narcotic than that.
Yes, but I learned from my mistakes what I did about smoking. And even though people call me a hypocrite or whatever, they can call me whatever they want. Yes, I'm an addiction counselor, and yes, I still smoke weed. My problem is that I was given marijuana as a drug so that I didn't have to take pharmaceuticals, because it was easier for me to be able to reduce everything that needed to be reduced by either smoking a joint or eating a gummy or something like that.
Mhm.
So I've legally been allowed to smoke weed since 2001.
Mhm.
Even though the rest of the country wasn't. I think I was like the 23rd person in Canada to be able to do it, and a guy by the name of Mark Emery helped me get my card. And back then, you used to have to go to the RCMP station, get your picture taken and that, and had it sent in through them so that it could go through the government so that you get a card saying that you can take medication that the doctor's fucking prescribing. But yet, they can hand out all these other pills that'll do 50 times more damage to you than a fucking joint will. So I do take it off the streets. If I see a crowd of people and they're all over 21 or whatever,
Mhm.
and they're all smoking and that, yeah, I'm going to fucking join in. If I have it, I'll join in because they're
Sure.
all over the age, right? But if I see kids around, I will not smoke in a park, period. If there's one kid and they're 400 feet on the other side of the fucking park, I will not
Mhm.
smoke in that park. If there's a playground in that park, I will not smoke in that park.
Even if there's no kids there or people
Even
there?
if there's no kids there.
Why? What difference does it make then? That's where
Because
it's fluid, right? Like, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's the courtesy to not harm others.
right.
If they're not
But the
there, you're
thing
not
of it
harming them.
is that if I'm smoking weed there, then
Uh-huh.
people can think, well, he can smoke weed there, so I can drink there, or he's smoking weed there, so I can do my heroin there, or I can do my fentanyl there, or I can do this, and then next thing you know, people are drinking, they're smashing bottles and shit like that. They're leaving their broken glass and everything all around. They're leaving their needles. They're leaving their cookers.
I don't think they're going to do that just because they saw one. If they're going to do that, they're going to do that anyway. It's not
Right,
because they
but
saw one man smoking a joint.
But this is my thinking that if I don't do it, I'm hoping that people will realize that maybe they shouldn't do it. Maybe take it somewhere else. That's all I'm saying. I don't
I
give a
understand.
listen, if you want to shoot gasoline up in your fucking veins,
Yeah.
by all means, go do it. But don't ask the government, the taxpayers, the people's money that the government is fucking stealing at gunpoint from us to give to you so that you can do your fucking illegal shit and leave your garbage laying all around where someone can get harmed. How many kids? There was a fucking daycare center in the States where there was fentanyl under the boards of the daycare center, and 2 kids died in that just from being exposed to it. See, this is where
Yeah, that's
I get a little testy when it comes to, like I said, if you want to
I'm
do
with you
it,
there, but that's a case by case, right? So that's what we
But-
got to not blanket slate, right? We got to the individual. There's a culprit there. There's somebody who is did something. There's a few different parts of that scenario that made that transpire, right? So who's accountable and responsible in that individual case for that? Not the fucking
daycare
government.
center, the daycare center.
Are they?
Yes.
Why?
because
Why
they
is
were-
that?
Because they were found to be guilty of hiding the fentanyl in the floorboards. It went through court, everything. They were found guilty. They ended up.
Okay, gotcha. So there was staff there that was hiding fentanyl.
The owner.
The owner was hiding fentanyl. Okay, so the owner is the so he was hiding fentanyl what underneath the floor in the daycare, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so that is definitely an individual that should he should be shot.
Hey, I'm all for you, but he only got 5 years.
Yeah, he should be shot
Two
because
deaths of
yeah,
kids.
well, maybe I'm being too quick on that. Because there's other aspects of it, whereas also individuals bringing their kids to the state is also abusive in my opinion. However, nobody ever signed up to an agreement to unless if they were aware that, hey, there's toxic drugs under under the floor here, and now we're going to bring our children. They didn't go to that extreme, so there's that as well. So there's a few different factors. Nonetheless, though, something happened because people were irresponsible, and it's not the government's job to force that responsibility. Let's get right with that. Right, it's the people's responsibility to take accountability for their decisions.
Right. But when they don't, who do you turn to?
Nobody. When they don't, then there's this thing called consequence, right? It's built into the law of nature, right? Like when you stick your hand on an element and you don't take it off, what happens?
You get burned.
Until when? Until you take it off, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So everything is already there.
So how do you take it off though, especially in like the hard drug situation?
Well, first you make sure that your hand isn't on there, and second of all, you make sure that anybody who wants to be dumb enough to stick their hand on gets to, right, and keep it there, and that anybody who wants to force somebody's hand to be put on there, no different than fucking wolves coming to that's an attack, right? So that's a responsibility once again that rests on us to defend ourselves if it gets to that point. And no calling fucking Gestapo nanny state is going to fix that problem. That is biggest distraction that people are caught up on, this idea that we can dial a phone number to fix our problems in the midst of it going on is going to solve anything. It doesn't. And until people start getting more right with that and dealing with the issue themselves in a self-governing way, in a self-defense way, in the moment that it's happening, you're going to continue to get the consequence of not doing that, which is getting burned by the bullshit.
The problem with that is if you defend yourself, especially here in Canada, you can go to jail for it.
Then you got to defend yourself from that.
Like, look at what happened in Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
A guy
Yes.
comes in and starts robbing the place and everything, and he had a knife. The store owner pulled out a bat, and the store owner went to jail. And
That's
the
what
guy
I'm
that
saying.
was robbing got off scot-free. There was another guy out in Alberta. He was trying to break into a house. He was up on the roof. He was on a skylight, fell through, broke his leg. He sued the homeowner and won. And he never got charged for break, enter, and theft or prowl by name. Nothing.
That's what I'm saying, Ash. And until people get right with
yourself, but if you defend yourself in Canada, you go to jail.
Okay,
so,
let's
If
break it
you
down.
defend somebody else, especially
if
I seen somebody hitting a kid, smacking him upside the head or something, and I went over and I punched him in the fucking head and knocked him out, I would go to jail because he's abusing his kids, and I stopped it.
Right.
That's
So
the law here, and that's the problem.
Let's break it down step by step. If the consequence for you practicing self-defense is going to be something where you're put into a cage, what do you call that?
I call that kidnapping.
Yeah. That's the first thing that happened to you where you needed to self-defend yourself. What was happening? What do we call that?
The problem.
Well, yes, of course. But what are you defending yourself from?
From an attacker.
An attack, right? And so if the response is something that's going to resist you defending yourself from the attack, what do we call that?
Oppression?
No, yeah, but it's another attack.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the response that you need to do from an attack?
I'm not sure.
More self-defense. That's the only thing you can do. You have two choices in life: bend the knee or self-defend, right? Okay, now we're just talking at the moment here theoretically, because I know where the mind is going to want it. It's, well, I'm just like one person. They're going to send a Gestapo after me. Yes, I get that, right? And it's scary to think like that at first, right? And again, we're talking about a means to the end here, right? We have to first at least converse about the solution. The actual true remedy to that is not to bend the knee. That's just going to continue to not only propagate and perpetuate more of the same and advocate that it's okay, it's going to make it worse. It's a mess. It's already a mess. That's what we got to get real with that, right? It's a fucking mess. It's a mess because people keep bending the knee and keep thinking that slavery ended somehow a time ago. No, it hasn't. You're enslaved more than ever right now. And in fact, the masses are so mind slave, they think that they're the ruler of the fucking roost and they're doing the oppression on each other and then blaming it on a boogeyman fictional thing called, some people even think, oh, Satan's doing this to everybody. I mean, can you fabricate bullshit in your mind any further? Okay. It's all a gaslight. So what's the remedy then? It's to get real and start doing what we need to do in the event of an attack, regardless of what coat you're wearing. If a bear is coming to attack you, you need to defend yourself. Calling 911 is not going to help you. Now, if you're up against a group, but
1 second. Auditing Canada, no, he's not a cop watcher.
I'm an activist, but it would be very difficult to try and label me up in a stereotype.
Right.
The second you try, you already lost the battle.
Yeah, you know, when I first met you, I thought, well, is this guy a cop watcher? Is he an activist? Is it, you know, a human rights activist? You know, and then I got to know you, and then you know, it's even though we haven't spoken a while, and that's mainly my fault, mainly because in April there, because of the fire, I lost everything. I lost my the ability to even get, maybe you know how to do this, but I lost my ability to be able to get into any of my Google.
I could possibly help with that.
So
Depends.
because of the fire, Google has this thing called Google two-step where they do verification if you come on with another um, um, device that's not that wasn't registered at first. So because my phone, my laptop, my computer, like everything was burnt in the fire. I lost everything. I had to borrow somebody's phone in order to record the video that's on my channel now of the fire. And but because I lost everything, I have no way. I try getting into my Google and it won't let me get into it because they're uh, their two-step
Oh,
verification because
can you
they
hold the
say that.
thought for 1 sec?
Yeah.
So I just want to, you don't have to apologize. And to answer your question, what kind of activism? Solutions-based activism and helping others who are activists be more fruitful with their activism. Those are primarily my focuses. Help them get to a place where they're fruitful and true actual remedy in life instead of more of the same repetitive loophole art bullshit. Sorry. Please continue.
No, where was I?
You're talking about the thing that happened in the fire and
Oh
why
yes, the
your
Google
account.
thing and that.
Yeah.
So because of Google's two-step verification and I lost my phone, I have no access now from any other device to be able to get into my email to answer an email that they send me because of a new device.
Mhm.
So I literally had to start this channel. I had to start a new uh, uh, a new Gmail and everything
Right.
in order to get back onto YouTube because I cannot get into my Google. Now, I've tried everything and they're saying that I'm being I at one point I was actually talking with someone and they were saying that, well, there must be somebody or some entity or something like that that is stopping you from getting into it. And I'm thinking, well, the only person that I ever had any problems with or entity with is when I do videos and where I've literally had CSIS come to my door twice, the police 3 times, lost about a dozen videos, lost Facebook group with over 30,000 people, a YouTube, Facebook page, you know, because of a government. But I can't see them being able to block me out of a Google account so that I can never get. I know my passwords, everything. My passwords are all fine in that. And it even says that when I log in, but it says that in order to verify who you are, we need to send a text message or email to, and it's my old phone number where the phone burnt up and my old email address, which is connected to my Google that I can't get into.
50-50 chance we can rectify that. I'd have to see the.
Fuck, I'll give you all my passwords and everything. I know how to change them afterwards. I'll give you all my passwords if you know how to get into it and get me into
We can
it.
try. We can try. It's possible. At the very least, I can tell you if there's no way to get around it. Unfortunately, it's an algorithm thing, and with this type of thing, if the customer service team at Google was not more of just a AI bot, then it would be more helpful. But as you probably know from any time you try to dispute anything on a YouTube, that's the same corporation, right? So it just depends on how it responds. Sometimes it's a bit of a stroke of luck.
And even where it says, like, I went on Google to search how to contact Google by phone. And
Yeah.
I contact them by phone and they tell me that I have to go through the help.
Love that loop.
Yeah, I can't get into it so that I can get to the help.
Press 1 for operator. 1. Thank you. Press 2 to continue. Thank you. Press 1 for operator. That game, it never ends, right?
And well, not that, but then they'll say, for all problems, please go onto your Google account and go to the help button.
Right. Or the other
can't
classic,
get into it.
the other classic. In order to help you get online, please come online and access. If I could get online, I wouldn't need the fucking help.
I cannot go on to YouTube like to do a live on this computer. I have to go through StreamYards in order to do a live on this computer because apparently you have to put some kind of fucking code or you got to download some kind of link or something like that to put into your fucking into your computer so that you can go live on YouTube.
We can
it's the only
investigate.
reason why I don't go live a lot. That and the fact that I couldn't go live because I needed more than 50 people, more than 50 subscribers to go live on mobile. So
Right.
I've reached that. My channel's slowly building back up again. And I mean slowly. I think I'm at like 73 or 74 people. I am over the 50 mark. I haven't
Gotta be
tried to
100?
go. What?
Oh, you haven't tried to go, so it might work.
Not. I did try to go live before when I
Mhm.
only had like 25 people, and it said that I needed at least 50 people in order to use my phone to go on to do a YouTube live. You need a minimum of 50 people to use mobile to go live. On your computer, your home computer, you can have one person and go live. You can have no people and you can still go live. But this computer, I just bought it. I got a bunch of income tax money back. So when the fire, I bought a new computer, brand new HP. And it doesn't have YouTube built into it. It's got, you can go on to.
Is this another one since we notified your previous one?
Yes.
This is a new computer?
Yes.
Okay. Does this new one need to be notified?
Actually, I'm having no problems whatsoever. This thing is super fast. I'm having no
Nice.
problems playing other videos.
Is that what?
As you can
That's not
see,
what you're on right now, is it? You're on mobile?
No, I'm on my computer.
Oh, you're on
But
your computer. Okay.
But I have to go through StreamYards in order to go onto YouTube.
Right.
I can't just go onto YouTube and click on live because it
Gotcha.
tells me that I got to embed this one fucking link or something into and I have no clue what to do. I've been
Right.
trying to figure it out. And I said, fuck it. If I need to go live, I know that I got 25 hours a month on StreamYards. I'm not doing a lot right now. There's not a whole lot going on that, I covered the rally today.
Right.
And
Book
that's
me for
a
a backstage anytime, and we'll look at that, and also getting into specifics of plans. we could go as far that in the public as you want to take it, but I try and be careful with not doing too much up front because you also don't want to give away your position too much. But I like everybody to have the education value, right? So
Yeah.
but
And and don't get me wrong, I learned a lot from you from when it came to doing the computer stuff and that. It's just that it's just this one little thing right now. That and the fact that my phones, I can't
Mhm.
plug into my computer to download for some reason.
That's okay. Yeah, that's just
that and
that's an easy fix.
I have memory cards and I
Mhm.
don't know how to get it so that when I do recording, it goes right onto the memory card, not onto the hard drive of the phone.
We can cover that too.
And other than that, like those are the only two things that I'm really having problems with, other than
Right.
the fact that, the YouTube thing with this new computer. Other than that, like I said, I broadcasted that whole thing with the chat. No
The
lagging,
other
no nothing.
the Gmail, YouTube, Google one, I don't know. Hopefully is not too long of a thing, but the other ones should be a very quick thing to sort out. Pretty easy to sort those out. Those are just some settings in the operating system. I think I know where they are too. Do you know if it's this one is Windows 10 as well, or is it 11?
I'm not sure. I believe it might be 11. I'm
It's
not
probably
sure.
11. It's most likely
It's brand new. It's got
brand
an
new. Yeah, it's got to be 11 then.
Intel Core 5 is what's in this with Intel graphics.
Yeah, it's definitely like new as in within the last months or something.
No, I
right?
bought it. I bought it in July. Like it's last year's model.
90% that's Windows 11.
Yeah. Like they told me it was a brand. I bought it right at Staples. Like it brand new in the box. I still have the fucking box for it. Like I have all the paperwork, everything. It's a little dirty, but like other than that, like it's a brand new fucking computer. And I figured if I'm gonna get a computer, I'm not gonna get another used one like I had before.
Right.
Since I had the money coming, the free money from the government, I decided to take that money and invest it into something that I use every day. I don't watch cable TV. Hearing in New Brunswick, anyways, I cannot get Fox. So I can't watch any of the NASCAR races or anything on TV. So I watch it right here on the internet. I got tons of friends that live all over fucking the states and that, and they're down there and they're recording different fucking, like right. It's 6, so it's 5 there. In the next 47 minutes, 48 minutes, the Freedom Factory is having their race, and I'm hoping to be able to watch that. The Danger Ranger 9000 and the Crown Vic race that Cletus McFarland does at the Freedom Factory. I don't know if you know who he is, but like, there's not too many people
that's a new one. Freedom Factory. Look that up.
It's in Bradenton, Florida, and he's a YouTuber. And he started off with nothing. He was going to law school, and he now owns his own racetrack. He just made his last payment on the racetrack. He is half owner of the Bradenton Motorsports Park, which is a drag strip, which is right beside him. He's 1/3 owner of TBM Brakes, 1/3 owner of Motion Raceworks, 1/2 20th owner of Kinetics Juice. The guy has just gone crazy. He owns his own helicopter. He owns his own plane. He owns his own airfield. Like the guy is, and all he is a YouTuber. And he went out and bought a whole bunch of Crown Vics ex-cop cars, stripped them out, put a nitrous bottle in it, put a roll cage and a race seat in it, and these people go out and they race Crown Vics around the fucking racetrack, and it's all YouTubers. I mean, big name YouTubers. Like, I don't know if you're into much when it comes to auto racing and that, but like, or any of these car ones, but like Heavy D, which is the Diesel brothers. They go there, Whistling Diesel to fuck Greg Biffle, and the ex NASCAR racer. This guy Cletus McFarland just raced in the Daytona ARCA series as Greg Biffle as an owner of his car. Like the guy is now going to NASCAR.
I'm not into the car things, but of course I'm into the activism, and I'm trying to look him up under the Freedom Factory search in YouTube. I'm seeing some of the things that you're saying, of course, some of those car things, and even that name you just mentioned, Cletus McFarland, came up. But is Freedom Factory the name of a channel? I'm trying to find.
No, it's Cletus McFarland.
Oh, okay. So, and he does cars and activism?
No activism.
Oh, he's just into the car thing.
Yeah.
I got you.
But
okay.
It's the other YouTubers that come that some of those guys are into activism and that too.
I see.
So it does. He doesn't shy away. If you can drive something that's got a motor in it, it doesn't even have to be a gas powered motor. If you have an electric motor, if you have a jet engine or anything in between, this guy races it.
I see.
Everything. And the guy is a fucking clown, and he's one of the biggest YouTubers out there with over 4.1 million subscribers. And so this is what I watch to get on the down low of all the hype that's going on with all the bullshit that's going on here.
Right.
So I do watch a lot of the activism, but there's sometimes where I just have to
shut it off,
take a break, and
man.
So I'll go to like Cletus McFarland and watch him. One of my other favorite people to watch is Roman Atwood.
Right.
You know, the Smile More guy. It was called Roman Atwood Pranks. He made himself big as a prankster before the that show Prank come out. He was doing this like 15 years ago. He was doing stuff like this. So I'll go watch him. He owns a laundromat now, and he's a part owner of Kinetics also. And, you know, so they're all connected one way or another, either by sponsors or by activism or something like that. But these are the people that I watch to sort of decompress away from all the bullshit that's going on. And
right.
You know, everybody has to do it sometimes, or you'll just go fuck.
Oh yeah. You need a balance for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, I can relate to that. Especially let me tell you, I wouldn't wish the deep understanding that I have and the psychological toll that it takes, and to be able to handle that, I wouldn't wish it on the president of China and North Korea. Let's put it that way. It's quite daunting to be able to handle that. So yeah, you need to not only have a strong mental and emotional state to handle it, but you got to have a good grip on balance, or it'll just fucking eat you real quick, right? Especially when you see it for what it is, and you see that you're surrounded by people that are just so appallingly into the fuckery. And one of the biggest things that I had to get over was more recently, actually. It really took me back that, and I've been talking about it more lately. Not that I didn't have a sense of it before. It's one of the biggest things that most people in the masses are really in denial about, is that the true oligarch and oppressor is we the people. Hardly anybody wants to talk about that, confront it, understand that, because what that means is we can't blame our beloved fucking scapegoat of a government anymore. Right? Because that's what everybody wants to do, is just practice, delegating the blame away instead of responsible. Who wants to talk about actually being proactive and being the solution, right?
And that's why I was saying, like, when it came to the hard drugs and that, I know it's not the solution, but it is a better option than what's going on.
I
We
agree
have,
with that.
but we have this thing in January of 2022, or in January, yeah, was it 2022 or 2023? 2023, when BC decided that they were going to decriminalize all drugs under 2.5 grams. So you could have fentanyl, all this other stuff. There was even a store in downtown Vancouver that was selling crack cocaine and heroin and fentanyl, and you can get safe supplies from the government and shit like that. Instead of so BC did that, but the rest of Canada didn't. But because BC does that, the rest of Canada will not prosecute these laws. And that's where I was coming from. If people want to do it, fuck, there's a whole province there, go do it. You want to walk around outside and you want to fucking stick needles in your own shit like that, it's legal out there. It's, well, not legal, but it's decriminalized out there. You will not go to jail for it. All you'll do is you'll get all the stuff that you need for it. Go out there. But the rest of Canada, in quotes, did not sign up for that, and it is illegal to possess these things. So why not come down on them like they were coming down on people smoking weed? Did you see when they decided to make medical marijuana okay, even though it wasn't recreational? But when
That
medical
sounds like
marijuana was okay, hold on, did
that
you
sounds
see
like
the
an eye
cops?
for an eye.
But did you see the cops going out and saying, "Oh, you got pot? Oh, well, here's some, because it's decriminalized for certain people. Here's some rolling papers. Oh, do you need some screens for your pipe? Oh, do you need a bong?" No, they would grab you and they would fucking arrest you and they would throw you in a fucking cage.
Okay, I'm just gonna bear with me here. I'm gonna respond, and it's not gonna sound diplomatically correct. Okay, and surprise, surprise, it's me. Right? But here's what it sounds like to me. Okay, when you're saying that is, mommy punished him for this, and I don't want to get punished for that, so I should make it so that he should get punished too. Fuck that shit. It's authoritarian. Why advocate for that? It also sounds like an eye for an eye. What? That's not healthy.
So here's my thought on that, and I can see your point. Don't get me wrong. And like I said, if people want to do that in their own home or off the streets, that's fine. Go to it. You, like I said, you want to shoot up gasoline or kerosene or whatever. You be you. Okay? You do whatever the fuck you want to do. But don't do something that it infers on other people's rights and freedoms. Like, we have the right to be free, to be able to walk down the street and not get jumped by a crackhead. We have the moral obligation to help these people.
Don't blanket slate that somebody who does crack is going to do that, though. You're not going to solve that by outlawing or putting the onus
Okay,
on the
maybe
drug.
not crack. Maybe not crack.
Any
but
drug
maybe-
for that matter. It comes down to the individual making the individual choice. That's why you don't blanket slate. You have to take things on a case by case basis.
I have a sister that was a crackhead
Mm-hmm.
before all this started.
Mm-hmm.
She turned into the worst person possible
Mhm.
because the drugs eat at your brain.
Mhm.
And it doesn't give you the right consciousness to be in society, period. And as an addiction counselor, I can actually tell you that.
I'm with you.
But
But
when
until
you,
they do something that's going to be a threat and a harm to somebody else, they haven't done anything to harm somebody else. They can harm themselves.
okay, so what about
Otherwise, otherwise you're getting into a very slippery slope that, because all of us do something that you could, if you want to get into the psychology behind that, none of us are fit to be functioning in society. Okay. We're all fucked. So you might as well just wipe us all out. Right. If you want to get into that, who's got the authority to put that subjective line and put the parameter into, okay, this person's fit and this person is, who's who? Well, I'm We the People. Isn't that person who does crack part of We the People too? Of course they are.
So,
what you're saying then is we're going to select out of the people who are corrupt, some people who are corrupt out of that to delegate the responsibility of who gets to continue, who doesn't for whatever reason. That's a corrupt way of thinking, Ash. And it doesn't solve anything. As you can see, that way of thinking is what's being tried here, and you can see the results. Just look at from an overview.
Listen, even our so-called members of parliament are even saying that this was a big mistake to decriminalize the drugs in BC. The problem is that, again, if BC wants to do it, let them. I have no problem with it. Do you see me in BC anymore? No, I'm in Moncton, New Brunswick. I don't give a fuck what happens out there anymore because of what they did out there.
Should we make bears for illegal to walk in cities?
What?
Should we make it illegal for a bear to come into a city? What difference is that going to make? You see the logic behind this?
No, I don't.
That's the idea towards remedy that legality presents itself. You can't outlaw nature. People get to do what they want to do. They get to try what they want to do. That's not how you solve issues. When it comes down to where you have a problem, where somebody is interfering with somebody's health and is causing them harm, the solution for that has to be taken up individually on a case-by-case basis. And if that's not done, you're going to continue to perpetuate said problem. This idea that legalities are going to solve anything for us is no less logical than saying that we're going to ban and outlaw gravity. And if you participate in gravity, you're going to go to jail. It doesn't change nothing. It can't. It's meant to distract you and bait you into thinking that that's an avenue of remedy, so that people who want to exploit you for thinking that way get to, and you'll continue to give up your power and readily be exploitable without your awareness for forever.
Okay, but when it just...
If it was going to solve something, it would have already, not even as a deterrent. If you just, again, back to honesty and objective, the justice system and legalities are not a deterrent to crime. If they were, there wouldn't be jails full of criminals. It doesn't solve nothing. I'll tell you what does solve things. Let's take a look at theft, for example. There's a very easy solution to theft. Very easy. One that the corporate world will never consider or fathom because it doesn't make sense in the corporate world. It's opposite to what the corporate world stands for. Can you take a guess what it might be?
Put everything behind plexiglass?
No, I wouldn't do that. I mean, now you're basically just everyone's in a cage more than they already are. No, here it's very simple solution. Overproduce.
Overproduce.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that people would have to, again, this is what this in BC. If a person steals from any store, and I seen people going in with their reusable bags. They'll
Mm-hmm.
go into a into a food store,
Mm-hmm.
Safeway, Sobeys, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They'll walk in there. They'll start putting things in the bag and, making it look like they're just buying their stuff and going up and down. And then they just walk out. Well,
Mm-hmm.
if you can make it past the security guard, and even though the security guard sees you, if you can make it out before him,
Mm-hmm.
they cannot chase you, and the cops will not do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
So when this is happening to stores on an hourly basis, and some stores it does in BC, it happens on an hourly basis. Now their insurance rates go up, and now they have to put up all the prices because of a few people that are going in and
Mm-hmm.
robbing these places so
That's what
that
happens.
everybody else pays for somebody else's mistake, and the person that made the mistake is scot-free.
Yeah, well, actually, the
There's the
people that made
problem.
the mistake is everybody who's participating in a system that artificially incorporates scarcity. And that's why I said the true remedy is to overproduce. Would those people have any need to think about the fictional idea of stealing, which this is a digression, another topic, is also a fallacy, but nonetheless, let's not get into that at the moment. If there was so much overproduction, there would be no scarcity for people to think, oh, I got to go and take from other people. It's only when you got that fictional scarcity that people think they need to do that to fucking survive by design, right? That everybody's participating in, and then we're going to blame it on the fucking what? The government? Come on, we got to get real with this. It's the system. It's the thing that people are participating in by design. But again, the due diligence is what people are failing to do. How did I come up with that solution? Well, I did the due diligence. I understand how the system works. That's what people aren't doing. Instead, they're just accepting, okay, this is a system, and you'll hear this so many times. How many times have you heard this? You may have said it yourself. It's the best we have to work with. Bull fucking shit, Wes. So now you're going to settle and accept that? You can't be something better? You got right in front of you abundance, right? Nature itself overproduces. How much did you have to pay for it to rain?
How much diesel fuel did you have to pay to have it shipped?
Not a good idea to be using that to begin with. It's harmful.
So how do you get things from one coast to the next?
Why would you need to?
Why wouldn't you? It's called
Why?
commerce.
Why would you though?
So
I don't
what-
need anything from afar. I got everything right here.
See, and this is where smaller provinces here lose out. We don't manufacture anything here. You know what our biggest employer is here in New Brunswick? Next to the government is Irving Oil. 1/4 of the population of New Brunswick works for one company.
Mm-hmm. That's what happens when you got a system that's the focus is profit. As soon as profit, motivation, logic, and
we
morality,
have to export. Like we have to import so much stuff.
Only if you're dependent on it. That's where you get fucked. It's not the only option and the only way to function in life. You know that. We've been talking about that.
Yes, But not everybody can do this. And this
Bullshit. 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 Don't tell yourself that. Not everybody wants to do that. That's the truth.
Okay, we have over 10 million people in this country living in poverty right now. Proven
Because
fact.
they're dependent on that.
Hold it. 25% of our population is in poverty right now.
Mhm.
And why? Because of the taxes.
No, because they're dependent on a system that is designed to have scarcity by default. Because if there wasn't scarcity, yes, sir. See, you're saying no, but you haven't done your due diligence. Do you understand the full scope of how the monetary system works? Have you investigated it? Do you know it top to bottom, inside out? I reckon no, otherwise you wouldn't be saying that. I do. Okay? I've investigated thoroughly that for a long time. I have a thorough understanding of how that works. It's a Ponzi scheme. You even said that, but do you understand truly how it's a Ponzi scheme and why? That means scarcity. And here's why, Ashkan. I'll just give you the 101 crash course in the economics and why it functions the way it does. If you were to give everybody $10 million in your corporate society right now overnight, what would happen tomorrow?
Well,
who would go to work?
No one.
Exactly.
Well, there would be people like you could.
Not really.
Listen,
Maybe for a day.
Listen, I made a lot of money when I was working. I mean, a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a couple $100,000 a year. 1 year, I made almost $300,000 in 1 year
Mm-hmm.
on the books. That's not counting what I made off the books. And out of that money, if I did not, I was forced to pay those taxes. 40% of it came right off my fucking paycheck right away.
Mm-hmm.
And it
That's to
wasn't
make
that
sure
I
that
didn't have
scarcity stays intact, right? So that you stay obligated to have to be work and be exploited. That's the whole point.
Okay, so people that work at fast food joints, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
they live in poverty right now because if that's their only income.
Everybody who's an employee, no matter who it is impoverished.
You have to pay taxes or you do not get hired if you're working up. I'm just using McDonald's as an example.
Sure.
You go to Ford, you go to GM, you go to Toyota, you go to Honda, you go to Pfizer, you go to IBM, you go to Microsoft, anywhere these places you go, you are forced to pay taxes. If you don't, you lose your job. You just won't get hired if you don't sign that form.
Let's give you that. It's not true, but let's give you that. Let's say that that's the case. If you don't know what I know, then that will be the case. And most people don't know what I know. So let's go with that.
Okay, so if I want to work for Irving Oil, which owns Kent Lumber,
mm-hmm.
which is it's like Home Depot
mm-hmm.
down here.
Mm-hmm.
If I do not sign that form saying that they're taking taxes from me.
If you want to get hired as an employee, yes.
Well, how else do you make money unless you become a subcontractor and they don't
Excellent
hire
question. Subcontracting
hold it, but they don't hire subcontractors.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because I worked for fucking Home Depot and I work for Kent's.
Yeah,
you're do their flooring and stuff.
I guarantee you they hire subcontractors all the time.
The only ones that they do when it comes to subcontractors is that they subcontract out renovations. If you work in the store, if you drive a truck for Midland Trucks,
mm-hmm,
which is owned by Irving Oil, if you work for Irving Oil, if you work for Kent's, if you work for any of the number of companies that Irving Oil owns, which is 25% of the population here that works for them, if you do not sign that, you do not get hired.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that now you don't have a paycheck coming in. So that now you have to go and try and find other means of finding a company that will go with your wishes and become a subcontractor, but not
Or
all,
contractor and just contract as a company, or start your own company.
which takes money to do.
Not really. Maybe a few pennies.
A few pennies. Do you know? Do you know? In order for me just to start that fucking mobile munchies that I was talking about earlier, that it would have cost me. It cost me almost $2,000 just to build the bike.
Yeah, I was talking about just the structure itself, the entity.
And then I have to register the business, which is
Yeah.
$150 a year per vehicle or unit that I operate, and I have to pay
If you want to
the
go the legal
GST,
route, yeah. Mm-hmm.
or I lose my shit.
If you want to go the legal route, yeah.
Or
There's also again, even there's solutions to all that, even legally.
Like
you just have to do your diligence and know what they
one
are.
of the other so there's also another business that I want to start up, and it's being able to take old furniture and old construction material and leftover construction material and use that to make smaller things, or even sometimes bigger things, but to reduce the amount of garbage going into the landfill at the same time, and reusing that lumber and saving the trees, and trying to be a Greenpeace guy.
Yeah.
Make it look like a green. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I got no use for fucking Greenpeace or David Suzuki whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay. Big fucking farts as far as I'm concerned. They're out there
You're damn
saying,
right.
"Oh, save the whales and save this and save that," and they're out there in the fucking boats and they're
Fake
spilling
virtue at its
fucking
finest.
oil and
Yeah.
right. So, but I believe in small things. Like if you're able to walk into a house that's getting tore down and you see some old cupboards and that you're able to use that lumber and make something else out of, instead of going and taking it from somewhere else. Now you just saved that lumber from going to the landfill site and you're using it for something else. Your footprint becomes a lot smaller because now there's not as much going into the landfill. You might have, out of 100 pounds, you might have fucking 4 pounds going into a landfill. Right. And so, and you're able to take that stuff and sell it and make money from it.
Correct.
But in order to do that, you need the place to do it in, for one, which costs money to rent a place to put those tools in. And then you have to go out and buy those tools or find a way of getting those tools, which either way will cost you money no matter what, in order to get those tools to bring them in. And then you got to have another,
not necessarily, but okay, let's go with that.
And then you got to have a vehicle to go and pick up that stuff, or have a spot for people to drop them off at. But yet you still need hydro in order to run those machines. You need to pay the rent in order to have those machines in that building.
All these things you need if you have a job too, right? Okay. So if you got to do that, then your better bet is to do something that leans towards something self-employment based, because at the end of the day, that's where you can circumvent. This is in the corporate world, right? That's where you can circumvent and not be exploited. There's no such thing as fucking job security, right? That's just a fucking fallacy, right? Anybody who seeks that, just good luck. Okay. So you're definitely going to have a better shot in the corporate world. If you think for yourself outside of the box and you're working for yourself and you don't get caught up in most of the fucking legalities bullshit as well, especially, and you get again to a home base where you're self-reliant on the nature as fast as possible. That's the name of the game here. And the longer people, this is very important to understand what I'm about to say. The longer people procrastinate from doing this, the shorter the window of opportunity is to do this. Why? Because by design, The reason why there's all this inflation and why things get more expensive, it's not accidental. That's by design. That's how a Ponzi scheme works. If you know, every year in a Ponzi scheme, the people at the bottom, they get weeded off, right? And sooner or later, you get to the bottom.
And who's actually at the top of that Ponzi scheme? Do you know? I do.
I'm one of them.
At the very top of the Ponzi scheme by the government?
It's not the government. It's anybody who knows how to exploit it.
I'm saying this government Ponzi scheme, because that's all it is. The whole government is a Ponzi scheme, like you said. Also, do you know who's at
The
top
entire
of it?
corporate capitalistic function is a Ponzi scheme.
It's one entity. It's only one entity, and actually only one person at the very top. Do you know who it is?
I don't think anybody can actually see who the top is, but
A
have
guy
at
by
her.
a guy by the name of Klaus.
Not even
Schwab.
close. Not even close.
Okay.
Ashcan.
And
These
that's
are
why-
Muppets in the public figure.
Listen to me for a minute. We have the WEF infiltrated into our government. And if you don't believe me, our own finance minister in June or July of 2024 was at the WEF, and she sits on the board. Her name is
I'm sorry,
our
buddy, but-
finance minister, and that Chrystia
Ash.
Freeland.
Listen, it's WWE. That's all theater. Okay. In a mafia game, you don't get to see who the warlords are. You get to see, it's just 101 tactics of war. You get to see the state actors who represent the scapegoat fall guys, so that you continue to be distracted and blame them for the purpose primarily of ignoring your own primary role of participation and be distracted in that. Divide and conquer
I'm just
101.
going by facts.
That's the facts, what I just stated. You're falling for the theater, the WWE theater of the MSN rhetoric.
No.
Oh, yes. Again,
because
you listen.
Again, no,
listen, your
you
quick
listen.
response.
No, you listen. I do not watch any of this fucking MSNBC or any of this MSM bullshit at
You
all.
just
I
you
do
just
not
parroted.
listen. I go for the facts. I watch the CPAC. I watch the C-SPAN. I watch what's going on
That's
in
MSM.
government.
That's MSN.
No, it's not.
It is.
When
You just
see
haven't
people actually-
recognized that yet. It's all one. It's one WWE conglomerate. They're all on the same fucking team. But what the public gets to see is the actors, and then the actual warlords are not in public view. You don't get to see those. I don't get to see those. They shield themselves. It's what the corporate veil is all about, right? That's why you make these corporate entities called McDonald's. So you never actually get to see who the true fucking shareholders are. No chance of holding anybody accountable. That's the point of it. And to keep you further distracted, they'll put very well paid Muppets in front of the public view so that you can blame them. But they're just on this little idiot box called the television. What are you going to do? Smash it?
I don't even watch it.
Again, I'm not just saying you, I'm just saying how this thing works, right? How the machine works and how people are caught up in it, right? Again, it's due diligence to understand how a mafia runs and works. You'll never know the true leader or warlord. They don't present themselves to the public. That's lunacy to do that.
I got a little question for you.
Sure.
And you can, and it's sort of like a challenge.
Sure.
Have you ever heard of Benny Johnson?
No, I don't think so. Not off the top of my head.
Called The Benny Show. It's on Rumble, YouTube, and X.
Doesn't ring a bell.
I would I would recommend, and you do what you want, but I would recommend that you go over and check out Benny Johnson and to see how he has been covering what has been going on in Canada, in the States, and across the world, and how all of these um, actors, as people would call them, whether they're elected officials or not,
Yeah.
you know, with the now, don't get me wrong, I don't give two shits about Donald Trump. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He's in a different part of the world than we are. But when he won, he went on he his platform was to get rid of the deep state and to bring in his guys to clean that swamp. And it's not a swamp, actually, it's a fucking cesspool. But they call it the swamp.
Yep.
The DC swamp. So
Yep.
when he went on the fact that he was going to start, he had Elon Musk saying that they were going to start this entity called Doge. You probably heard of that, Department of Government Efficiency, that Elon Musk has been axing all these. Now, the guy has already found over $55 billion going to one person. He's found something like almost $1 trillion that's been going out the door illegally and corruptly. And this is what Benny Johnson has been uncovering for years, and to the point where he has actually sat with the president, on Donald Trump, on his plane and everything. He's interviewed Kash Patel on, I don't know, 50, 60 times. He's now the new director of the FBI that's going to drain that, or so they say. Now, this is what they're saying. I'm not saying that they're doing it. I'm saying that this is what they're saying they're doing. So they found just over $1 billion. They got Kash Patel. They got Pam Bondi, which is the Attorney General for the United States, which is going after all these bad actors and that. And they're the ones that are bringing out the Epstein list, the Diddy list, the RF or JFK files, the RFK files, the 9/11 attack. And these lists are going on, and these things are actually starting to come out already. Now, Kash Patel was just confirmed on Thursday. So Monday morning, I guarantee you that you're going to see on the Benny Show about the FBI being kicked out of Washington, where a whole bunch of these actors are going to go. Now, you had guys like Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI. You had he quit. You had look at the head of the health department down there, Dr. Fauci, you, proven that he's the one that funded all this to begin with and helped set this infection onto the world. That whole thing was all done through the U.S. government. Well, you know what?
It's not a new thing that selling stupid to stupid addicts is very profitable.
Peter Biker just said, make government smaller by creating Department of Government. So the Doge has 10 people working for it. USAID had what? They just fired what, 4,000 people. You know, there's all these other ones that are going down. You know, these this is what Canada needs in order to get onto the track of being able to become self-sufficient, for one. Even though we live in a country that's we are fully 100% self-sufficient. Anything that we need is made here in Canada.
You got to stop thinking that the corporate entity of Canada has any interest in anything other than profit. And anything other than that interest being in the interest or best interest of any of the lower level minions who are hopelessly dependent on it.
Well,
It's
right
not its responsibility to take care of anybody. It's not going to do that. And a logical, sane, rational mind shouldn't want it to, because it's irresponsible. The only rational mind of responsible function is self-governing. You have access to everything that I do and everybody else. The resources in the corporate world all come from nature anyways, right?
Okay, so here's a question for you.
Sure.
I get $1,100 a month. I pay $650 for rent.
Mhm.
I pay another $50 for internet. I pay another $50 for a cell phone bill, and I
Yeah.
spend the rest of my money on food.
Yeah.
And I still cannot eat.
Yeah.
So how am I supposed to do something when, even though, don't get me wrong, I have tried, and I will keep trying, and I will try again
Yeah.
to become off the grid. But until I'm able to do that, I have to go by what the system says. If not, I get nothing, and I'm out on the street, and I probably
Gotcha.
dead.
Yes, that's it.
within
The
6 months.
conundrum. That's the conundrum you're up against, and we'll work your way up. That being said, that's a separate narrative. Okay, while that's going on, let's not pretend that a remedy is going to be to do something within the system to fix and change any of that. That's just going to be a distraction from getting to what you were just talking about a second ago. And if you understand as well how the system is designed, which is very important, in a game of zero-sum Ponzi, there's only a window of time to do that. If you didn't make it in time, game over for you. Suck it up, Buttercup. You lost. That's how it works in this. It's a hard fucking reality and a hard pill to swallow, but that's the way that it's designed. So those are who do their due diligence and get to that point, make it, and those who don't. And then there's a bit of unlucky factor, like somebody who is just born into an impoverished family right now and tried to work their way out. By the time that they graduated, you're probably going to get genocided before you had a chance. Hard luck. Unfortunately, we don't have I don't have a solution for every scenario, but I do have a solution right now still for those who want to walk the responsible self-governing path and get to that point before the tsunami fucking buries them alive. It's still possible.
Hey, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm saying that right now, because of what's going on, what would, unless I'm out on living off the grid, and once I am, I don't give a fuck. The rest of the country can burn for all I give a fuck.
There you go. So let's get you there. That's all you should be focused on. And until you get there, that's the only thing, right?
But until I get there, I have to live in this society until I'm able to get there. And I'm doing what I can to get there. It's just getting there now.
Okay.
I did it. Hold it. I did it once. I went out there.
Yeah.
And it fell through. And I came back. And now I'm working on it again. And don't get me wrong. I would do it in any province other than Ontario and Quebec.
And because you haven't given up, neither have I, Ash. So, right? I mean,
and like
I'll work with you. I'll work with you still.
I will take an old fucking pump saw and a hatchet and an axe and go out and make myself a home if that's what it takes. I'm willing to do that. It may take me fucking 10 times longer than the normal person because of my
whatever it
health and
takes.
that.
Whatever
But
it takes.
I'm willing to do that. My
Whatever it
problem
takes.
is that until I'm able to have the place to go to start it, I have to live in this society. And if I got to live in this society, then why can't I ask for things? Simple things. Like
Because the thing that you live in has no obligation to you. You can ask, but it doesn't mean you're going to get anything. There's no obligation to give it to
so
you.
they have no obligation to give it to us, but we're forced to give it to them under threat of arrest and put in a cage. And
That's the result of lack of responsibility and due diligence for a long time. Yes. That's why that tide is never going to turn until you and more people do what we're talking about to be the solution. Right?
well, listen, you show me a place where I can go to, and I'll go. I will leave next week.
Is that
If I have a place that I'm able to go to,
yeah.
I will pack up everything I own, which is hardly anything now, and I will fucking go anywhere in this country other than Ontario and Quebec.
Very good. A couple questions. And again, I don't know how far you want to go with that in the public, but do you still have the trailer?
No,
That burned down?
So I had the trailer out west, and when I got there, my brother gave it to someone else. When I came back,
No,
down
not
here,
that one. The one that you were living in when you came
no,
back.
that got burnt in the fire.
Okay.
Or I would have fucking I would be living in that right now.
Yeah, that was my next question is how did you're probably no stranger to living in that, but were you comfortable in there? Was it
fuck, it was perfect for me.
All right.
I had a bed up above the fucking the cab.
Yeah.
The big
If you're
double
okay
bed
with
there,
that,
and
and
I had the bed the coach that pulls out into a bed, and I could drop the table and have another double bed there. I had my own washroom with a shower. I had it had a fridge, it had a stove, and it had a microwave in it. I had my dishes, like everything was there. I literally lived in it while I was there.
Gotcha. That's beautiful. Well, I mean, because of your mindset and you're willing to be, I'm like that too. I love, a roof is a fucking roof, even if it's the sky, as far as I'm concerned. Right? That's freedom.
As long as you can put up a piece of plastic, keep the fucking the rain out.
Right. I don't want to sleep in a swimming pool, so
Right. So, like, listen, I'm willing to go out and buy 9mm ply, fucking vapor barrier, fucking plastic. Some of the strongest plastic out there to throw over is about $40 for a 150-foot roll that's 8 feet wide.
Right.
I'm willing to go out and buy that. I'm willing to go out and get the little things that I need, like maybe a hammer. I got a couple of small tools here, like a pair of pliers and a measuring tape, and but I'm willing to go out to get the hammer, the hatchet, the axe, the saw, and if that's what it takes, buy some string, I'll make a fucking lean-to
Is
and live in that.
Is that place that was an option where you could have put the trailer on at that point out here still available?
I don't think so, because it's been a couple of years now.
Okay.
I would have
so
to
maybe
get back
not.
to 'em. Right.
Okay. So that would be something
actually I would need a camper in order to go there. That I do know.
Okay. Let's put that on the shelf. Any other options like that, with or without even a camper, that may be a viable thing to consider as well? Or is that the only one?
That's the only one that that I have well, I had at that time.
Right.
There's other things that I was thinking about, but like I don't want to do it if I don't know who owns property.
Okay. Now, here's another one, because this is what I do, and I've done a lot as well. Just even being in the camper alone is very minimalistic and easy, especially in the warmer climate of British Columbia. And even though I don't give a flying fuck about this, I know a lot of people do. You can legally be anywhere in within 14 feet of moving your camper van on Crown land and camp all fucking year round, right? Because they only mark your tire with a chalk, and that's if there's some out in the boonies. I mean, it's a vast ocean out here. You know that, I'm sure. You know, I mean, that's only if you happen to be really unlucky or really stupid and park somewhere which was like in view of somebody where you can see. There's so much places in the backcountry that you could just, you know, chill out, and that's what I do a lot, right? So there is that as an option to consider, and just that as well, in addition to accessing your potential land in conjunction with that, and also possibly other resources that I know about as well, especially with that kind of lifestyle. So that you're willing to live that way, at least as a starting position, puts you in a very pretty remarkable position that I can really pretty easily help you establish. Even with this with the trailer, like they're a dime a dozen here. The used cheap ones. I can get you probably something way better than what you had, probably for cheaper, around the same price even. You know, I see them all the time on Craigslist and shit. And
oh yeah, you go to campgrounds where they're building these mini homes, stuff like that. Like I used to go and get them for the car lot I used to work at in Toronto all the time. You know, picking
Are
up
you
$500 or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Are you mechanically inclined as well?
Yep.
Okay, so you know you're even set as far as that is concerned. So you know you're in pretty good shape, right? Even with your disability challenge, you're in better health spirits, which is great. Back in the time, there was also some other things that were going on that were more difficult that aren't so much the case right now. We had the COVID bullshit going on and circumventing, you know, trying to travel through borders, the provincial borders, that bullshit, right? So that's not in the picture anymore.
Nope.
So
the only thing that I would have to do is that here in the Maritimes, in order for me to get past the Quebec-New Brunswick border, I would either have to take a train or a plane. There's no buses that go that far. What happens is we have a bus line down here called Maritime Bus, owned by Coach Canada,
right.
but they only go as far as Edmundston, New Brunswick. And then from Edmundston, New Brunswick to River de Loup, which is where the next bus, so that you go from there to anywhere else in Canada. The only way that you can get through there is either plane, train, or cab. And a cab is back then when I went through, it cost me $175 to take a 40-minute cab ride.
Right.
So there are a lot of challenges. Like there are some challenges still of getting out there, but like,
sure.
And like the way that these planes are fucking dropping out of the air.
Yeah.
I'm not
what the
getting
fuck,
on
eh?
a plane. Like
I don't blame you with that one bit.
One flipped over in Toronto. There was day before that, there was another two planes that collided. There was a helicopter that collided with the commercial airplane coming into Reagan. You know, and there's been 5 airplane accidents in the last 3 weeks.
These are the type of details to work out for a strategy. There's a few different options with that. If we're going to go the trailer route again, which I would highly recommend, and I think you would enjoy as well, then we can look at what's more efficient and better. One avenue is to figure out a fun solution and then get you the trailer over where you are, and then you drive it over here, which is something that you couldn't do because of the COVID bullshit previous time, right?
And
So now
I still can't do that.
well, you still can't do that.
No.
Oh, is that because of the
No,
driving through the
no.
what's the reason? What's the hang up?
So because of my narcolepsy, I
Oh.
I had to give up my driver's license.
Okay, so is it just a
I w-
legality thing, or is it not safe
Yes.
for you to drive?
And it's not safe for me. Could you imagine me doing 100 kilometers an hour? And this has happened, doing 100 kilometers an hour and then having a seizure at the wheel and passing out.
Gotcha.
It
So
happened to
even
me, and that's why I don't have a license anymore. I
so
flipped
even
my
out
brand new truck.
so even out here, living kind of nomadically in a trailer is not very practically safe because of that, right?
Right. So,
So you got to be stationary now.
yes,
That changes everything. Okay, that's
but
too bad.
I'm willing for the first few months, all summer, I'm willing to live in a tent until I'm able to find something that I'm
Mhm.
able to put there.
Right. Okay.
And
Do you?
to get small things like blankets and stuff like that, I know how to get all that stuff. Don't get me wrong. I know all the ins and outs and how to get, if I need blankets or sleeping bags or a mat to go underneath, or
Mhm.
little things like that. I know how to get that, and I know how to get it for free. That's not a problem. The tent, y- I just go to the largest real estate agent in Canada called Walmart
Yeah.
and go buy a fucking 10-man tent
Tent
for
and air
150
mattress. Yeah.
bucks, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I got 2 fucking rooms, and you know, I can do all this fucking shit.
It's only a thin wall to not sleep under in a swimming pool.
Right.
Um.
But it would do for the summer, why I either built something or was able
Right.
to get something brought out.
Right. That the seizure thing that you have, is it sporadic without any warning?
Yes.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
Like I walk down the street and I pass out. I
Oh
can't
my
even
lordy.
I can't even go to a food bank because I can't carry that kind of weight and walk that distance without passing out. Like
Hmm.
I've tried a couple of times, and now like I have to I
You're
I
at
ha-
you're at
I have
scooter
to.
stage, maybe?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Um.
And I'm to the point where like I have to right now go to Dollarama to get
Mhm.
most of my food. I live on a lot of pasta because it's so cheap.
Right.
I can't afford to buy potatoes, and I can't afford to buy a lot of meat products because even if I got a small fridge in here, but I was using the fridge that's in the kitchen here, and my food was going missing and that. So
That's why that's why we get to the nature. You see how that solves things? Is I tell you, my grocery bill is so expensive it actually pays me. Fathom that.
like there, I do have a couple of comforts. Like I do have a TV, but what I do is I take my HDMI cord
Yeah.
and hook it up to my laptop, and I use my 42-inch TV as a monitor.
Right.
Other than that, like, and I don't really need it. I'm. It's up on Kijiji right now. I got the sound bar and the fucking my Roku TV up for sale. I spent about $500 on it, and I'm asking $250 for it. I bought it 6 months ago. Like if someone gives me $200, I can take them both. I
Right.
don't care. I don't really need it. At the time, I thought I want it. I don't need it, but I wanted it, so I got it. It was on sale. You know, uh, bigger than a 17-inch fucking computer monitor. It's 42 inches. So, and the sound is better, but like I have headphones. So
The
that,
last attempt was kind of a fly by night seat of your pants attempt. And it wasn't well thought out. It wasn't methodically planned, and that's why the ball kind of got dropped. This time, I suggest we do it.
well, I thought it
Not
was
not only
methodically planned because I even contacted him beforehand, and he said, "Yes, no problem. Come on out. I'm waiting for you." And I
yeah,
get out there, and he tells me, "Oh yeah, I gave it to my ex-wife."
when you don't have a backup for the backup,
Yeah,
you're not methodically planned.
yeah.
Okay,
And like I
so
said, I tried to get a hold of people there, and
yeah. So this time we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it properly. We're gonna do it with a methodical plan, and we're gonna have different options, and we're gonna do it step by step. And now you also got a bit more experience from the first attempt, albeit knowing a little bit about how the Western system works with the assistance thing. If you really want to transfer to that again and all this type of stuff, and you can make a more methodical move this time ahead of time to position and structure yourself with that experience, also with things that have changed. And I'll help you do this. I'll help you, with the stuff that I know about over here as well, get you into that position and work with you. I'll use also my skills on finding something online or whatever it is, and get you to this position. That's my activism, same as before, right? So you're not alone in this. You weren't last time, but you're less alone than you realize. This is what I do, and will do as well again. And we'll get you to that point where you can say it's not a pipe dream and fuck the rest of the bullshit nation thing. And you can be another individual once you get to that position. And we'll do the other stuff too, like the charity route thing, learning ins and outs of that, and take it as far as you want to take it. Right, whatever you're motivated to do, I'm motivated to do too. I'm already in that position. I'm way long out already, so I've got loads of time. There's nothing else more worthy of my time and attention than to help somebody else disempower the system of corruption and re-empower themselves. Right.
my problem is though too is that I I worked my whole life. I started working when I was 12. I started working for social services when I was 18.
Mm-hmm.
I worked for social services for just over 13 years in Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
I quit during a strike, and I lost all my pension. But I've worked for government. I've worked for myself. I've worked for other people,
Mm-hmm.
and I hate asking for help anymore because it seems like I've asked for help since my heart attack. I've asked for help quite a bit
Mm-hmm.
from different agencies in
Right.
government.
Right.
For them just to say, "Well, fuck you, you get nothing," even though I'm paying in over $100,000 a year in taxes. At one point, I'm paying in all this shit, and I ask for help, and every one of them say, "Fuck you."
Right.
You
You
know,
find out real quick that you're not entitled to it. And
yeah.
and it's disheartening, right? It's like, what the fuck, Okay. But that's the reality. I get it. I understand why you shouldn't like having to ask for help in that direction.
And that's and that's you know
At the same token,
I
help
didn't
is
even ask for help going out there. Brian decided that he was going to start a a
right.
GoFundMe or something like that to
Right.
help me. And
Right.
I was doing my own thing, working my way across the country.
Yeah.
but he decided that he was going to do the. Who am I to say no to money, right? And don't get me wrong, I thank every fucking person that ever helped me. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate it. But I was not the one that asked for it, and I was not the one that put it up there. I was I mentioned something to Brian, and he decided that he was going to do it. So I didn't ask them for help. He's the one who offered me a place to stay once I got out there
Mhm.
until I was able to get the camper and that.
Right.
And as soon as that went through, everything went downhill.
Right.
So I really hate asking for help from anybody anymore because they just look at you and say, "Well, what have you ever done for me?" Or why should we help you?" Or just
Got it.
go fuck yourself. You
Right.
know,
Yeah, a lot of
you know,
people they don't
I,
offer. It's not
I s-
it's fake virtue, right? It's
like a lot of people may think like, yeah, he's an ex-government employee or whatever. He should be able to look after himself, blah, blah. Whatever. I don't give a fuck what people think about me. My problem is that I fought hard for certain things that I really believed in and that a lot of other people here believed in.
Mhm.
So much so that it helped change the laws. Like I'm one of the founding members of the Needle Exchange program in Canada back in the 80s before
Mhm.
the government took it over.
Yeah.
And you know, I bend over backwards for people my whole life. I've taken them off the streets. When I was a welfare worker in Toronto, I literally took a family out of the welfare office and brought them to my house to stay because
Right.
social services said that they can't help him because he works. He wasn't making enough money. His wife just died. They lost everything in the fire. And
Right.
they said, "Fuck you, we're not helping him." And I said, "Well, I'm going to help him," and ended up getting transferred to a different part of social services. But you know, I, that's that's the type of person I am. I was more than willing to bend over backwards. Now,
Right.
you uh, there's you got to prove a lot to me now before I can even fucking think about trusting anybody anymore.
Good. Good. Trust is a fool's game.
No shit.
Yeah, it
I
is, right? Because when we
I
don't need
found
it,
out the
people are
hard way.
gonna. That's right, and most people do, and most people never learn from that either, right? They just again back to that
Like,
thing. But it's a fool's game. But we don't. You don't need to trust because the person is going to show you what they're going to do, whether you trusted them or not, and that's going to be fluid in the moment, isn't it?
I thought that I could trust my family, but when I called my father,
see how
hold
much we
it, get
fabricate things in our mind.
get this. When I called my father to tell him that I was getting married, that's the day that he decided to tell me that my grandmother died 2 months before that. Knowing that my grandmother was like my best friend because my mom was never really around at all. So she was like my mom, and they wouldn't tell me. And then I have aunts and uncles that die.
Mhm.
Nobody told me. Then my father died, and I wasn't even allowed to go to his funeral. And then during COVID, a couple more family members died. Nobody ever told me. I had to find out through Facebook how my family had died. And I was never allowed to go to any of their funerals. Even my aunt, another aunt just died. I had my grandmother on my father's side had 11 kids. There's three that are left. All the
You know
rest
what?
died, and their spouses have died too. And I wasn't allowed to go, so that's why I don't even trust family. I have no family. It's
Right?
just me.
There you go.
Like
When I found out that Santa Claus wasn't real, what you just said is what I realized when I was 5 years old. I'm in this myself in this fucking world. A conspiracy that millions of fucking people that, first of all, tell me lying is bad. And now you've got this conspiracy that millions of fucking parents are lying to their children. As soon as I found that out, I knew I was on my own in this world. Let me tell you something about another thing about trust. Trust is really a synonym for expectation.
Yeah.
And expectation is really a synonym for assumption.
And what happens when you assume?
You said it.
I'm
That's what
just
it
saying.
is.
I'm just saying, like,
And then one little step further, presumption is the asshole of assumption. So, you know, let's not practice these fucking retarded things on ourselves. Right.
Yeah.
And that's what people do. That being said, though, okay, and I know it is few and far between. The good news is in the oceans of people, the few and far between is actually more than we think. And you don't need to ask me for help, nor do you need to justify it. If you want to walk down the path of responsibility and self-reliance, or even go even 1 inch towards that direction, I don't care how far, then I made a commitment to myself a long time ago because I recognized the value of other people who did this before my time that greatly helped me to speed up the process to get to where I needed to be in that position. And this was at a time a long time ago, before the internet was anywhere near as established as it was. And if you can imagine, right, like there was nobody for me to turn to at that time. I was really like, holy fuck, starting from a place of less than zero. Like, who around me is going to teach me about I didn't even learn the word self-reliance until my late 30s, you know. Nobody even knew what anything like that was, right? So
I learned that early on, self-reliance.
I didn't, right? Like I didn't even I never got my parents never sent me to Cubs or Scouts or any of that stuff, so I never even learned the basics. Closest thing I got to that was 2 days of a field trip to this Métis place somewhere in Manitoba. We spent like a couple days there, and we learned a little bit of igloos and making candles with wax, dipping the string over and over again. Making bannock, a few little basic shits like that. But you know, that's just like whatever, right? I never even learned how to make a fire from just nature without cheating until I was 30 years old.
Wow.
That's sad.
I'm a little bit different. I'm 10 years older than you.
Yeah.
And so you go back a decade and you'd know how it was back in that particular time.
Sure.
But so my parents split up when I was really young. I think I was 5 years old. And I was bounced around from foster home to group home and shit like that. And then my mother ended up getting custody of me when I was 12. I moved from Nova Scotia to Ontario with my mother on 14 on Christmas Day, which is exactly 2 weeks before my birthday. I got into an argument with my stepfather because he likes to beat my mother and he was drinking all the time. And I got into an argument with him and he kicked me out of the house. I have never been home since. I had to learn to be able to pay rent at 14, to be able to get a job and go to school, had to learn how to cook, had to learn how to do my laundry, all that shit. I had to learn all that by the time I was 14. And I've never been home since. I've tried talking with my father while he was still alive.
Right.
You know, He would do anything for the other 5 kids that he had, but he refused to even acknowledge me as his son. When he introduced me to people when I was with him, he would say that this is Cindy's brother or this is Denise's brother. He wouldn't say this is my son Michael or Mickey. He would always say that I'm someone's brother or sister. Wouldn't acknowledge me. So I went through all that and still managed to make it through school, managed to get a half decent job while I was going to school. As soon as I got out of high school, I was working for a shelter in Hamilton and then went from Hamilton right to Toronto and started working for the city of Toronto. And I worked there for just over 13 years. And that's when I quit because of a strike. I've had other jobs in between. I've worked at sometimes 3 jobs, because most of the time that I worked at the shelter there, I was part-time. So I needed another job. One of the places I worked at was a car lot. I ran my own fucking chop shop, for fuck's sakes. That's how I met my wife.
Right.
Because I was running a chop shop. I fucking stolen cars galore. Fuck. You know, and I was working for a couple car lots too, and selling their cars, delivering the cars, going to the States, picking up campers and bringing them to Canada, and selling them here. I did that stuff. I worked in construction. Fuck, if you want, I'll sit down and I'll draw you the blueprints to your house and then build it for you.
Right.
Like plumbing, electrical, building codes, your studding, your insulation, your concrete work, all your joists, your roofing, right down to the faceplates on the fucking wall. I can design all that. I don't have a degree in it, but every time
No.
that I designed my uncle's house for him. And when they took the plans and they just fucking stamped it right away, they went through everything and they stamped it right away, no
Right.
problem, because it's overkill.
Right.
Because I believe in doing things a little overboard
Yeah.
and
Especially
do
when
it
it comes to
under.
housing and shit.
Yeah. So I'd rather overkill it than underkill it and have to
Yeah.
do it again and again.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
why not
Well,
overkill it at
quality and
first?
safety too, right?
Right. So that's the way I learn things. I've worked in an auto body shop.
Right.
When I was 12 years old, I was working in an auto body shop. 14, I'm fucking up on doing roofs on church roofs. 16, I'm working on a farm. Like, I grew up on a farm in Nova Scotia. Like, anything in between, including social work, drug counseling, stuff like that, helping people out, being good to people. I know how to do these things. I may not be certified in everything, but I do have fucking 3 degrees.
Whatever certified means, anyways.
Right.
Whatever. If you can, if you have a skill, you have a skill. That's it. Right.
Yeah. Like, I paid for my college to get my community support workers certificate so that I could work at social services and in shelters and that. I got that certificate. I paid for that myself. When I got
I'm
my addiction,
self-certified.
when I got my addiction counseling certificate, the company I worked for in Calgary paid for me to go to college to get my fucking addiction counseling certificate. 3-year course, all paid for, thank God. But like, I've done these things. I fucking took an automotive course in '94 in Vancouver. I went from Toronto to Vancouver just to take an automotive course in automotive repair.
Right.
And at the same time, I got you had to do your first aid training. Well, I went from basic to survival first aid training. So I was trained in everything from a paper cut to a gunshot wound. These things I know. I'm still not certified for that because that has to be updated all the time. But like I've done these things, and it seems like no matter what I do, I'm always 2 steps back. At least now. Before, when I was in Ontario, Ontario was great for me because I was able to push the limits and be able to work the system and be able to start a small business, whether it be a chop shop or just a shop, to doing construction and stuff like that. Fuck, in 2011, 2010 and 2011, when I went back up to Ontario from here, I bought an ice cream company called Mr. Frosty. Remember Dickie D bikes?
Yep.
Well, I had the yellow ones called Mr. Frosty. I had 12 of them.
Nice.
And I had people out on the road. I was making money hand over fist.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
so you understand business and these things. So, you know.
absolutely. I know how to budget. I know how to make sure that all my incoming bills that are coming in, all my outgoing bills that are being paid, my profit margins and what I have to pay out, all this. I know I can do all that. I'm not
So
certified, but I know how to do it.
Yeah. So what's been the hang up then?
Coming when that happened in 2000 with the police, where
Yeah.
I got beat up and I was
Yeah.
asked to leave Ontario.
Yeah.
I've been very skeptical about going back, and I was kind of scared about going back in 2010.
You
But
mean to BC?
I did no to Ontario
Oh,
in
to Ontario. Okay.
2010.
Right.
So I wanted to go back, so I went back,
Mhm.
and I ended up getting busted with 132 grams of pot and $1,800 in cash, and so
You
because of that,
evil criminal, you.
right?
Fuck. Okay.
Even though I had a card saying that I was legally allowed to have it
Right.
and carry up to a quarter pound on me after buying it.
What's your first clue? That permission means nothing, you know.
Right. So, I can do this shit. The only thing that's stopping me now about going back to Ontario, for one, is the police.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
I'm not
now
so much asking you to hang up for that, though. I'm asking a question about, getting more to this position of a bit more financial independence
health.
again, and your health.
My
Okay.
health.
Okay. So it would definitely greatly benefit you then to be able to work with somebody who can help you fill in the void of that without it being an expectation of burdensome return.
Even a little bit of burdensome wouldn't hurt that much. It depends on the burdensome that it is. Like
Yeah.
say, like, technically I should have somebody with me wherever I go. But
Like
I
a
know
carried
that
worker or something.
no, just a friend or something, just somebody that's
Friend.
around in case I fall and
I
pass
see.
out.
Right.
And
So
make sure
somebody
that I
who
don't split
somebody
my
who's
head open or something, or somebody that's able to call 911 if I fucking split my fucking skull wide open because I fell and hit my head on a small cement wall or something like that, and my head's all busted.
right.
You know.
So even living wherever you're going to be situated shouldn't be too far away from either help or somebody who you would be most properly situated, or at the very least, do you think somebody needs to check on you from time to time? Like even if you're
even a phone call.
Even a phone call, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
As long as somebody was, once a day or something like that. Hey, you alive in there? Yeah, okay. Talk to you tomorrow. Little
Okay.
shit like that.
Yeah,
Is all it takes.
that's crazy. Okay. Um,
That, and it has to be somewheres with cell service.
okay. Now we can talk about that too.
Because I can't afford $120 a month for Starlink.
Well, maybe at the moment, or maybe you can. Like we can. That's getting into the finances talk. Maybe we should get it. That's what I didn't know if you're comfortable on here to get into that, or you want to do that.
My
You know,
finances are fucked, so it doesn't really matter.
are you still on the system?
Yeah, I'm on a disability pension.
The federal one or provincial?
Provincial.
Provincial. Okay, so as far as that,
I gotta wait another couple of years. I gotta wait till I'm 60 before I can go on to the federal one, according to the federal government, anyways. That just sent me a letter not long ago because I tried.
unless we get you into a position long before that where you don't give a flying fuck about those pennies, which that would be ideal,
listen,
right?
if I could get away from getting any money from these cocksuckers and be able to live my life free.
Let's make that the goal, because that's where
But
I
for
shoot for.
now, like
It's a stepping stone.
Even for the first couple of months, like
Sure,
I would,
whatever.
like being out there, I would have to find some place here that would allow me to get my disability check sent there.
Yeah.
Why I'm out there.
Yeah.
Just for the first couple of months until I'm able to get this shit that I need. Need, not want, need.
Yeah, yeah.
So the stuff that I need to survive, and then after that, cut me off. I'll fucking phone it in myself and tell them to stick it up their ass, and I never want to hear from you again.
Okay.
This is what I'm willing to do.
Okay. Is it better for you? Let's get into a bit of the nitty gritty then, and the details. Is it better for you to just like I know how the system works, of course, to some degree, but it varies from province to province. So, do you have any like reporting obligations?
Nope.
No. Okay. Do they ever surprise you, like with?
Nope.
No.
They refuse to do home visits, and you can't even do an in-person in-office visit. You have to sit down in the office downstairs and talk on a phone to them upstairs,
Oh,
or you have
brilliant.
to call them. Yeah, there's
Isn't
no.
it?
Yeah, and I have that right in the letter stating right from them.
Okay. And are you getting checks or direct deposit?
Direct deposit.
Beautiful. So if you now I know that probably the amount of assistance is higher over here, but that's an assumption. I don't know for sure.
Oh, much higher.
Is it much?
Yeah, it's about $1,600 a month on disability out there, and because I get a $200
14 something, I think.
Yeah, but because I get a $200 supplemental for living in the East Coast because of the carbon tax and that down here,
Yeah.
I only get $1,100 a month.
Okay, so it's a few $100s. Okay, so it'd be still like again, I'm just drawing up an idea of plan of what would be more beneficial. There's work to get set up, and that takes time, and at least right now, you're in a position where it's not a rush, so we can take our time and do this methodically. But that being said,
it's about $1,000 to take a bus or a train out there.
Yeah, we'll get to that as well. I just want to establish first the basis of financial coverage, since you got that at least under your belt. It's better than starting from scratch and trying to get that to have something to work with. As far as like transferring assistance to this province goes, did you try and pursue that last time when you were here?
They won't. They can't transfer provincial payments to another province. You have
Well,
to.
they wanted you to
No,
go through the.
no. So what you have to do is, I would have to cancel my disability here, move out there, find a doctor there, go to social services, get on social services, wait about 6 to 9 months, and then hope that if I can find a doctor that can fill out the paperwork that's needed to get onto disability, and then that would go in, and then about another 3 months or so. So it'd take about a year for me to, maybe longer, just to get a disability out there. Until then, I would only be on regular assistance out there. And
Okay.
then I would have to check in all the time like they do out in BC. You would have to go pick up your check and stuff like that. And
On the assistant, yeah. Not on disability though. On disability out here, I know a few people are on it. They just there's no
yeah,
reporting requirements or
disability is totally different.
yeah.
But
So
because I would have to go on to regular assistance first in
right.
order to get disability, I would have to check in what, at least once a month, and then have to go pick up your check every month.
Yeah, I
So
don't yeah.
I would have to literally go in to the
It-
office.
right. That's just a bullshit fucking thing to even consider anyways. I'm only considering the disability part. What about just um so there's a few different routes we can take. One is just continuing what you have right now, move out here, and since there's no reporting requirements, just continue, to get your funds there and act like a temporary, non-permanent resident out here who's just, staying as a nomadic traveler,
So
quote unquote.
that's what I did the last time I went out there,
Yeah,
because I was getting direct deposit then too.
right.
But as soon as one piece of mail gets returned, which would be my bank statement from from disability, as
Hmm.
soon as that gets returned to the office, I'm cut off.
Okay, bank statement from who?
No, no. So every month, because I get direct deposit, I get a stub from disability
A stub from disability. Okay, yeah,
saying that direct deposit's been made into this account. So you
right.
get that verification every month. If that goes back to the office once, you're cut off.
Gotcha. I have a potential solution for that. A
Well,
possible other. You might have two.
uh,
Um,
actually, I do have a really good one, and it would probably do me for 6 months.
okay. Um,
I have a person down here that,
somebody you can
if
piggyback
it,
off.
yeah, so all I would have to do is get a letter saying that I live with them now instead of living where I'm at, and have my address transferred there.
Do you
And
got to
then,
do that, or do they allow you to have a separate mailing address?
no,
No.
I would have to do that. I would have to put in a change of address from where I'm at now to
Yeah.
this person. Now, this person is willing to allow me those to come in every month,
Yeah. And
and
and you can
not
trust them.
this guy I can.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a big
As
question.
far as trust, in my trust, um, uh, yeah,
I know it's.
I
We just said it's a fool's game, but
right.
you know.
But even if they backstab me after a couple of months,
Yeah.
it wouldn't matter because I'm already out there and I've already been there a couple of months,
Yeah. Yeah. It's just
able
to
to get
get
things
you
started.
over the hurdle. Exactly. Right.
Right.
So
So
yeah. Okay. Well, if you got that, the reason why I asked you about the mailing address is because you know if they don't actually do, what do they do as far as landlord check goes? Do they actually call a landlord?
yes.
Okay. Because I'm a good
And
actor.
no,
you know.
you could say that you're my landlord, but you live out in BC. That's not a problem. The thing of it is that um, the address here would have to match up with the city records stating that you own that property.
I could be your landlord for anywhere you want me to be, even out there. You still have the issue of getting the papers sent to an address there. But as far as if you need a verbal reference or somebody who's willing to say they're your landlord, I can do that. I know how the system works.
Yeah, no, now you need to have what's called a landlord letter filled out stating who you're renting to, who the owner is, what the property is, um, like the address of
Like
the
a
property,
occupancy tenancy agreement thing or whatever the
no,
fuck that shit's called.
no. It's called a rental form just for um, social services and disability,
Yeah,
since
yeah,
they're
okay.
in the same. So what they
Okay.
do is, my name would be at the top saying that I live at such and such an address. Down
Yeah.
below would be the landlord's information,
Yeah.
where they live, whether they live in BC or whatever. That doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter, right?
But
Where they live is okay. As
the
long as
address that I'm staying at has to
Yeah.
match with the landlord's name
Right.
that
Gotcha.
I'm given. So you would have to have somebody down here that is willing to put their property in your name in order for you to sign that.
Well, how do they know what
City directory. You can
so
go on just
they actually
anybody
look at the
you know that you can go to the fucking public library, and after you get a cell phone, 30 days later your number is in a public directory in the
Yeah,
city
of course.
directory. Well, so
Um
are landlords' names and who owns the houses because
so
of property
you
taxes and that.
couldn't put the landlord's wife's name on there. It's got to be the person who is registered on the deed. And they
Yes.
actually check to see if it matches
Yes.
the deed. They actually do that.
Yep.
Fucking
Even
Christ.
in Ontario, even in BC, they do that.
Well, fuck, whatever. If we had to find the name, then just do some research. If you really had to, okay. You know, I don't care as long as I have the information that I know that I need to say. If we really had to, right? Just find an address, look up the name that's at that address, put it on the fucking form, and give a number that reaches me, and I'll fucking verify it. I don't give a shit, right? If you had to go that route, that's last resort, though. You have somebody that might.
Yeah. I see exactly what you're saying now, and then I just give you the information beforehand, saying that you're John Smith, and that
Right.
this is the address in Moncton, New Brunswick. So yeah, the only thing is that that phone number may not match up with the number on record. So what they might do is first contact the local number that's on record before they contact the other number that's not on record.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
See, listen, when I used to work for social services back in the 80s, you used to be able to go to,
Yeah.
I worked at 67 Adelaide Street, the busiest welfare office in Canada. You could go there and go in and get an emergency check and apply for an emergency check in the morning, and they would tell you to come back in the afternoon. So while you're waiting, if you're one of the first people in, you could go from there over to Coxwell and Queen and apply for an emergency check there, and then go back to the other place, pick up that at 67 Adelaide, pick up that check in the afternoon, and possibly even go back over to Coxwell and Queen and pick up that check that day. And then you could go over to London,
Yeah.
and then you could apply in London the next day for a check. And then from London, you could go to Hamilton and you could apply over in Hamilton the next day. People were getting like 8-10 checks a month.
Yeah.
And
I knew
then,
some people who traveled
and
from
then
Winnipeg
yep.
to Vancouver back in the day every month, and
And
each
now,
province they were picking up a check.
so now with your social insurance number, because you need your social insurance number in order to get assistance anywhere in Canada.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you are, and I can prove this 100%. What they do is they had the computer systems come in 1988 or 89, I believe it was. It was around the first year that I worked for social services in Toronto, maybe the second year, something like that. But it went computerized. So now, if you got a check in Vancouver on the first and you made it to Toronto on the fifth, you would get, and to this day, you will not get any services until the next month. Now in
Right.
BC, if you go out to BC, they will say that no matter what, even if you didn't get any services in another province for that month, that in BC that you have to wait anywhere from 4 to 6 months before you become a resident of BC before you can get assistance. That's what they told me out there.
Right.
And then I finally found out that that's not true, but
Right.
that's what they were going by and telling everybody. And that's why, again, why you have a lot of people on the streets out there.
Yeah,
Well,
because
just one of many reasons, but
yes, yes, sir,
yeah.
absolutely. But nonetheless,
So
okay, so that's an interesting. If it comes down to that, I mean, there's got to be a remedy to that. There's got to be a loophole. Maybe there's we'll go whatever distance we need to go. Maybe it takes a little bit of work, and you find um, somewhere that an address on the deed that forgot to list a number or something, right? And any other thing that you can think of that may be an issue with that, we'll figure it out. And if it comes to that, I have no problems acting as a call verbal landlord connection thing on your behalf. But you have other options to consider first, so let's do that, right? Because that would be easier. And like you said, if it's only a temporary thing anyways, to get over the hurdle until a point where are you thinking that it would be to actually get to the point anyways, like are you thinking along the same lines as me? You come out here, you're still receiving the assistance over there, but you do also lean towards getting disability here, even though it takes a period of time, and then at a point where you accomplish that, then you can let go of
no,
the
can't do that.
What's the problem with that?
So even though if I'm getting assistance here in New Brunswick and I go out to BC and I try to start the process out there, they will not start it until I close my file in New Brunswick, and then they can open up the file there, but
How
not
do they
until
know you have a file in New Brunswick?
because all social services are Canada wide now. You can go on to any social service agency, can just push in like social services, whether it's disability or welfare. They can push in your social insurance number and see where the last time you got a check.
Are you sure about that? Because
I'm 100% sure.
last time
Trust me.
I
I've
heard
worked at
they need your consent
Nope.
to access the information like that out of
So
province and federal.
so what happens is as soon as you apply for if when you're trying to apply for assistance, you
Mhm.
automatically give them that permission because you have to sign a paper saying that they can do a check, and if you don't sign the paper, you don't get services.
So, were you just thinking then you come out here and then you just
Work on the
work
place to
on
live
the?
and everything first, get a roof over my head, get
Mhm.
some stuff that I need
Mhm.
to live off of, and then once everything is starting to go okay,
Mhm.
then I call them, disconnect it, and make a call and get in and see and start it there.
Gotcha.
Then
Okay. Okay.
So that would be the only way that I would be able to do it, unless, of course, the government decides to change their mind and put me on federal disability, which I can't see why they wouldn't now. Like, I'm I'm over 55. I just turned 58 last month, so I'm over 55, and I've been disabled now for the last 10 years.
Right. Is this like didn't it used to be 55?
No, not.
Maybe it was the
See,
states.
like I qualify for some senior stuff, like seniors housing is
Yeah.
55 and older. But
What about just regular CPP? The like the workers part from putting into the assistance.
so that's a big thing, like because of my job in Toronto, and because a lot of my jobs that I worked at there were side jobs,
Right.
no taxes, cash money.
Yeah.
So, but my main job when I worked for the city of Toronto,
Hmm.
I lost all of my pension, all of it, including my CPP, because I quit during a strike. I don't know how it's legal, but it's in the paperwork for QP, Canadian Union of Public Employees.
Say this again. Because of what you lost your pension?
I quit during a strike.
Because you quit during a strike, that means you forfeited all of the what you put in already?
Yep. That's the way QP works. Now, if I would have waited till after the strike and then quit, I would have saved it all. But I didn't believe we should be going out on strike to be making more money off the homeless, and I didn't believe that we needed that kind of money to work in a shelter. You know, at
Do
that
you at
time,
least get a refund?
nothing. Absolutely nothing. They took it all, and it goes to them. Just like I left a job in Belleville when I gave up my ice cream company in St. Catharines. Me and my wife, we got back together and we moved to Belleville.
Yeah.
And then I was working at Dollar Tree there. And
Yeah.
worked there for about 6 months, and then I quit because we were moving back down here to New Brunswick. I had a job to go to and everything. I went to that job, and I ended up having my first heart attack at work, and I was put off. Now, because it happened on the job, they gave me 8 weeks of medical. And then they said, because I quit my job in Belleville, Ontario to move to Moncton, New Brunswick for another job, because I quit, I forfeited my I wasn't even eligible for fucking unemployment, even though I'd worked at this place for almost a year. But because that almost a year, the whole year, the 52 weeks overlapped the time that I was working in Belleville, and because I quit there, and even though I had enough weeks in New Brunswick, but because I quit within those 52 weeks for a different job, I got no unemployment whatsoever. So that's what made me have to go on to social services. And then my doctor filled out the forms and everything and sent them in for me. I didn't even know she was doing them. I got a call while I was in Ontario saying that or I was in Montreal or something like that. I was visiting friends in Longueuil, and they said, yeah, your disability came through. You can come pick up all your back pay and stuff like that, because back like here, if you apply for disability, the day that you apply to the day that you get it,
Mhm.
any difference between a social service check and a disability check,
Yeah.
you get that. And I had to wait it took 6 months, so they had to pay me just over $1,800 in back pay
Right.
when I got here. So I had my disability check for 9 something, and then got my the 1,800 in back pay. But that's how that works.
I see. Okay.
Like there's so many little fucking legal things. Like if I would have known that I was going to lose my pension for quitting,
Yeah.
I would have stuck it out.
Yeah, of course.
I would have went over there for a couple hours a day, sat outside on the tailgate of my truck, and
Yeah, who would?
make it look like I'm there, and get strike pay, and
Right.
but I didn't know I was going to lose all my pension. So now I can't. My CPP would be about $100 a month if I were to get CPP right now, because I'd lost so much.
That's a joke.
Right?
The system itself is a joke, but it's just another. The whole every aspect about it is just um, a dangle of moronic mockery, right? You're a moron for participating in this, and look, every time it's going to slap you, right? That's really the whole point of it. But people are so dependent on it. They're just like, what else? They don't think outside of that. So that's real. They'll go to whatever distance they need to, and live in a cage and not realize they live in a cage in fear of living in a cage. And
Right?
it's sad. I laugh because
Like I'm
the
to
only
the
way to
point.
keep my sanity, really.
Like lately, I've been to the point. Like this place is so bad. Like I chase mice out of here on an hourly basis. Like I'd be laying on my bed, and next thing you know, there's fucking mice running around. Like the place is infested with it. The place has got so much mold in it. It's not funny.
Ah, shit,
The
dude. So you're not in
I
a
live
healthy
on
home.
I live on the second floor. I have to plastic my windows because the landlord wouldn't even buy the plastic. I had to
You're
go
in
buy
a
the plastic.
slumlord house.
The back steps, the only entrance to the place, and the stairs are about to fall off, and I live on the second floor.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, dude.
And like the whole basement's been flooded so many times. The whole place is so black, full of mold down in the basement. There's hardly any insulation in here. The windows in the bathroom, like they're the old wooden windows, the one pane windows with the old storm on the front, and they're so fucking loose. Like there's gaps like that at the bottom where everything comes in. Like you can pull the window like this and move it, and it just rattles. Like there's a curtain on the window, and if it's windy outside, the curtain moves on the inside. That's how much it blows.
Is
And
this is this the same place that you were in before you left over there? That you were no, this is a different. But you were in some kind of a dormitory or something, weren't you? The place
What?
that you got terrorized.
No, I was in a trailer park. I lived in a mobile home.
When the terrorists came in, that was in
Yep.
a. Oh, okay. Interesting.
The same trailer
Why
that
did I think
I
that
got
was in?
arrested and burnt down.
Okay. All right. So that's not a healthy place. We got to get you into a healthy situation. It's just as simple as that.
Like
One way or another.
One thing I am going to do though before I leave here is like I fell quite a few more times, knocked out almost all my teeth on the bottom. I only have my 2 eye teeth left on the bottom,
Right.
and a couple of my teeth on the top are now so loose that they're ready to come out. So what I'd like to do is try and get dentures before I leave here because they're covered. That and new hearing aids.
For
And
sure.
I'm working on that as we speak. I got to wait till Monday to reconfirm and book an appointment with
What's the ETA on completing that?
I don't know, 2 months.
I know the government, but 2 months.
Everything's already
Like
been
two-
approved.
It's been approved.
Trust me, I went through fucking hell. I almost took these guys to court. I have all the legal papers and everything where they'd fucked up
Mhm.
and fucked me around so bad that I almost wound up homeless again when I moved back here.
Mhm.
And they'd fucked up so bad that they had to send me a letter of an apology.
And they actually gave you one?
Yes, I made them give me one. I said that if you
Wow.
don't, I'm taking you to court. And I'll walk out of here now. I won't fucking ask you for another thing. I will walk right over to the courthouse, which was right behind the building that they're in, brand new courthouse. I said, I will walk over there right now and I will file fucking a lawsuit against you guys. And within 2
Should
hours,
ask for some
2 hours, they came back and they said, can you,
should ask for
they,
a pre-settlement in addition to the apology.
dude, they
Nothing to
gave me
lose.
fucking, they gave me $500 in
Did they?
a gift coupon to go to Sobeys to buy food
Well,
on top of my check.
well, it's
So
something
I
at least.
did get something. It wasn't
Yeah,
much, but I
it's
did
a
get
form of money. You were going to pay for food anyways, right? So.
right. But I got the apology. So then I went and told them, like, when my house burnt down, they fucked me around again, and I went over there and I raised hell. And the next thing you know, they're fucking bending over backwards, sending me a list of dentists and a list of places to go get my hearing aids, saying that as soon as you go there, just let them know everything's been pre-approved.
Right.
So
Sometimes it's just a matter of getting the right worker in the right mood too, right? Like you know that because you worked there.
yeah.
Right? So you know that
And
they
that-
can judge you and oh, you're
again,
an old fucker who doesn't have the right skin color, so we're going to give you these directions, right? You know
Right.
how it is.
Now, and which gets me down to the point where when it comes to the shelter systems in Canada, you go into any shelter in Ontario, you better have an interpreter, multiple interpreters. The
Because
shelters,
the staff is
no, well,
why?
some of the staff too, they're all new Canadians to this country, and they're using the shelter system as immigration centers.
Right. So it's like calling a corporate line and you get, a Filipino answer that just learned English a week ago. But that's how corporations make their money, right? They need to save money any way they can.
Like,
and
don't get me wrong. If you're no, hear it out on my point here. If you come to this country legally, whether you believe that or not, but if you come here legally, I have absolutely no problem with you whatsoever. But when you come here and say that you're here because of LGBTQISTOP fucking shit, and then come here and then take up spaces in shelters and find out that you're not this group, which almost 90% of the people that applied under the refugee status of coming here under that guise are not. They just use that because it's a loophole to get into the country. That's why we have such a bad our shelters are now immigration centers. And like there's what, 15 shelters, 17 shelters in Toronto. There's over 9,000 beds. And you think you can get a fucking bed there if you're a fucking Canadian? If you were born here and you, like me, like my house burnt down. If that happened in Toronto, I would be out on the street. There'd be no help for me whatsoever. I was lucky because I knew the people that ran the shelter here. It's the only reason why I got into it to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and I wasn't in it long. 3 weeks, 4 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, something like that, tops. It happened in March, and then or on April 2nd, and on May 13th, I moved in here. So whatever that is, 5 weeks, 5.5 weeks. So I was able to find a place. Mind you, it's not the best. It's a fucking dump, whatever. But like, I was able to find something to put a roof over my head.
Right. Now, just to respond to that, go
Most
ahead.
people that are there refuse to even do it because they rather, and again, this comes out back to it, that they rather go out and do the drugs than look for a place to live so that they could have a safe place to do their drugs.
Yeah.
So that's what gets me. Like I said, I don't care what people put into their body. I don't care who people fuck. That's total. Your bedroom is your bedroom. Your drug life is your drug life. Keep
It
it to
gets
yourself.
it gets you more though because you think that it's you're entitled to something or should be entitled to something that you're not entitled to.
So when I was in BC, I tried everything I could to get into a shelter.
Yep.
And because I wasn't a drug addict, I wasn't allowed in.
Right.
Fact.
Because they're looking at you from a profit position.
Either way, they make their money. It doesn't matter if it's me or somebody else that's doing
No,
drugs.
that's not true. They're much more profitable if you're an addict. Much more profitable for many different ways.
Not in the
Yeah.
shelter.
Yes, because they get much more money from the government. Also, you know as well as I do that they're the ones making money supplying the fucking drugs.
The safe injection sites do. All the safe injection sites do. The Salvation Army gets a flat rate. And I went to the Salvation Army, and because I wasn't an alcoholic or a drug addict, because I've been clean now, 31 years,
Mm-hmm.
I got no services. I could not get any assistance, nothing, because I wasn't a drug addict or an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Now, if I would have just picked up a bottle and made it look like I'm fucking drunk all the I would have got services like that. But then why should I have to do that?
Because you're participating in a game that requires you to LARP. The game itself is a LARP. Well, even participating in it, you're already participating in a LARP, so it doesn't matter. You might as well at that point, right? If you're going to play the game, it's already a game of fictional bullshit. You might as an exploitation.
Yeah, but
and it's designed to fuck everybody who participates in it. So it's kind of like fuck or be fucked, right?
But look at it from my point of view. I'm a person that worked with drug addicts pretty much my whole life. Rather them get the help than me. Or so I thought. But I figured that if these people are getting help for all this stuff, I should at least be able to get a place to put my fucking head at night out of the cold. That's the only I would never hung around shelters or anything. You know, all I did is if I managed to get into one in November there, December, I managed to get in one. I had to go all the way back to Chilliwack, but I managed to get into one, and it was for drug addicts, Ruth and Naomi, and they were so overcrowded. What they do is they put mats on the floor, and all the mats touch each other. So you got about this much, this much room width of your shoulders. That's all how wide these mattresses are, about the width of my shoulders to sleep. That's not counting people that'll roll around, fucking try and fucking curl up to you and everything else like that. The people can't, you can't get in or out beside your bed, nothing. It was overcrowding. And
I get you, man.
this is one of the things that is against the law. It's a
I get you.
fire code violation. It's a human rights violation. And the list
Ash.
goes on. But I didn't get into a shelter until I got out there. And yeah, I went from that one to the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army, the same thing. But because of who I knew in Ontario and in New Brunswick here is the only reason why I got in Chilliwack. The
Right.
only reason.
Right.
So I had to pull cards and names and talk to people 1,500 to 3,000 miles away in order to get into a place so that I wasn't freezing my ass off in a snowstorm.
Right.
But I wouldn't hang there during the day. As soon as we were up, I'd grab a cup of coffee or two, and I was gone. And I wouldn't come back until fucking nighttime when it was time to go in, like to go to bed. And that was it. I would not hang around. I did the same thing here when my house burnt down and I had to stay at the shelters here. I would not stay around all day. I would do what I need to do, lock my shit up, and go out. Come back at nighttime, go to sleep, get up, have a shower, go out. And that was it. You know, I don't hang around those places. I've worked them too long to hang around them, but you'd think that they would be there in case you needed them. Now, do you know how the Salvation Army started and why it started?
No.
Salvation Army started to house the guys coming back from war that had no place to go.
Right.
And then it turned, now they're an immigration center.
Gotcha. Makes perfect sense.
And this is only within 30 years.
Yeah. You know, just being real about things again, couple things to say. The corporate world, if it isn't obvious enough already, what's your first clue, is not based on integrity. It's based on profit. And it's based on exploitation. So the easier it is to that an individual is to be exploited and profitable, the more likely they're going to be put in front of the line. You, as the capacity of a citizen, in that capacity, are a huge expense and liability. That's why you're at the back of the line. It's just that simple, right? And it doesn't matter, bitching and moaning and complaining about it is not going to change that. No, it's going to make it worse, if anything, because really the root, when it comes down to it again, is the fact that we're turning to that bullshit system to begin with and advocating for it, participating, blah, blah, blah. And that brings us back in circle to, you know, what do you do in the conundrum when you got caught in the place where it's designed to make you to just slip through the cracks so that you get into a position where, you know, survival of the fittest kind of daunts you and weeds out the pecking order type thing, right? And it doesn't have to be that way, but it is that way because people in the corporate world as a mass, en masse, want to choose to make excuses for that and take advantage of, you know, in the corporate world, the only reason why you have a roof over your head is because somebody else doesn't. That's by design. It has to be that way. There's no way out of that in the corporate world because that's how a Ponzi scheme works. In order to have something, somebody else has to be working for it and doesn't have it for you to be able to benefit from that. And that's why it's so, morality is not an equation, right? And most people have no clue about that, what I just said. And it's not because they can't have a clue about that. It's that they don't want to have a clue about that. So it's ignorance. They're choosing not to. They're choosing not to do their due diligence.
Yeah.
And most likely the reason is because they're benefiting too much from it. As long as it's not them, right? Who is like
Exactly.
in
And
that struggle and whatnot.
And that comes back to me saying earlier about the blinders, putting these blinders up, saying, well, it's not me, so I don't care. It's not
Yeah.
me, so I don't care. So
Yeah.
what happened to that? Well, we've seen the Emergency Act invoked illegally. We've seen our rights being taken away like crazy. Like, you know,
That's not where the
apparently,
remedy is anyway, though. That was by design. That's supposed to happen. That's not the thing, right? The true thing people are ignoring, right, is to understand the design and to choose to function in a different way in cooperation with each other, not in dependency of this Ponzi scheme bullshit thing, right? Because it doesn't matter how you slice it or dice it. Again, in a authoritative system of dysfunction, slice it any way you want. It's not going to change it. It's still going to be corrupt and abusive.
Well, you know, I had to learn the hard way when it came to the corruption, and that's why the main reason why I started my last channel, Ashamed Canadian, was to root out corruption. It was just to do with city corruption at the time, and you know, I found a few things out about our federal government and about Justin Trudeau, and I happened to leak the picture that, you know, of him with the 14-year-old girl, and I was the one that broke that story here in Canada. And you know, you go back on my old channel and you'll see me talking about it back in 2019, 2020, walking through the trailer park and that. Nobody knew about it then.
Mm-hmm.
I was the one that broke that story. I sent the pictures to Rebel News and everything. They were the ones who started saying things on their platform about it. So, you know, I tried and tried and tried to root out corruption. And every time I root something out and expose it, 10 more things pop up. And then I realized that, you know, that fight that we did back in 1990 to change the Privacy Act and the Human Rights Act 30 years later has gone out the window, and who cares anymore about human rights?
Mm-hmm.
Because we have a corrupt system, and we have again, Ottawa, Parliament Hill, the HOA capital of Canada, where all the Karens and Darrens go. And that's what we're running on, is Karens and Darrens in this country. And they're all making money. You know, like all these frontline leaders that are in Parliament right now on the Liberal side, like
You mean rulers?
Yeah.
That's important.
Like Karina Gould and Stephen Guilbeault and all these liberal front benchers right now. Do you know what they get paid a year?
A lot.
$299,900, and they're getting another $30,000 raise in April.
Right, and so they should.
No, they shouldn't.
Absolutely. Why shouldn't they?
What? Why?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Running a business, just like McDonald's.
They're not running a business.
Yes, sir, they are. You're in denial. You're in denial.
How am I in denial when they ran it to the ground?
They're a corporate entity running a business, exploiting it for all that it's worth, just like any other business does.
And now Canada's bankrupt.
So what? Canada was bankrupt from the beginning because in order to get money into circulation, it had to start from a loan. By design, bankruptcy is the way that the whole thing operates. That's what you got to do your due diligence to figure this out. That deficit could never be paid back.
No shit.
But why? Why can't it be paid back?
Because we have corrupt people running.
No, sir. Because the design of the system, in order to get money into circulation, it has to be loaned. So in order to pay back a payment, it has to be loaned into existence to make that fucking payment. That means the loan keeps getting bigger.
So why are we giving $15 billion to Stellantis? Why are we giving $15 billion to Volkswagen? Why are we giving $2.1
When you say
billion dollars?
When you say we, you aren't. The taxpayer is paying their franchise fee to the franchise. The franchise is the business owner. They get to do what they want to make investments on behalf of that business to profit that business. You're not the shareholder, my friend. You're not the beneficiary either. You are the employee and franchisee. You got to get real with your capacity.
We're forced at gunpoint to pay taxes.
No, only if you operate in that capacity.
No.
If that was the case, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you, my friend.
You are the exception.
No, I chose different avenues that I became aware of because I did due diligence. Exception.
Kevin O'Leary just spent over $25 million in taxes. Kevin,
dummy,
one guy. He owns
idiot.
He's a huge guy. He owns O'Leary Venture Capital.
If he really did, he's an idiot.
This is what the government does, or they shut you down.
They didn't shut me down. And I'm even legally compliant as far as that goes. In other ways, I'm not, but that's another story, right?
Yeah, but were you in the face of Canadians or the Americans or the government or all these
I told
people?
you, I walked into the CRA office at the time. It was Canada Revenue Agency. Several times, had coffee with them, went over the files. Not because I was being audited either, for other reasons.
Well, you're one of the exceptions. There's so many people. There are a lot of tax.
Why? That's the question. Why?
Would you let me finish? See,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
I
Ash.
forget what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, Ash. I don't mean to do that. Okay. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Now I forget what I was saying.
You're saying I'm one of the exceptions.
When it comes to taxes and not paying them, yes, you are. When you go to buy anything, you go buy a can of Coke, you're paying taxes. I don't care if you're buying it out of a vending machine where it says $1.50 for a fucking can of Coke. You're still paying taxes.
Now we're talking about making purchasing taxes. That's a different narrative.
It's all part of the GDP.
But we weren't talking about that at this point, though. We're talking about based on your income.
Taxpayers' money. And what the government doesn't understand is that it belongs to the taxpayers.
No, sir, you're mistaken. You want to believe that, and the government is going to take advantage of you and everybody else who wants to believe that. That's the point. And until you get right with that and honest with yourself, you'll continue to be usurped and exploited. That's how the game works.
So you can go to a store and not pay taxes on anything.
I didn't say that.
You can pay rent and none of it goes to the government.
I didn't say that either.
That's your tax money. You're being taxed out of that to go to the government.
The thing is, I'm not dependent on...
Hold it. The government is only there to oversee and to make proper investments as long as it's up with the will of the people.
That's your belief.
We have a tyrannical government right now that is not doing that.
That's your belief, sir.
Every other government has done it.
No, it's your belief that they have... it's your belief that that's what they're supposed to do.
It's in the Constitution.
The Constitution is an authoritative document for a corporation. No, it runs a corporation. That's just a synonym for corporation. If it's my corporation, do I get to choose to change the rules on the fly? Of course I do. Do I get to choose them as I see fit in my best interest?
Private
In my
and public-
profitable interest?
Private and public are two different things.
You're assuming that this is a public. Show me evidence, factual evidence that it is, and it's not just your belief.
Okay. How do all these government officials get paid? How do they get paid? Where does their money come from?
Through the profits that a number of ways, through the profits that the corporation makes. One of them is through the franchise fee, which is a semantic synonym for tax.
So
everybody who's using that system is paying the franchise fee for the usury of it. That's a profit to the.
We have no choice, though. That's the thing.
If you don't know how to function otherwise.
Well, you tell me how I can get away with not paying any taxes.
If I come and trade you an apple for an orange, where's the tax?
Trade is different.
But it is a remedy.
But even the barter system, they're trying to tax.
Of course, because as much as they can, it's in their best interest to. It's profitable, right?
So trading an apple for an orange and you're still going to get taxed.
No. If you come to me with an apple.
No, listen, that's what they're trying to do right now.
They can try.
Listen, they're passing it through. He just announced $20 billion for a fucking rapid train to go from Quebec City to Toronto. That'll never get built. And where did all that money go? Into government's pockets. And I'm talking independent pockets. Justin Trudeau was worth $1.5 million in 2015. Do you know what he's worth right now? $102 million. Where has he worked in that time? All in government. And where does he get all of his money?
Business.
No. All he gets, what do you call that when you get money from your deceased parents?
Inheritance.
So he gets $30,000 a month from his father's inheritance and $20,000 a month from his grandfather's inheritance. He inherited his father's house in Quebec.
Okay.
So how does all of that add up to almost $90 million in less than 10 years?
Why does it have to?
Then where did he get his money?
However else he made his money.
He has no other ways of making money.
Maybe that you know of.
It's public record.
Not necessarily.
The only thing that everything has to be disclosed.
Really?
As an elected official, yes.
Well,
and that's what they're going through with Mark Carney.
When it's your corporation, there's ways to, again, you write the rules. There's ways to, do whatever you want to do, how you see fit. That's just the way that works. You might not like it, right? That's the way that it works.
I know how he got his money. When you start sending $9.8 billion to Ukraine and they're only getting 6 of it, and the rest is being split between fucking government officials.
Yeah.
That's where he's getting his money. It's called fucking siphoning money from the people.
It's called business.
It's called fraud.
No, it's not fraud. The fraud is that you think that they shouldn't be doing it. You're frauding your own mind, my friend.
He's being charged with it.
Whatever.
Because of this. Because
Whatever.
of all these scams.
Theater. That's profitable too.
He's being exposed as a pedophile and as somebody that's frauding the Canadian people. He's already been convicted twice of ethics violations, and there's over 186 other ethics violations just in his government alone. And
welcome to the
$8 billion missing.
Welcome to the corporate world and the world of fictional monetary wealth and exploitation and a whole 9 yards. This is nothing new.
If this is the way that people think that it should be run, then there's a problem.
It really is irrelevant on the should part. It's how it is run. It's how it is work. And the only true remedy to it
is to change it.
No, that's the opposite of remedy. That's what the system is designed. That's the success of the system right there, is to get you to think like that. The true remedy is to learn how to secede from it and not be dependent on it.
Which is changing.
Well, changing you, not changing the system. Changing how you function, how you learn to function, how you know to function and cooperate with other people who aren't dependent on that. Self-reliance. That's remedy.
I don't know. Our biggest employer in Canada is a government.
They're not your employer.
No, I'm saying the biggest employer in Canada is the government. I'm not saying they're mine. I'm saying the biggest employer in Canada is the government. There's no other company, corporation, anywheres on this flat of land that we call fucking Canada that has more employees than the government.
Perhaps.
Period. No, it's proven. You tell me one company that has more than 1 million people in it.
I'd have to think
here in
about
Canada.
that. I'd have to think about that, but that's
here in Canada.
I'd have to.
Ford doesn't have that much. Honda doesn't have that much. Ford, Honda, Chevy, and Toyota together don't have the amount of people that work for the government.
Okay,
Four
so again,
major corporations that don't have the same, not even close to the same amount of people that work for them. And
Okay.
where is all this money coming from? Out of that $2.17 trillion, which is called our GDP. Now, our GDP comes from the goods and services coming into this country and going out with the tariff taxes and stuff like that. And it's also taxes. It's also the 16 cents a liter in carbon tax that's being charged. Yeah, you know, and the list goes on and on and on. We're taxed more than any other country on earth to supply an overbloated government that thinks that they know that they're what's better for everybody else when they can't even handle their own fucking
no, that's not why. Because they're doing what a corporation is sets out to do. That's why.
So why are all these liberals now flocking and jumping ship?
The LARP must go on.
All of a sudden, because all this stuff's been exposed and that, all of a sudden you've had 12 top cabinet members saying that they're not running in the next election. We've had 7 of them already that's outright quit. We've had 5 of them that have been fired.
At some point, your slaves, your serfs, feel the pinch too much and they need an outlet and a release. So they need a hero. Enter in the current conservative in the United States, enter the current Republicans, right? It's just it's a repetitive LARP loop. That's all it is. It's theater. Okay, is to give a release bubble, right? Oh, he's going to save us, and then of course, with the problems that they pose, it comes with more mandates, as always, more authoritarianism, more tight niche, more taxes, tariffs, right? And it's just corporate rule. It's, fascism. It's what a corporation is supposed to do. And just for the record, capitalism is not the antithesis to communism. They're synonyms. You belong in the capacity of a citizen, not outside of that. And that's where the true remedy is. But as a citizen, that's what I say, is the capacity of a POW, prisoner of war. Not something to be, interested in, but you have to choose that. And that's the thing, right? This is where most people don't want to take their head out of the sand. Instead, they just want to be like, oh, it's supposed to be something different than it's not. No. That's just your belief. It's doing exactly what it was designed to do, and it's doing it exceptionally well. So well that you're crying over it. It wants you to cry, and it wants you to come back and beg for more, right? And then have practice Stockholm syndrome, like as if they're supposed to be obligated and spoon feed you.
See, like, I'm not saying that anybody has to spoon feed me. I'm not saying that anybody has to do anything. All I know is that we have a so-called government that is supposed to be there for the people, by the people.
That's your belief that they're supposed to be, okay?
Now listen, that's what it says. The Constitution of Canada says that our government is there to work for us. We are not there for them. It's like our Constitution, our Charter of Rights and Freedoms is to protect us from tyrannical government, not for the government to use it against the people. But
It's all gaslight.
But the government has been using it against the people,
Of
and
course.
the people have no chance of anything.
Of course.
Our rights mean absolutely fuck all.
Exactly, because they're
Now,
fictional.
when it comes to like in the States,
Same
there's
thing.
one guy. Hold on. One guy says, make government smaller by creating new department of government. So we have the Doge. He created government. He created a new part of government. It employs 20 people. That 20 people so far, just out of one place called USAID, has already recovered 55 billion taxpayer dollars. Now, to show that it's taxpayers' money, they're willing to give which comes out to be about 20% of the money that they expect to bring in, that every household, over 78 million households in the United States alone, will get a check for $5,000 for the money that the government had taken from us for nothing, from them for nothing. Now, the same thing is happening here. I just explained over $32.14 million for 3 places that money should not have gone. Now, out of that money, just one, the Stellantis alone, $15 billion to Stellantis alone. Do you know with $15 billion and working with the law that we could have literally wiped homelessness right out of Canada? I have the stats, I have the proof, I have the drawings, everything. When you start building places at $10 million that'll house over 80 people, 90 people, you make it as a nonprofit and you put them in there. Hold on. You put them in there and you get them off the streets, you reduce crime, you reduce theft, and you reduce health. The 3 biggest things in this country that is costing us billions of dollars a day. Why not try and do something about that? Without crime, what? We wouldn't have as many cops on the street.
No, listen.
Whoop-de-doo.
Let me respond. Okay, from the other side of the fence, right? From the business side of the fence that wants to stay profitable and in power. Crime needs to be there to have a reason to function. Poverty needs to be there to have a reason to function. Scarcity needs to be there to have a reason to function, and corruption needs to be there to have a reason to function.
Okay,
and to have a reason to be there and get the people to keep
Argentina what they just did with the new president down there.
Have no idea.
Crime is way down. Way down. They
So?
don't have people running the streets like they do in the United States and in Canada.
So
So why
I don't.
not?
Maybe
You
not. I
have
don't know.
when you have less crime, what happens? More people want to come and visit. And what's one of the biggest things that
That's
Canada
not.
hold it? What's one of the biggest things that Canada relies on is tourism. We have over 700,000 people in a month during the summer months.
Ash, from a
Hold it,
business perspective, it's
hold it.
whatever's more
Would you
profitable.
wait? Fuck off. You know
Ash,
what?
come on.
I've had it. You know, all you want to do